you get a roast chicken at like Target or Walmart or something for like, I don't know what they are now, like $6-7 or something. They're fucking
And they're
banging
not even
though.
that good. They're tiny now too. They used to be decent. They're so tiny.
I
What
haven't
is
got
it
one
with
in
chicken?
years, but last time I got one, it's banging. It was banging. Those are dope. I like to go to this. I go to the supermarket. I'll have them fry me up some salmon, and then I'll get some bread, and I'll feel like I'm eating like Jesus.
In your sandals.
Bread. No, I don't wear that. I can't stand when I see people outside in flip flops, like grown men. Like, what are you doing outside in slides, dude? Those are house shoes.
Exactly, right?
Like, I'll have my Timberlands on or something. Like, dude, it's fucking cold out. You got your fucking you're in your socks out here. You can see maybe if you were a dad or something, and you just fucking gave up on life or whatever. Like you're not trying to impress anyone. You're married with children. But like, dude, some of these dudes are like, in their teens, 20s, 30, like all kinds of people outside in slides. I don't know. But if something happens, man, you basically have no shoes. If you're wearing slides or something like that, you basically have no shoes on. Oh, I gotta bring my cat to the vet. Fucking cats. The one good thing is we never have mice. Like never. Still though, I could get rat traps for a lot fucking cheaper. The fucking litter, the amount of litter we buy is obnoxious.
Uh, Jeremy,
What's
are you
up?
there?
Yes, I'm here.
I was thinking about the your V-Gate experiment, or not experiment, your device, or what you want to call it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. If you can move something indefinitely uphill, you did it.
No, okay, so I don't want to go down that train again.
Okay.
I am skeptical because I'm trying to like research. Because I was thinking, sure, you can have like something, if you have something go up and down, uh, just like as a concept. Because if you can make a concept and it would be perpetual, like if you would create energy, more energy than you put in, that's like what we need. We need more energy out of it than we put in. And I'm thinking, if you got like one long ass, just like as a concept, long ass V-gate from like the surface of the earth up to fucking Mount Everest, if you want to,
Okay.
we can create that. I guess I don't think, why wouldn't that work? And then I'm thinking like, okay, so you just put the ball at the bottom, and it will travel all the way to the top. And then I'm thinking we put in very little energy. When it's at the top, you actually have not a lot, but you have more energy in the ball than you put in. Then I'm thinking, where did the energy, like, I'm thinking probably, I would guess the energy would disappear somewhere into something else. But my question is where? Maybe because that's the whole question. If it's like, if there is no energy disappearing, then we actually created a machine which will run forever, which would be insane, and you will win a Nobel Prize, Jeremy.
There's no energy, bro. This isn't like Nobel Prize shit, bro. If you can get something that people just haven't put it together yet.
So this
You
is
can make
Nobel
something.
Prize, perpetual fucking machine, a machine
It's
which
not.
runs forever.
It's not perpetual though. It would end up the magnets would wear out after time or something. Like it's not perpetual.
Yeah, that's for sure.
That's
Okay,
what I
so
mean.
that's my whole idea.
This doesn't break any like laws of nature or anything. So
Okay, so
like
then
people
it's
are
just
always
like
like that's
the
like
energy
who
is gained
knows if
from
you
the
would
magnet.
get who knows if you would even get more energy than it took to make the magnets. You know what I mean? I don't even know.
Then yeah, but if you do that, that's insane. Because then you create energy out of nothing.
I mean, I don't know, bro. There's multiple videos on YouTube that have, sometimes they call it a SMOT, SMOT. Other times it's labeled like a V gate. You can move this thing uphill indefinitely. And if you can do that, like I said, if you can get something uphill, it's over with. You won. You did it. Because that V gate takes nothing to get it to go back. So you could curve the track once it gets to the top or on the way down or something. You could curve the track a little bit and have it fall into another hill that took it up. Like you wouldn't make this the size of Mount Everest. It would be the size of a building though. Something the size of like the exterior of a house or a building or something. And, you would just keep going up and down. On the way down, you should capture a little bit of energy out of it. You have it passed by a copper wire or a turbine.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't gain energy from it, I see it as like it would be a probably
You
not
can
very
gain energy.
efficient.
You can gain. Oh, it's not going to be efficient at all. You can gain energy from it though, because like I said, if something's falling, you could drop anything, and I
Yeah,
could
but you get energy in the ball, but you don't.
the ball moves past the turbine and pushes the turbine, and now it has
Yeah,
energy.
sure, but you need to charge the magnet because that's where the energy is lost, right?
No, they're permanent magnets. There's no charge in the magnets.
Then you have a perpetual machine.
Well, call it whatever you want. It doesn't matter.
That's insane.
It's not.
It is
It's
insane.
only insane.
I'm not
It's only insane because they've told you it's insane.
I'm not saying it's insane in the case where it's impossible. I'm just saying it's insane because you invented, if that's possible, you invented something which will change humanity forever. You create energy out of nothing. You will solve the fucking greenhouse stuff and all that kind of shit.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's like the implication of it. That's why I'm saying it's insane.
Yeah. Well,
but
nobody's ever going to build it. I can't build it. Anyone that hears about it thinks it's insane, like you just said, and immediately dismisses it. So I wouldn't be too worried. But yeah, man, you push something uphill. Like if you drop anything down at any kind of incline, I can capture energy. It's easy to capture energy out. You can almost anything with a turbine. Any movement past the turbine is going to get energy. You get energy.
Yeah.
Any movement. All you gotta do is make movement, and you get it. You got electricity.
Sure. Yeah. I it's sort of like similar concept, but it's kind of backwards from like a water turbine, for example. Because a water turbine, they have magnets, and they spin. So when they spin, they change the magnetic field because you move
past copper coils. Yeah, we know.
Yeah. So you have a change in magnetic field, which is sort of like similar with a V-gate, where you have a change in magnetic field in relation to the ball, because it's a V shape. So it's like it's getting tighter and tighter.
I mean, yeah, look up SMOT, SMOT. They have a couple going at an incline there, and there's another good one I linked in the chat, maybe like a week or two ago, where the guy actually, because there's a sticky point when it goes to leave the gate. Like it goes in super easy, it almost gets sucked in. But then there's like this little tiny resistance when it wants to leave the gate. That's why some people stagger the V's. They'll have the point of the V going into they'll like overlap the V's a little bit. So that way at the sticky point, it's already sucking it into the next one. And this one guy figured out if you just reverse the shape of the V, it like pushes it out.
Yeah. It's actually the thing about the V gate is like because the reason why it pulls is because the magnetic field becomes stronger, a little bit stronger.
And like I
for
said,
each inch.
you don't even need to reverse the V. You could just fucking end the V gate on a 90-degree drop, and it would fall out. Like that's getting it out of the V gate's not a problem. Getting it into the V gate's not a problem either. It almost gets sucked in. So you have something falling downhill down a ramp, it's definitely going to go into the V gate. Like it takes no kind of force to get it into going into the V gate. Very tight. You can just touch it. This shit is like easy. Like one of these fucking genius blowbirds. I mean, you guys should be all over this. Oh, crypto is making a hard bounce back. Let's fucking go.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm thinking I read something on it, and like when you have a permanent magnet and you have something and you pull something next to it, like over it, over and over again, you will demagnetize it a little bit quicker. I don't understand fully the mechanism behind it, but there is like electrical momentum, as I read, in the like on a. This is like very. I should say it becomes very easily like quantum mechanical almost, because that's where we get the concept of momentum in electrons. What you call it? Momentum. So they spin, which is like what the sort of spin, quote unquote marking. They call it like momentum as they're spinning, but they're not really spinning. But they sort of create a momentum which will which the momentum is what creates the changing magnetic field. So I'm thinking, so I'm thinking, I'm just reading.
What are you thinking? I feel like that sentence ended.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking that there is loss of momentum in the permanent magnet when you pull it through. That's my hypothesis. I don't know if it's correct.
I mean, the magnet's going to get weaker and weaker over time.
Yeah, they will, like, naturally anyway. But I'm thinking also.
Bro, it takes like 100 years. I read you the stats that one day. It takes like 100 years for it to lose like a percent of its.
That was a certain magnet, and it wasn't when you had something trying to disturb it all the time. Because that's kind of different. If you just leave a magnet on the table, it's different than like pulling a magnet, using it, pull. That's like kind of different, I think. But I don't know. I am just very. I wanted to send it maybe to somebody who actually know this a lot better than me and ask them.
Like, has there been any tests done where we just use a magnet constantly, nonstop throughout, over decades, and this is what happens? Or
I
because, like I
guess
said,
they are.
if the magnet wears down, you're not going to get a lot of electric. This thing's going to be expensive to build. You're going to need a lot of magnets. You're going to need a ramp, some kind of framework for the ramp. So this thing isn't cheap or easy to build. And it's also not going to produce a lot of power because you can only get power on the way down. It's not going to be a lot. So, like, if it takes a shit ton of electricity or energy to make the magnets, this might not even be worth it. Maybe for like a kid's toy or something. Even then, it's huge. Like, this might not even be worth it. You could definitely keep something going though until the magnets wear out. But if they wear out, and if you have this whole thing set up and the magnets wear out in 2 years, like, it might not be worth it.
Yeah, that's my question. That's my whole question. And I have a feeling they would wear out, and then you need to charge the magnet, which is sort of like where it gets the energy from. So then, otherwise, if I'm wrong, you created a perpetual machine which will last forever. And that would be insane. You would break laws of nature. No conservation of momentum, no conservation of energy, these kind of things don't work anymore. Anyways, I found that kind of interesting. It was very, yeah, very like, being it interesting talking about like magnets and stuff. They are very weird. Magnets are weird. It's one of those things which I remember a little bit from school. We didn't have too much so dead hair. There's nobody here.
No, people are here. They're just listening.
That was one of my. I find it more very difficult in college. Was the electromagnetic courses. We had one course. I am not like by no means like I have a deep knowledge in it, but we had a basic like 5 study point course in electromagnetism, and it was very difficult to like grasp what's going on.
And I don't care what anybody says, for real. Now that I've left this country, America, and went to another country, and I was seeing the differences in my sky of the spraying and how many chemicals and all that. They don't get sprayed like that in England like we do over here in America, especially in Indiana. And since I've been back, my allergies are ridiculous. My lungs are getting filled with fluid again. And it's not just me. I'm hearing other people around me who don't even smoke at all, anything, or do anything like any bad health-wise, are feeling like they can't breathe and they're coughing this stuff up out of their lungs. Clear. I don't know what is going
Where do you
on.
live? Where do you live
I
now?
live, well, I don't want to say live because, honey, I've kind of bounced around the whole world, but I'm staying in Indiana. My hometown is Indiana, in America. But we get sprayed so much, it's unreal, especially in these smaller cities. Our skies are full of
Oh,
it all the time.
with like, yeah. I think there are, yeah, like it's different each country how much like shit is in the
Absolutely.
air.
It's nuts. I know a lot of people don't believe in the whole, chemtrail thing, geoengineering, whether they want to believe it or not. I mean, all you have to do is just go to another country and see for yourself, or even another state, how different it is. So what, planes ain't flying over there? It's like, come on, guys. The whole time I was in England, it was a little over 4 months. I think I saw a total of 3 or 4 chemtrails the entire time. Lines, 3 or 4 lines. Now, I wake up on a normal day and I can already see 6, 7, 8 in my sky alone. Mine. Now, if I turn this way, turn that way, you start seeing it. I'm talking about one direction. And then it just keeps happening all day long. Sometimes even at night, you see a night spraying. You can see the big lines in the sky darker than the actual sky itself. It's nuts. That doesn't happen in other countries. Not as much as it does in America. At least that I'm seeing, because I haven't been to every country, so I can't really put my hand up to that, really. But from what I've seen, when it comes to comparing England and here, let's keep it there. I don't see that shit.
All the vitamins they're putting in the air.
Oh, yeah, it's for us. Made for us. Vitamins. Good for you.
Right?
They spray for you guys. This is for your benefit.
Oh, it's like when you grow anything, you got to like put neem oil or whatever. They put chemtrails.
Yep, you have to do something.
I think it keeps the weak retarded. That's all. We're good.
All good.
You know, I think sometimes people forget. It's like, let's say, like if you find like a nice water source or something like that when you're out in the woods, it's like people don't tell people.
Yep.
People don't tell people where the good spots are. You know.
Yeah.
So I think in the same thing, it's like they just don't understand the benefits of chemtrails. That's all.
I just don't understand.
I used to
I
joke
think
around.
about that shit all the time, too. Like the water sources, like when you go out and if I was to find a water source here in the ground, I'm like, ooh, and I was thirsty. I wouldn't want to drink that shit. I don't even want my rain going into my coffee. You know what I mean? Like, no, 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 no. Even though I think about it, I'm like, but some of that water, sometimes you never know where it's coming from either in a bottle that you take. They say it's this, but is it that? But, you know, it's just the fact that I know it's in the sky. But people will go out and drink water off the ground, or, you know, when we were kids, we used to eat snow. I would never do that shit now.
I get water from a spring. You know, fuck
That
all
is
that.
nice, depending on where you live, to be sincerely, and it gets filtered out by the mountains and stuff. Like when I was in Maine, oh, I loved it. Some of the best water I've ever had in my entire life. And you feel the benefits from it too by drinking it. It's not like you're just, you know,
Right on.
drinking water to survive for hydration. Oh no, no, you feel the benefits of water. What it should give you, energy. No joke.
Well, that's what's interesting with that discussion about people who are into like, what do they do? They boil their water basically, like, you know, what's that term? I forget that word.
Like
Where you,
distilled.
yeah, where you
It's
distill
basically
water.
distilled because you're boiling all the stuff out. Yeah, yeah, the nasty stuff and everything. Yeah.
Right, yeah, you're getting rid of all the minerals that would be good for you anyway. You know,
I agree, and this is the bad thing about, well, not the bad thing, but distilled water is gonna not have that in it, right? So then you have to replace it some way, whether it's food or water or another water source. It can't be your only consumption. You know what I mean? It can't.
well, I think of
Water
it
is
like,
important. You know what I mean? The minerals in water, especially if it's from a mountain, like that stuff will help you.
right. And that's the thing too, though. Even like, you know, if you live in the cities and shit, it's like, you can't be some like, hyper healthy, uh, let's say, I don't know, I don't want to put the two together, but like, somebody who's all like drinking green juice and trying to be whatever. If you live in the cities, like,
Mm-hmm.
if you live in the cities, like, you better go get some McDonald's. You better go get some Wendy's. Like, you better be acclimated to your environment. And if you're going to live in the fucking woods and, whatever comes, with your spring water, you better be ready for it too.
Very true, though. City life is getting ridiculous. So I was just thinking about this past year, talking to my friend about it. Like all the holidays through this past year have been ridiculous. I remember everybody lined up on Easter and stuff for McDonald's and all the fast food chains. But McDonald's had a line wrapped around it 3 times and out into the street. And I thought, are you kidding me? What happened to home cooked meals? And then even my niece didn't even know it was not sorry, thinks the heck. I'm just waking up my first cup of coffee, but she was thinking it's Easter. She found at 9 o'clock at night it was Easter. She was, what? We didn't do anything, and it's Easter. Like, honey, and it's like the holidays didn't even exist. But the fact that people were willing to go out to this garbage food, like McDonald's and stuff, for their dinner, yeah, this is the new norm, right? Living in the city.
Nah, I don't ever knock McDonald's, but however,
I feel what you mean, though. I know a lot of people that eat that shit still. My friends
fucking.
even still eat that
I
stuff.
love McDonald's, dude. McDonald's ain't going anywhere. If flat earthers come from McDonald's, it's on. Fucking, I remember one time I was on a call with Arwen, and I was telling him about the going to McDonald's for so mad, dude. I was in the fucking. Oh, it's so funny.
It's okay.
Oh, God.
I was on 24/7 Ladder Discord, and when it was like a year and a half ago, and I'm sitting there with trying to get drinks, and they don't got a cup holder, and they just handed me 4 or 5 drinks, and just in the car, I'm the only one driving. I'm driving. Where are we going to put all these drinks? They said sorry because of the C word, but they couldn't supply me with one because of they had the shipment. And I was just thinking, well, this ain't gonna work. But I was complaining and I didn't realize I was hot micing. So I was at McDonald's hot micing, bitching at the people, saying, I ate all these drinks for coffee for everybody, and this is what I get. It was embarrassing, but it was kind of funny. Like, yeah, guys, I bitch about coffee or some sweet tea sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. But at least I'm aware of what I'm doing, and that's the point. I don't tell people to quit eating what they're eating. You do whatever you want. It's your body, your life. But always know at least what you're putting into it. If you say, hey, I want to put some nanoparticles in me today because they sound good, then hey, that's okay.
Well, I've noticed my thing lately, because like I used to be vegetarian and stuff like that, and it's interesting to me, like the kind of the carnivore movement that's happening in regards to food, which is pretty cool. Because like, even like it's weird. How weird is life that like you survive off of another animal's meat? Like how weird. It's just so fucking weird.
I feel both ways because don't get me wrong, I don't want to kill animals. I can't stand even hurting a bug. So
Well,
I feel awful for eating meat, but at the same time, I'm going,
there's
I
no
was
reason
raising
to
that
feel
shit.
awful
Chicken's
though.
good.
There's no reason to feel like, yeah, like I'm of the opinion there's no reason to feel awful. Like if you take an animal before its dying day, you know what I mean? It's almost like, I don't know, it's weird. Like, God put all these things on the earth for our benefit, right? So it's like same thing with chicken, same thing with it's weird. Like no way getting around that. But it's no, like, it's weird with the science is that it's showing that, like, for instance, like people who are going to an all meat diet, like no vegetables, are like healing themselves of diabetes. Like, and that the idea of this is like even like the like the concept of the keto diet. Like the idea and the premise is that your brain is running off of fat instead of running off of carbohydrates. And the idea is that
Yep.
the elite use this fat-based food source, whereas they're trying to get all the plebes, like, you know what I mean, to eat crickets and fucking, and sawdust and soy. And I think it's weird it's just so weird that life dictates, like there's no way getting, like people can, this is what's so interesting about, like, you can dictate about I don't know, everything is up for speculation, but like the idea is that people have been eating other animals for survival, and it seems to be the best thing scientifically at the moment for optimal health is to eat meat, because the animals eat the grass. Like think of it like this, like these grasses or whatever vegetable or whatever gets its nutrients out of the rock in the ground, and then it converts it into something that this animal can eat, and then we then can actually eat the animal. And it's like this weird progression of life giving up to life. It's so ill.
No, I see what you're saying on that. Absolutely. In the cycle of it.
Because like it becomes
yeah.
naive to think like, oh well, I'm just going to eat plants because I care about life. I mean, granted, like it's hard to kill something, it can be, but at the same time, it's like, it's so weird because life dictates it, it necessitates it.
Well, just take it about what's going on with some things I was having a conversation with. I think it may have been Dyslow, but I could be getting that wrong. So don't quote me and don't put that on Dyslow. But someone was talking about cancer, right, and how it can't exist and function and grow without sugar. Well, carbohydrates then instantly turn into sugar into our body, and every vegetable, everything almost of this world has sugar in it. But when you think about meat and the fat, if your body focuses more on fat compared to carbohydrates and sugars, you won't be having diabetes problems like that, right? Sugar,
destroys
all those
inflammation.
things.
It destroys the inflammation, and the inflammation is what we're all suffering from. Like even like Arnold Ehret, who wrote the mucusless diet system. He's a hardcore vegetarian back in the day, and I still ascribe to his theory on the idea that mucus is the only thing that ever kills anyone. Because whatever your disease or any prolonged stay in a hospital, rather, like that kind of an illness, is that what it does is it creates a malfunction in the body, and then your body creates mucus, and then the people die of pneumonia. You know, essentially. So, like, you know, if you can eliminate the mucus, you can eliminate like the inflammation. And what's so weird is that, like, for a long time, people were trying to get away from meat as that kind of health source. And it turns out, like, scientifically, like, there's this guy Sean Baker who does these great blood work studies. He's I guess I believe he was a medical Marine, if I'm not mistaken. He was something to do with the medics in the Marines, and you know, he's doing all these studies now about how like the blood work just comes. You know, all his blood work is great, and all he does is eat steak, like literally. And it's so interesting. Because then, like, you know, it's so weird how too, like, and then, like, you notice how these communities of, like, quote unquote fucking healers, you know, they're always healing something because niggas got a fucked up diet. You know what I mean? Because, like, you're eating fucking, you know, vegetables all day, you know, fucking pounds of bananas. And then you're like, oh shit, I got to heal my body. You know, so you got a healer and shit. And then fucking, you know, they're telling you about fucking some goat seed that comes from Brazil or some shit. And it's like, dude, fuck off. Like, if you just ate fucking meat, you know, raw milk, you know what I mean? Like, you'd be good to go, I think. Yeah, that's the other thing. They cook everything. You know, like raw milk doesn't, you know, like raw milk, if you put raw milk in your fridge, it can last and it has multiple uses in its stages of decomposition. But if you get fucking milk that's been pasteurized, it's only good for however long in the fridge because it's going to fucking turn and there's no good in it afterwards. But what's fucked up there is you just find out the only reason we got that is because people mismanaged their products. You know, but then who are you going to rely on when the FDA is going to approve fucking, you know, shit, you know, drugs for kids right now? You know, assholes.
Oh, I know. I was just hearing something about that. Yeah. It's crazy. Some of the stuff I'm hearing lately. 5 to 11. So I'm going to say I'm hearing the ages of. I'm going, what? Drives me crazy.
Yeah, what's cool though is I don't think those folks, you know, are going to get the win. So whatever.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, best case scenario is this shit makes all the men in the world vaccine, and it's up to me to repopulate Earth.
Oh my goodness, Jimmy! You might want to ask your wife about that one first, though.
I mean, I'll have to explain to her.
You're still astral projecting.
I'll have to explain to her. Listen, I have to do this for humanity. You know.
Oh man, men. You know, though, your wife's just like looking at you, giving those dagger eyes, and going, "Yeah, right, bro. Yeah, right."
Oh, she ain't home right now. I would never say that.
Exactly. You know damn well you ain't standing in front of her. She smack you and be like, boy, get out of my house. Dog bed.
Well, you know what the Muslims say, man. You know what's harder than having one wife?
Having more than one.
Having two wives.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've been loving Stellarium. Anyone else love that shit or what? That shit's so dope.
Yeah, about the hurt
Stellarium
and stuff. Yeah.
Stellarium, yeah. Like, I've realized, like, that it's so ill because the best way to explain, like, the movement of the stars is with the celestial sphere. Doesn't mean that it's right. Just, it's the greatest way to explain it.
Yeah. I actually tried to draw out the planets and its movement, and I drew Earth and the different planets, and I thought to myself, like, how would they move in the sky if I watched it? And I actually, like, I managed to, like, predict its movement, like the 8 number, and like its angle. For example, Pluto would be angled a little bit on the side comparable to the others. So I could I could basically predict how it would move. It's very interesting.
Yeah, somebody showed an image on here that I have just been fucking loving lately. Let me see if I can find it. It's just so dope. This one here. Let me see real quick. I'll put this image up. I love this image because, like, in concert with the concept of stellarium and the way that it explains, like, right ascension and declination, and like how it fixes those positions. The way that it does that is so interesting. It just doesn't mean that it's necessarily the way that it is, but it's a great way to look at it. Because the celestial sphere, shit, that's so ancient too. The cosmic egg. But I love that picture there. Kind of shows how, like, let's say you're in that little zone looking at your azimuth of a star. You can then project it onto the right, whatever right ascension and declination onto that kind of grid. It took me a while to make the jump, or not make the jump, because I was talking about it with a friend of mine, and he was like, "So the stars would be farther out that way," and it didn't really hit me. And then I saw this image, and I was like, "Duh, yeah, of course." I don't know. I just think it's such an interesting way to look at it, because that's partially the whole thing too with this FE shit, is like, or coming into it anyway, is you see the alternate possibilities of a different projection of Earth working in relationship to everything that you experience. And when that penny drops, it's like, holy shit, there's another explanation for these phenomena. And as soon as you grasp that, I mean, for me, I think of it as like, it's optimistic. It's optimism, because there's another way where you thought there was only one way. And how liberating it is to have another idea to explore.
Yeah. The biggest problem I have with it is like we can sort of everybody can see the same thing.
Forgive me, say that again, brother.
Everybody can see the same stars. When somebody see a star or a planet or whatever is up there, everybody can see the same thing.
Well, what's crazy to me is that, there's only 57 stars that people use to navigate with. So like,
I mean,
what?
I don't know. I'm not a navigator.
You can look it up. There's only 57 stars that are really used, and then there's also like different charts for using the planets. But
planets would be difficult, yeah. That's true.
Right, but you can use them. Like, there's a way to, and I guess people use those kinds of systems like before they go out. Like, you know what I mean? They're expecting to see a star here on this particular date, so they'll use, things for that nature. But like, really, it's just 57 stars that are used ultimately to navigate. Because really, when you're out, actually navigating or something, you're not going to have a full picture. It might be cloudy. It might be fucking, you might not see shit. But they essentially only use like 57 stars. And probably out of that, there's probably only a couple more that people actually use. But depending on where you're on latitude and longitude, I guess, right? Funk, are you a Glober or FE, if you have a position?
Over.
Glober, right on. Yeah, I've been digging, like, because I find it interesting with the Stellarium, for instance, is like, you know, what's so weird to me is like, you experience the Earth as flat and motionless with the sun, moon, and stars going across the sky. But in order for me to explain what mankind has understood about the stars, I have to project it onto a celestial sphere. And the thing is that the only thing that's spherical in that whatever is the observation of the stars and what we think that deduction of our observation means, which says that there's a celestial sphere. At no point does it put the Earth in correlation with that celestial sphere. And it's only since however long that people have tried to force the two upon each other. You know, like, because they're two distinct things. Like, would you agree there's a difference between a soul and the body of man?
I don't think soul exists.
Right. And that's because, like, I've learned you have that position because the philosophy is the way you were taught about cosmology. Because what you've done is you've materialized the soul in so much as you're saying that your soul is your body, right? Like, it's just chemicals in your brain, right? Hello?
Yeah.
So, like, to you, it's just like if you fall in love with a girl, it's just chemicals in your brain.
So when I what did you say? When I think, it's chemicals in my brain.
Well, no, like, let's say, like, if you fall in love, right? To you, it's just chemicals in your brain projecting some kind of desire for your species to exist, right? Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sorry, I was very rude there. I was really rude. Can you repeat yourself?
No problem. So, like, if you were to fall, have you ever fallen in love?
Yeah.
Okay. So to you, love is not real. It's just chemicals in your brain.
Yeah.
Right. And you are only in love because you have to promulgate your species, right?
That would be applying like value to it. I think falling in love is part of is a necessity for species to survive. Yeah.
Right. It's just for the species to survive. It has no intrinsic value.
No.
What do you mean?
I mean, it doesn't have an intrinsic value.
Yeah, right. It doesn't. It's actually it doesn't mean anything. It's only for your species to continue on, right?
Yeah.
Right. And your opinions regarding even that situation are meaningless.
It's not. I mean, I have a belief system which is built on some axioms. So, yeah.
Right. So, but you could agree that it's just like to you, it seems like it's important, but to reality, you know what I mean? It's just you as a species trying to prolong your own existence, right?
Yeah. I mean, if we didn't have that mechanism, if nobody liked each other, you wouldn't fuck and get babies. So you would naturally die out. Like you have to fall in love, otherwise, yeah.
Right. So it's like a trick.
I wouldn't call it. It just happens. I wouldn't call it a trick or anything like that.
Well, I mean, it would have to be because in your model, like you are meaningless. But and you know the fact
Yeah,
that
I don't have
right
any
and
intrinsic value.
right, you're meaningless, and so the fact that you're in love to everything else, it seems it's like nobody cares. So it's
Okay,
like
so
it wouldn't matter to anything or life in general if you were to fall in love because it's just chemicals in your brain and you are just trying to promulgate your species, right?
okay, so I want to elaborate a little bit on it. So I think that there is no intrinsic moral, but I think we can also create our moral, but it will only be created. It's just something we
You trick
use as a
yourself.
tool. Yeah, you're tricking yourself.
Right, and
But
that's what I was getting to. Right, and
yeah,
that's the difference, because see, this is the thing: is like in my model of creation, right? That is not the case. You know, for me, you know what I mean. Like, I look at it like the Creator has made the sun, move, and stars to go across the sky for me to even experience here. You know what I mean, right?
yeah,
So, like, you know, instead of looking at it like, you know, I don't. For me, it's like, you know, I have a soul that lives on forever, even though my body is only temporal. You know what I mean by that?
yeah.
So, for me, there's two different things. There is the soul and there is the body. For you, you say that there's only one thing,
I think there is reality. Yeah.
right? The reality of the body,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
And you say that the soul is like a trick.
I don't think the soul even exists. If you want to call,
No, we're getting back to
li-
the idea that it's a trick. It's like it's an organism's device to continue its own existence.
yeah,
Right. So therefore it's like a trick. And that, I think, is the difference between your cosmology and my cosmology, is that your cosmology says that the sun is going to explode in 3,000 years, whether you like it or not, right?
yeah.
Right. So you,
Oh, sorry, you were roboting.
oh, forgive me. It seems like a grim position for you.
It could, yeah, I understand, and that's like a good argument against my worldview. But I think like it's not. I'm not saying we don't necessarily can create value for ourselves. Like even if, but I have to, for my principle, accept that other can have other values. I don't think there is any intrinsic value. If there is a value, we created that ourselves. But I won't hold my value necessarily over others. Like if I were, like I'm thinking, what if I were fucking? I'm not saying I am, but like, what if I were a fucking pedophile and I was defending it? If that was the case, I hoped other, like, for me now it's very easy to say, because I am against it, to say, well, that's crazy, you can't do that, you're like fucking violating people who can't defend themselves and stuff like that. But there are other people who do, and so I sort of like I accept that other people have views, but I also think that like it's sort of a little bit like appealing to majority a little bit. Yeah.
For your opinion.
Mm.
So you appeal to the, or appeal to the masses kind of thing.
Sort of. Yeah. I'm thinking like it's things can manifest itself, but I don't think like it's like very wrong to say this is the right moral. It's very wrong, because if you do that, if that moral is bad for us, but only like it's good for a few people who feel good, like, oh, this is good, I love this, and like a lot of people think it's bad, I think like then there needs to be change. I might be one of these people who cheer for the, like, against the masses, and that would be
Right.
horrible, and I hope other people could change my mind if that's the case.
Yeah, because I see. Because my thing is, I guess, the kind of the crux of what I was getting to is the idea of the distinction philosophically between like having a soul and having a body. Because, like, you know, let's say, like, I look at it like if when you die and you get buried, right? Is it you that goes in the ground, or is it your body?
When you get buried,
Yes.
It's just your body.
So if you can make the distinction of just your body, then what are you?
Me, I'm built like I think that's like a kind of like an emergent thing which doesn't exist, but we
Well, hold on. Let's take it now.
attached it.
What about look at it like this, right? So if you
Yeah.
say that you are your body, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if let's say you had a tragic thing happen and you had to amputate your legs.
Yeah.
Are you still there?
Yeah, I think I'm here as long as the part which is like sort of when you say you, I'm thinking more my nervous system and my brain. Because if you change other parts of your body, it doesn't have to change how you are.
So if someone gets like amputated like something, they are less than you are if you have everything.
No, I wouldn't measure it like that. I'm not saying you have more or less of you. There is
Hold on. You have more nervous system than they do, so you are more than them.
I mean, when I say nervous system, it's because also there are part of our nervous system which are like affecting chemistry, which also affect our brain. But like chopping off your hand, it's not going to change how you think or
So
behave.
if you were to lose your hand or something, then you are still there.
Yeah.
Okay. So from that logic, could we deduce that you are not your body?
No. I think part of your body, you could say.
And that's why you are more than someone who has an amputation, right?
I wouldn't use having a bigger brain being more person, for example.
Well,
That's
no,
not
you're
how I would use it.
identifying yourself with the nervous system, and I'm trying to say if you got some of it cut off, or if somebody else got some of it cut off, that you would be more of a person than they are.
No, I wouldn't quantify put a value on more nervous system. If somebody
But if you
damage,
but if you are your body, if
yeah,
if anyone is actually their body, right, and
yeah,
there is no such thing as soul,
yeah,
then you're technically your nervous system.
yeah,
If you have 4 limbs and somebody else only has 3, then there's more of a quote unquote you.
yeah. But I already said like the chopping off your hand doesn't affect.
But you also,
There's
but so how does that relate to when you say that you are your body? Anyone is their body.
yeah, I think the parts that when you say you, I'm thinking more of your character, your trait, your personality, and that
But doesn't
stems
that just
from
come from the
the
nervous
brain.
system anyway?
That stems from mainly the brain.
Right. It's not real. It's a trick, like we said before, right?
No, it's not a. I wouldn't call that a trick. I'm just attaching
So would you say
a
there's a
trait.
difference?
I'm attaching when you say you. I'm saying it was emergent. So I say this is like an emergent entity, if you want to call it that, which comes from like our brain and our nervous system.
I mean,
Partly.
fair enough. And to your point, I'll give you this. It's like a prism that, like, it's like you only get the rainbow when the prism is active, right? Has light shined on it almost. See, that's actually kind of how I look at it. Like, but like for me, the original source light going through a prism, which creates the rainbow, which like the rainbow could be like what you're talking about, like the effect of all of these working parts together, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that is the light, let's say, that's going into the prism that's activating the rainbow, your consciousness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is the light the same as the crystal?
Light the same as the crystal? What do you mean?
Or light is it the same as the prism? that's creating the rainbow.
No, this is separate. But you could say, when you say rainbow is not a thing either. It is like kind of like you can't hold a rainbow or something. It's just like a
That's what I mean. It's like a trick, right?
collaboration. Yeah, it's like a collaboration of effects showing like a phenomena, but it's not like a thing. It's just something that emerges out of like mechanism with like moisture in the air and refraction and all that shit.
Right, but like, let's say in light of like the spirit and the man, because remember these are just allegories, right? But like you could say like the spirit, the soul of a man, illuminates the body of the man, and that the body's experience, love and all the chemicals and experiencing all that is kind of like the rainbow, right? That's how I'm thinking of it right now. But the idea is that the light is separate from the the crystal or whatever creating the rainbow. And my point is that there is a difference in almost like a duality of the stars and the earth. And the stars being kind of like the allegory of the soul is very different from the earth, which would be the allegory of the body.
Yeah.
Whereas if you accept that premise, you know what I mean, then it kind of destroys, let's say, like this. Well, to me, I think the unison of the idea that the stars tell you what the earth is, and that the earth has to be what the stars tell you it is. I think there's a, like we said, there's a bit of a trick going on, kind of maybe. Something wrong in the interpretation. So, like, if you think the stars look spherical, and then you're going to say the earth is a sphere, I think it's part of that, kind of like a trick, even almost of like
we can't see stars as we can't see real. It's very difficult to see stars. I mean, we have looked at Betelgeuse, and we can make a shape out of it a little bit, a few pixels. But most stars, it's just like a single pixel illumination.
No. What I mean is the idea that you use the stars, or your history is that you use the stars to be convinced that the Earth is a globe, right? Because you use the celestial, right? No,
that's part of it. Yeah, you're saying I use it. You can use that, but it's also like combination. I just gather information from everything I can, and
right,
I try to see if there is some consistency then. And like having stars and planets visiting. Let's say I don't know that yet, but I'm just observing them and their movement in the sky. And then I'm also observing things here on Earth. You can do measurements, gyroscopes, like focal pendulum, all that kind of shit. You do all this, and then you try to. You don't do one and then say, because that's deduction, and sort of.
right. But what we're talking about is how like the ancients, what they like the theory is that they looked at the stars and they figured that that's like there was a celestial sphere.
Yeah, they looked. That was part of it, and they
right,
also looked at like things going over, like disappearing bottom first in the distant ships and stuff. Right? That's there are records of that. People mentioning that, so they had like an idea. Most people didn't care, but like philosophers and stuff cared, and mathematicians.
Yeah, well, they all understood that they had to have a baseline. So no one really entertained the globe. Actually, no one does entertain the globe concept of Earth when they actually navigate, though, because they use trigonometry and you have to have a baseline. I mean, I understand. Like, I mean, I get that you think that that's not the case, but are you a navigator?
I'm not a navigator, but
Right.
I
So
understand
therefore,
how
right.
a sextant
So it
works.
eliminates you from the conversation.
No,
That's
I
all.
understand how a sextant works.
Right, it uses a
the
baseline
concept.
for trigonometry, and there's no use of spherical
Like,
trigonometry.
for
You can
example,
say other. I mean, I understand you're going to say
yeah,
otherwise. Like, I understand, but really, there's no practical use in it, and it's really purely conjecture on your part.
I wouldn't say conjecture. For example, I understand why you can't use planet, why it's difficult to use planet. So I understand the concept. I just haven't used it in practice. So if I were to do it, I would probably spend a lot of more time than an experienced navigator. But I know like concepts. So I probably will figure it out eventually. How to
This
get
is why I said I know I get it. That's why you use. This is why I started off as saying like I love Stellarium because Stellarium shows you the right angle. I mean, it really much explains so much if you're trying to figure out the way the celestial sphere works and then how we use it to how we use it to navigate. Because you can
yeah,
find your own, you can find your azimuth and you realize the difference between those things. And really, it's
yeah,
like I thought I understood some stuff like a little while back, but I've been like just delving into it lately as it's so interesting. It's always been interesting. I have a sextant too; they're really cool. Uh,
yeah.
and but they're useless on land. Kind of, no, not really, but whatever. Like,
Yeah, you need a horizon, true
yeah,
horizon to use it.
stuff.
Or yeah,
But I definitely think and that's the thing is you need that horizon to create the baseline, and this is
yeah,
the interesting part. Where it's kind of like to me, again, it becomes into this like, I think the realist distinction and difference between the two philosophies is the idea that what you guys do or the globe tries to do, not even you, the globe or the model and all this or the believers of it is the idea that it's that the stars necessitate that the earth curves and that that there's no difference between, let's say, what we view in the heavens and what we experience on earth. And I think it's a shame, and it's almost cauterized the imagination of people because they think they figured out this divine mystery that you can't figure out unless you're lying about it, unless you're going to make up something to
yeah.
fill in the gaps.
But for me, it's like a fair concept or fair philosophy to have. Like for me, I said like I gathered evidence or data on everything. Trying to be unbiased. What can I base stuff off? And like we can hold stuff in our hand. We can light the fire. If we light the fire, it gives light out. And the fire also comes from a source. It doesn't like come from nothing. And like we have like laws we have
Well, here's the other side of that, though.
discovered from like very
I would
rudimentary
ask.
like
Well, then how about this? How about this? Where's your microcosm for gas pressure without a container?
the gas pressure without a container
Yeah, where's your
or
example of
microcosm.
that?
Oh, you want like a tiny example of it?
Right, like a microcosm, like kind of like I could do with magnetism.
Mm-hmm. I
You
understand.
like how
Yeah.
would you make a microcosm of a gas pressure without a container?
I don't think that's possible. Not in
Right,
a
and
tiny
that's
area.
why. But you believe that Earth has gas pressure and doesn't have a container, right?
Uh, yes.
Right, but you don't think that's illogical?
No, because you need to think about the forces in play and how they act. Because
Whoa!
having
You're telling me I
having
got to rely
something,
on the chemicals floating around in my brain that
uh,
deceive me about everything to get a concept
uh,
that you can't own, that you don't have a microcosm. I thought we were back to like I can produce fire, dude.
well, microcosm. When you're saying that, then I guess we agree that doing observations are external of our mind. At least that's a minimum. If you're gonna
Right, but
argue
where's the? I want
if
to see the
nothing
gas
is real,
pressure
then
without a
it's like me.
container microcosm. Because you remember, we're
Yeah.
dealing with hard science now. You just said it. You have evidence that you can make fire, that you can
Mm-hmm.
practically put your hands on these examples
Yeah.
of, let's say, science. Where is your reasoning for thinking that having gas pressure without a container is at all logical?
Because we can this the gas when you apply force to it, it reacts to that force, but it doesn't react in like arbitrary, like different ways. Like if you pump in gas in a container, some containers will have a lot of pressure, and some containers will have less pressure. They all turn equal. It's a system. It's like we have laws because we have tested it many times, and it follows a pattern. If it didn't follow a pattern, it would be impossible for us to predict anything. And when we have
we're talking about gas pressure without a container. I just want to see the microcosm.
Yes, and I'm getting to it. So when I say this, that when you apply a force to something, it reacts in a certain way, not in any way, not like in an arbitrary way. It reacts in a certain way, like in a very distinct way. It follows the laws, which we know. So having gas compressed will also make it push out. So there is like an equilibrium. So having like a microcosm, you would have to have maybe somebody did it. I haven't heard about anybody doing it, but you would have to create an artificial force, like for example in a centrifuge, really strong to
I have another question for you. One more question.
I'm not finished. Go past the forces, the counteracting forces, because when you squash gas together, it also pushes back. So you can't just put gas in a chamber and expect it to behave scaled down the same as it would in a larger scale. It won't do that.
Okay, I have another question. At what point when you're making these explanations, like, is there any point of it where you think to yourself, man, I sound retarded?
No.
Nope, just checking.
You didn't understand what I was saying?
I just want to see a microcosm of gas pressure without a container, and until you can do that, everything you're saying is kind of hot air, if you will.
We have show that you can contain gas in a centrifuge by having gas pressure, more gas at the bottom than at the top, vertically. No, sorry, horizontally, not vertically. So we do know they are affected by forces. If you apply a force to gas, it will react the same way other things do. Like if you haven't you seen the experiment with a helium balloon in a car driving? It creates a horizontal gradient the other way.
Dude, I had that video brought to me like 5 years ago. Stop. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's hilarious, but
I know that's funny. No, but
I have an explanation.
Well, you still have a balloon, dude. Show me the gas pressure without the container, right? Otherwise, you sound like a babbling retard, dude. Seriously, you do. Just to let you know.
Okay, so you're asking for something which isn't possible to do.
So you want me to believe something that's impossible to show me an example of, right?
No, it can exist, but in a larger scale.
In a mathematical theory that doesn't actually have any practical value, right?
Why are you name calling for?
Scale. Yeah, why are you name calling? I wasn't rude to you, Isa.
Forgive me. It makes it exciting.
I think you're stupid too, but I don't say it to you.
I'm stupid too. I think you're a stupid too. Okay.
Well, hold on. Okay. Well, he's allowed to get that.
You're gonna make me get funny, dog.
You're being an idiot, Isa.
That's all right.
You're being a fucking moron.
You're trying to get me to believe.
Being rude as fuck.
I'm asking you for a microcosm.
Even when you're fucking calling, you're asking me to explain something to you, and while I'm doing that, you're calling me like a moron and an idiot.
No, I just asked you if you felt like one. Right?
Yeah. Why would you ask me that?
Because it sounds like you sound like one. That's why, right?
Yeah. So then you're being very, very rude. Why do you ask?
Well, no, I'm actually being funny, but you're too dim enough to pick up on the humor, dude. I'm actually being quite jovial and entertaining and fun, but you fucking don't know the difference, just like you don't know the difference between some of the other shit we're talking about.
Isa, you're being socially deviant now. It's not funny.
I'm a social deviant now.
Yeah, you're not funny. You're funny to yourself. but it's not funny.
I hear
You're
that
just
all the
saying you're
time.
an
It's
idiot.
so, I do. I entertain myself.
Maybe have some self-awareness, and if everybody tells
Right, if
you
I had
you're
some
an
stuff,
idiot,
dude, you're
maybe,
the one.
maybe
Hold
you
on,
are.
hold on. You're the one who thinks you're more than somebody because your nervous system's intact. Come on, dude. And then you're trying to logically bounce back and say that you didn't say that.
What? I explained to you what I
Forget it, man. The illogical for me. I mean, I don't know.
I don't give
Forgive
a
me for
shit
being
what you
sick.
think.
I find
I
it.
think
I
you're an
find it
idiot.
humorous, dude. I
I
find it
don't
humorous.
take.
And hey, dude, you're allowed to do it to me. I'm not going to complain. You're good.
I don't want to talk to people like that. I think people who are like that are idiots, and I normally avoid those people. But in here, I guess I have to accept idiots. It's like idiots.
Well, we have to accept it every day, dude. You know what's funny? Everybody you
No,
meet,
I don't have to accept it
everybody you
everywhere,
meet in
Isa.
your life thinks
You
the
are an
exact
idiot,
same way
Isa.
you do about the earth.
Isa,
The guy who can't put together anything in his house. The guy, you
I
know what I mean?
wasn't
Like all
talking
those
about. I
people
don't give a
believe
shit
they're on a
about
spinning
the globe
ball.
stuff. I'm talking about
And
you being an idiot and not being self-aware enough to
well,
understand it.
you've already accepted that you're in a room full of idiots. Didn't you just say that? So shut the fuck up about that point and just bear and grin it and accept the fact that, dude, what I'm saying is that like you live in a world that consistently you're around a bunch of people that believe exactly like you do. And how's it working out? My thing is the
Working
philosophical
out pretty
difference.
great.
Is it?
You are sitting here and just like having a completely backwards view of
look, dude,
reality, but
I'm
that
completely
doesn't
content.
matter
You're right.
because
You're right. You're right. I'm
people take
content.
care of you anyway. We think they're retards all the time. No worries.
Well, my distinction
Welfare.
was this, and this was the point we were getting to earlier, which opened the whole conversation
Like,
up.
you
Outside
don't
of that,
have to understand how a car is built to drive it. You can just give it to you and you tell you how to drive it.
dude, you think there's gas pressure without a container, but you
it
don't have an
even
example
breaks
of it,
for you,
right?
Isa. You don't even have to
Bro,
break.
you think love is just chemicals in your brain and it's like an impulse for your organism to exist.
Yeah.
And this was the initial thing we were getting to, is that the difference is that in, let's say, like the worldview of putting materialism to the test and saying that the stars are the earth, or the stars tell you what the earth is, philosophically, you're trying to say that there is, you've said it, there is no soul. And the point is, the distinction of it is that's a new idea on in the philosophical realm, because really the ancients and all the people before that, they made a clear distinction between, let's say, the earth and the stars and the body and the soul. And the point is, what I was making is that you're a product of the materialist, rationalist, nihilistic perspective that there is no soul and that you technically are your body. And that's your position, right? Hello? Oh, you stormed off?
Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, I don't know. Forgive me for being a little brash, but it's interesting. Like, it's like we put to the test of like, I mean, why can't people just say, hey, look, I don't have one. I don't have a microcosm of gas pressure without a container. I don't know. Not that it really fucking matters at all, but I just think it's funny when pressed. You know what I mean? It's like when you catch a liar. That's how you know you caught someone in a lie. Is they're just so full of shit. They're making up fucking every story in the book right before your face, and you're like, damn. And what's sad is it's like it's not even somebody else's. It's all somebody else's idea. Like, at least flat earthers have the benefit of it's an empirical position. We all experience the sun, the moon, and the stars moving across the sky, and the earth is pretty fucking motionless. I don't know. And I think it's a philosophical crux of the argument. And at this position on our society, if we don't address this philosophical fucking mismatch, we're in trouble, because the materialists have advanced so far. That's why I think the internet and all of this is so interesting, because it's going to force the philosophical side of man to come forth to save the materialist. And how cool to be a part of it. You know what else is so weird is that half these people that come on and argue about the globe are the same people that want world government, are totally cool with what's going on in Australia. You know what I mean? Are totally down with the totalitarian boot stomping. And that's fucked. Anti-American bullshit. We need a safe space room for the Globies. I could go there and hang out.
Everybody needs straight gloves sometimes. Everybody needs curved cubes somehow. Curve the cube.
Would you guys kill a chat? Where the fuck is everyone?
Yeah, D-Mark. How about a no model afflicted? No, that doesn't work. Could do text chat trolls. How would you reckon with that, DP?
Yeah, text chat trolls. We haven't done that for ages. But we can only really do live stream one.
Yeah. Well, you could do from all over the place. We could get people, the scouts, going all over. Searching text trolls all over the Discord servers.
You need to do it proper though, like where you get like when you've got one, have SC read it out all proper, like then go over
yeah.
in his radio voice.
See, that'd be good.
Yeah, we've
text
only got,
chat troll.
The only troll in the text at the moment is Dawn.
Oh well, you know.
I wonder what's on the ballers' minds today. What fantasy they're thinking of.
Globfiscation.
Not plum bobs.
Sophistry to the max.
Yeah.
Can I put a request in for a repeat performance from Chief Squatting Dog?
Yeah.
If you're out there listening, honestly, it was brilliant. Come back and tell us all about it again.
Plumb bob calibration. I'd like to see that. In fact, we were thinking of taking that up as a profession.
If you wanted to double up on it, you could do plumb bob calibration and water level calibration.
Mm-hmm.
I need some slogans sent to me if you can, people, to put on t-shirts.
Well,
based around calibrating your plums.
Plumb bob obfuscation. Calibrate my plums.
Calibrate my plums, baby.
You've got to do one with the
you could do it. You could do one both sides. You could have calibrate your plums and I'll calibrate your plums, or can you calibrate my plums? One or the other.
Or you can buy self-calibrating plums.
My
haven't heard of those, have you?
self-calibrating.
Yeah.
But don't forget, you can also pimp them.
Yeah.
Yeah, lights and shit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Professional plumb bob calibrators.
Oh, I might get my plums wrapped.
I was gonna say, who doesn't get their plums pimped?
Yeah.
Everybody gets their plums
0800
pimped.
pimp my plums. Yeah.
Pimp plums.
Open up a plum wrapping business.
Yeah, I'll get them wrapped and dipped.
Bedazzle your plums.
Oh dear.
My.
Fit it with a curvature switch.
And they say we don't have fun and laugh.
I'm deadly serious with this. You know, you'd have to find some globe millionaire, right? And you could tell him that it needs to be done monthly. And it's a very, very expensive job. There's not many people that can do this sort of stuff.
Yeah, very arduous procedure.
I'll take them away for you.
We'll take your plums away and get them.
Yeah.
Can only do it at the shop.
Yeah. We've got that 400 meter corridor.
Well, Brenda says there's a bridge that can prove it.
Well, actually, George says he can bring it down and do it in 200 meters. Now he can calibrate or actually measure curvature within 200 meters.
You reckon you could get your measuring rod calibrated?
Oh, measuring rod calibration.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you've got one graduated in arc seconds.
String straightening.
There's a new kind of measuring. A new company opened up. Heard about it in the Fortune 500.
I'm
It's
waiting for
called.
the punchline, you see.
I'm glad you asked, DP. It's called B-ball long distance building measurement. He uses buildings known distances, like known heights, so you can eliminate the measuring rod at long distances, like say 15, 16 miles. If you got a job like that to do, you call him.
I don't think I'll be trusting
Am I
these
breaking up?
measurements.
Hey, wait.
Yeah.
Are you having trouble measuring your buildings up close? Call V-Ball. I can measure your building 14 miles away.
Provided I know the height of it.
Yeah.
I can tell you how much of it's missing if I move further away.
Are you having problems seeing only the top parts of your building? I'll tell you how much you can see from what distance
You
away.
should really do infomercials, Buster. You really should.
So many hidden talents, man. Wow.
Are
We
you
actually
having
used
trouble seeing the bottom of your building?
to be honest, a buddy of mine's parents had a really nice video camera, and we used to joke around. We'd make our own infomercials when we were young. It'd be funny if I still had that.
Oh, Bev,
Mm-hmm.
you got to put Buster's song out.
Yeah, I have put it out.
Yeah, I mean now.
Oh, do you want to put it on?
Have a listen. Yeah.
I
We can have a
second the
little
motion.
conflab in the
But
background.
the YouTube isn't going to hear it.
No?
No.
No.
Oh, right, yeah.
Bot. Would it? Can
That'd
we play it
work,
on the
no?
bot?
Emma?
I'm not sure Gio would have put the bot onto the live stream because is that not copyright?
Well,
But you got the copyright holder sitting here.
You know what I mean. I was explaining why the
Yeah.
bot's not a good idea on the
Oh,
live
right.
stream.
Okay. All right. So what do you want? There's no other way of doing it, is there?
No. You need Gio to be here for him to play it.
So I will just share it in there. Share it in live stream one. Video.
Your song is a hit, Buster. I put it out 2 hours ago. It has 32 views. I even got a quote from M. Stone.
Oh,
Yeah.
is he back around?
Did he like it?
No.
He didn't like it last time.
No, it was Louis said it was cringy.
Yeah. He commented on when I posted it. I'm gonna respond. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. More to come. Stay tuned. Nice, DP.
I can't think what else to do with it, really.
I'm gonna put on top at Team Sean G. No hump. Or something like that. I don't know.
Can we get an official no hump day? Hashtag Sean G.
I think we should. Next song's going to be quite good. You don't understand no hump. It's not a fucking hump. But what would they do if they lost the hump?
They turn it into a drop.
I don't know. Strange ideas that Sean's bringing into this. You may find the mental states of some of the, at least 50%, I think, have to have a hump. I don't know what they'd do if they were to lose the hump. I worry for them.
How about I put on top no hump at first at Team Sean G. Then no hump. What was it? Oh shit! I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, no hump. It's just an illusion. How did that sound?
Yeah. Well, the no hump, I mean, wouldn't really bother, because Sean G gone for the drop, Rumpus gone for the drop, Jesse Kozlowski the drop, George Nutsack the drop.
Yeah, so
the
we're
only person
official.
he's going to upset really is Walter Bislin.
Kozlowski went for the hump.
Who?
Kozlowski. Townley.
That's because Walter Bislin gave him that model. Like, I don't think Soundly understood what the hell was going on when he was doing
But he still had to back the hump though, didn't
he? He was a front man.
At Team Hump, yeah.
I guess. I mean, we don't know. He's gone. He's left. Moment of silence for those departed.
But this meme here, like, it's like putting a death nail in the hump. Like, officially, a baller put an end to the hump.
Well, yeah, yet to be seen what happens though, because there's a lot of other people, isn't there?
I wish we had somebody with the movie trailer voice. In a world where there is no hump.
Well, you just did it there, Buster.
I don't have the gravelly, deep voice.
I think Mobius would be good for that one.
Well, that guy that got rid of the hump, he was using the F-bomb and everything, so it's done. Like, you can't overcome the F-bomb.
Yeah. If you get that emotional about it, it must be true.
Yeah, everybody just has to believe it. I got photographic evidence of Sasquatch now, so I'm a believer.
Nice.
That's one of my buddies. We used to call him Sasquatch.
Oh man, I worked with a couple guys. They would go. They'd go squatching.
Oh yeah,
squatching. Going squatching this weekend.
That was one of my football buddies right there. We played on the same teams and stuff. It's a bad mother. He joined the military, so
Where's that going to go then? Where's that Bigfoot going? Is it going in somebody's back garden or something?
Yeah, we're putting it on the property and doing like some target shooting with it, archery. We're gonna play some tricks on people too, but before we start shooting it, it's just foam, but it's pretty intense. Like,
yeah,
it was. They're proud of them too because they sell them as showpieces, not really as targets. We're just gonna use them as a target.
Remember that film Bigfoot and the Hendersons?
yeah.
Yeah,
Harry and the Hendersons.
we got some plans to set it up like by some people's windows and stuff like that before everybody knows that we have it. So don't tell anybody.
He says live on YouTube.
That's how eventful my day's been today. Putting together Sasquatch. No one's having more fun than us. That dude just happens to be a Bible believing flat earther, so I don't know. Just so happens. I'd like to see Kosho or Sean or Zanuck talk to him face to chest and tell him he's a liar.
Face to chest.
He wouldn't think too kindly of that.
So, does anyone think of a topic for us to have a go at?
Sasquatch?
The pros and cons of.
What would life be like with no hump? I suppose you could divert it off to Sasquatch if you wanted to.
How to call a 6'6", 300-pound Sasquatch a liar on the internet and get away with it. Faceless, nameless, name callers.
Been hearing some weird stuff over these last few days. Oh, we could go over that video with claim of measurement of R claimed by Where's Wally. But I guess it'd need Geo to be here to be able to put it out on the stream. I said I'd let him know when we were going to go over it as well. Whether we should go over the any of the Plumb Bob videos. See if we can beckon out a Kozlowski. Maybe Jeff or Larry, whether someone's going to come and tell us how they've done it.
Yeah, like how do you collimate your theodolite to the horizon?
That would be to a known point after the fact.
Yeah.
You could do that post.
Post-production.
You know, I'd like to see a sideways leaning plumb bob. They say it exists, right?
I think we heard Brian Leakey talking about the 45-degree plumb bob.
Yeah.
It was never seen. Just claimed.
They should exist, shouldn't they, with the centrifugal force that the Earth creates?
Well, that's what we were talking about
Absolutely.
the other day was with LIGO, you got a perfect 90 for 4 kilometers. So the pendulums that are plumb bobs, I mean, got to be
Perfect 90.
off.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep that one out of the conversation. Yeah, but you got yourself a spinning globe. How are them pendulums hanging plumb?
It just
Especially
means
when
they
it
weigh
can lift.
0.3% less. It just
When
means
it
they
can-
weigh 0.3% less. That's all it means.
What?
When it can lift.
It just means they weigh 0.3% less at the equator. That's all it means.
When it can
They
lift
weigh 0.3% less at the
let's
equator.
not get involved.
That's the highest tangential velocity, which would create the highest highest centrifugal force.
Should I get
When
the
it
host?
can lift water 22 miles high, so they tell us.
Come on, you're a race
You'd
car driver.
think-
You build you're a race car
You
builder.
would
These are
think it
simple
would
concepts.
have some effect.
They're simple
on a
concepts,
plumb bob
dude. They're simple.
or anything.
You got to understand. How do you understand?
Zanuck, don't do it or you're going to get muted right away. Keep
How
it
do you-
civil, bro.
Okay,
Let him
how do you-
finish the sentence.
Okay, how do you not understand when you have a spinning crankshaft in your engine, what the centrifugal force would be on those rods at the end? For the rod journals at the end.
Does it
Why
lift
doesn't it-
water 22 miles high, like they tell us?
What do you mean water is 22 miles high? Where's water 22 miles high?
So they tell us at the equator.
Oh, it's 22 miles higher?
The centrifugal force
Yes.
lifts trillions and trillions of water, which is very heavy, up 22 miles high.
Right, and the centrifugal force explains that to a T. And the centrifugal
Why
force
doesn't it affect anything else?
It affects everything.
Like
What about the plumb bob?
Everything with mass will be affected by 0.3% at the equator. Why is that hard to understand?
What about the rest of the globe? Why doesn't it affect it 45 degrees?
Because at 45 degrees latitude, it's a lot less of a force, and it's at a slight angle as well.
So are you
Angle to
saying
what?
that there's enough force, centrifugal force, to lift the ocean 27 miles? Have a look at the meme I just posted, but not affect the plumb bob. That's what you're saying.
It does affect the plumb bob in the exact same percentage. 0.3%. SC, listen to me. Listen to my words as if I'm right in front of you. Listen to me.
From what?
Wait. You're talking over me. Remember, you're not supposed to do this.
No, what
Listen
do you mean
to me
I'm
very
not
carefully.
supposed to
Listen
do
to me very
this? I just
carefully.
remind
He's
you,
the host.
Zanuck, just for a minute, I'm hosting this at the minute.
Well, why would you interrupt me when I'm
What is it that I'm not supposed to be doing?
talking over me if I'm speaking to SC just out of courtesy?
I was just informing you that I am now hosting this.
I know you're always hosting. Good. You can do what you want. It's your show. But SC, think about it. What I've told you is that everything is affected by 0.3%. Its mass
Fucking ain't.
will determine that force.
0.3%
What?
of what?
Yes, answer that question, please.
Of its weight. It'll lessen its weight by 0.3%. So if it's a bird and weighs 100 grams,
bob.
it'll. Can I finish?
If
it's a bird,
it's not a bird. It's a plumb bob.
I was putting examples of
We were
everything.
talking about plumb bobs.
Yes, plumb bob, the little weight at the end of the plumb bob. If it weighs 1 kilogram,
It weighs less.
If it weighs 1 kilogram, it weighs 0.3% less. It's still.
Does it stop it from being a plumb bob?
It weighs 0.3% less. You're talking over me again.
Yeah,
if you're going to
what's
be the
the
host,
point?
if you're going to be the host, you can't talk over people. That's not very nice.
What?
Because I'm trying to. This is
Breaking
why
the rules
you know
like
it triggers me. So don't do it, okay?
You know it triggers you.
Well, you do it on purpose, I think.
Why doesn't it,
And
Zanuck,
what
why
triggers
doesn't
you?
it trigger you when you do it to other people? It
Well,
only
it
triggers
should.
when
If
people do it to you.
I usually am only doing it on people that are talking over me. I'm trying very hard not to do it over other people.
Yeah.
I'm making an attempt. I don't think you guys are.
What they're saying is weighing this 0.03% less.
I didn't say 0.03%.
What did you say?
0.3%.
0.3% less. Would it still not act as a plumb bob?
Of course it would.
Well, why are you saying it? Like, it's a plumb bob, right? And we're asking why plumb bob's a plumb. And you say because it's 0.3% less.
Plumb bob's
less of a weight, but it's still a plumb bob, so it's still vertical.
Yes, you know, because
right, so it doesn't affect it at all. Then that's the question.
It doesn't affect this direction at all. Correct.
What if we make
As he said, if there was centrifugal force, the plumb bobs would not work. That's what he said, Bev. Pay attention. Come on. And I said they still work.
Hold on.
Essie, I'm in the middle of a sentence.
Don't
You guys are
misrepresent
really-
him
you guys are
then,
really
and he
bad at
won't have
this,
to
aren't you?
interrupt you, Zanuck.
Well, he said that plumb bombs wouldn't work if there was centrifugal force. I said they still work. They only weigh 0.3% less.
Have you ever seen a plumb bob?
I didn't
Are
say
you interrupting me
work.
again? Are you you're clipping me? You're clipping me. You're clipping me again.
Yeah.
0.3% less.
Does
They
it,
still
does
work.
it annoy you? When's it going to get you annoying for you?
0.3%
I got a
less. That
question.
means they
I
still
got a
work as a
question.
plumb.
Yeah,
Okay,
when's
you guys
it gonna
got
get
fine.
annoying?
You got it.
How long are we
Then-
going to put
so
up with this?
Yeah.
So wait a minute. So if you weigh a plumb bob on a scale that weighs a kilogram, are you saying if you weigh it on the string, it weighs 0.3% less?
That's not what I said at all.
Yeah, it is. Exactly what you said.
No, the plumb
Bro,
bob
this
itself
one
will
woke
weigh
me up, man. I was like, what? What did I just hear?
0.3%
Am I
less
dreaming?
than it would on the North Pole. As you go from the North Pole to the equator, the change in weight will be
You didn't
0.3%.
specify North Pole plumb bobs
No.
earlier
Wait,
on.
plumb bobs
Just
have
added that in.
We were talking about
Plumb bobs
45
have
degree
weight?
latitudes, and I was going to the extreme. As you go north, it will weigh more.
Oh, Zanuck.
It still has a vector down.
I
It
think
still has a
Emmett's right.
vector.
If we had enough
You're
of
clipping me.
Zanuck
You're
now,
clipping me again.
Zanuck, either you stay on topic or, man.
I am staying on topic.
I can't
Okay,
be dealing
let
with
me
this.
re-ask the question again one last time. Last time.
Go on.
At the equator, your model dictates a 27-mile hump. And I asked you, will your plumb bob hang plumb there?
And
what
said,
did you say?
Absolutely,
You said it weighs 3.3 pounds less to that question.
Yeah, so it still acts as a plumb bob and does not have any effect on its directionality. All it has an effect on is the magnitude of that directionality, called a vector. Okay? It's got a vector that's down, it stays down. The magnitude
Vertical.
is reduced. That's it.
It's always vertical, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always vertical. It's plumb.
And parallel to all other plumb bobs.
No, absolutely not. And that can be. That
Oh
can
yeah,
be
it
shown.
is. Sure it is.
No, you're making a statement.
It is
You
on a
can't back it up.
horizontal, Zanuck.
No.
Yeah. All
No.
parallels on a horizontal are all plums on a horizontal.
No,
are
all
parallel.
plums are not parallel.
On a horizontal, they are.
No, they're
Zanuck,
not.
why do you think they take weight out of the outside of a flywheel?
I know why, to make it balanced. Oh, to make it have less remove its moment of inertia. Why?
Inertia, yeah.
I thought you were talking about certain spots to balance it.
Centrifugal force, the further you go away from the axle point.
That's a different concept. Inertia is not the same as centrifugal force. The centrifugal force would be this. You want to take weight out of the outside if you were scared that the structure of that flywheel might fly apart. That's not the same as taking weight out of the flywheel to decrease its moment of inertia so you have a faster rev response to the engine. So blip throttle response.
It's a plumb bob.
No, but it doesn't
He
get
gave
the
the
concept.
flywheel analogy. I'm trying to
Further
put
you
it in
go
perspective for
away,
him.
the further you go away from the axle point, the greater the centrifugal force becomes.
Correct. And each one of those molecules that are stuck together by whatever form will be stressed greater as you go to the outside.
Motion.
You're clipping me again.
Yeah,
I was responding to.
I will. I'll be doing it a lot more.
Well, why would you do that when I'm responding to
Because
somebody?
it annoys you, doesn't it?
Or don't.
So that's your goal here, to annoy me.
Yep.
Okay,
Definitely.
that's fine. At least I know it.
Yep.
So I'll let
Thank
you do it,
Well,
and I won't say anything about it.
Zanuck, you've been exposed as a liar, so why should we have to put up with you
I'm
here?
not a liar, and it was not exposed as a liar. That's a lie.
Yes, you
You're
are.
lying. Now you're lying.
Yes, you are, Zanuck.
No, I'm not.
We don't need to put up with your
I
bullshit
did not
here.
lie.
Yes, you did.
You're now slandering me.
Really?
I will sue you.
So
I will
I'm
sue
not going to
you
go
in
live and
Discord
click live
court.
yet
I will
until
sue you in
we sort
Discord
this
court
shit
for
out.
that slanderous statement.
Go on. Fill your
No.
boots, big man.
Okay, Bev, since he said that, I have to defend myself. No, I didn't lie. I said I was there. I didn't say I was at Slack. Someone else said you were at or LIGO. See, it's easy to misspeak about the two spots because they're very similar. And sometimes you might hear something you don't
Especially
think
when you don't stop talking, Zanuck.
You threw in something that completely is unrelated to our discussion. So thank you for that. Hope you're proud of yourself. I don't know why you think you're adding value by saying that, but go ahead.
Didn't you say you were at tour at LIGO? You were there and you did a tour?
No. Now, I was at a tour in Slack. I work with Slack. I was on the facility. I work with the engineering team there to build things. I was never at LIGO. Never said I was at LIGO. You'll never find anything taped of me saying I was at LIGO. The quote was, I was there.
Okay,
I didn't hear Jeremy say LIGO. And if I heard it, I mistaken it for Slack because they're two similar facilities. Because
We need to put up with this monotonous monotone.
So it's not that's not lying. That's just responding to something I thought I heard that I didn't. Sorry.
What about a video from over a year ago?
Go ahead, find that video. That's never been produced.
Oh, got released and re-released.
No, that was not from a year ago. That was from a couple days ago.
No.
Yes, the video that was produced by everybody, including Bev, produced it. It was from 3 days ago. So now you're lying.
No, I was there.
No, I never said anything about me being at LIGO ever. That you will not find. So if you say it again, you're a liar until you can produce something that's to the contrary. So yeah, that's the silence I want to hear. Scratching your head, going, "Why did I say that?" I mean,
Well, that's a claim too.
No, you're not adding to the conversation here. I'm not a liar because lying is an intent to deceive, and I'm only here to help people. That's my.
You're here to help.
Yeah, right.
Right, that's kind of enough of Zanuck being allowed to control the conversation and tell everyone what they're doing when Bev is actually trying to do a show. So, Zanuck, do me a favour, shut up and come back when we're not doing a show.
Mm-hmm.
Nice one, Emma.
So I'm not going live just yet until we've decided. We've got all of this, whatever it is, out the way. So yeah, we are.
There you go, sorted.
This I wanted to have a word with Gio, but hopefully we'll get that over and done with later. Procedure I'm thinking is that we're hosting it, then we'll moderate it and we'll just go ahead with the show. I think that's the way it works around here.
Yeah, tonight, if it's all right with you, Essie, I'm going to leave you in charge in the morning, if you can.
Absolutely, please.
Awesome.
Okay. Is that because you want to join in, Emma?
Might be.
Jolly good. Seems to be that Plum Bobs is a bit contentious thing as well. If somebody wants to obfuscate that, so I'll go live at past in 6 minutes. Anybody got anything they want to get off the chest or anything before we actually go live?
What's the topic? Are we still talking about plumb bobs or?
How do you tell if two plumb bobs are parallel? Do you zoom through the water with a P1000?
That was clever, Dawn.
At 40 miles, do you zoom through the water and zoom in on the other plumb bob and say, "Yep, it's parallel"?
You just show me how dim you are, Dawn.
Yeah, if you want to have a go at that, Dawn, yeah? You want to put that forward as a test, Dawn's test.
Yo, Bev, are you hosting your show right now?
Yeah, I will be doing, yeah.
And how long?
Well, in about 5 minutes, but I've got the host role at the minute.
All right, sounds good.
You know what we call it? Thursday. It's Thursday, isn't it?
He's hosting, Emma is modding, and the rest of us are civilians. Just putting that out there.
No. You're modding.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm modding.
Yeah, Emma's
That's why I said, yeah, it's your turn. It's your
I said,
turn.
okay, my bad. Yes, all right, done. Yeah, I can do it for a while, sure.
And I think we'll carry on the
How do you prove plumb bobs are parallel or not parallel?
Can you
The only way is to use another plumb bob, Dawn. How would you do it?
How do you tell at 10 miles?
Well, do you not want to wait until we can start the
No.
show? You want to go straight
Tell me
into
now.
it? How would you
How do
prove
you-
anything, Dawn?
How do you check two plumb bobs 10 miles apart are parallel or not parallel?
Geometrically, you do it, surely. That's where your proofs come from.
Geometrically, you need to see both of them. How do you see both of them?
Would they both
They
be
calibrated.
perpendicular to the
Calibrated.
horizontal underneath?
Are they
Calibrated to what?
Dawn. The plumb bobs.
What are they calibrated to?
What's your lot that says they need? Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Who was it that said about calibrated plumb bobs yesterday?
Squatting dog.
Squatting.
You never heard of calibrated plumb bobs, Dawn?
Professional ones. You wouldn't have heard of them. Professionals.
So you use geometry and calibration to check if two plumb
Calibration
bobs
of your
are
plumb
parallel.
bobs, yeah? Would you calibrate your plumb bobs before you set them up 10 miles apart, Dawn?
What about 50 miles apart? How do you check then?
Would you calibrate them first?
Yeah, let's say you've calibrated them.
I'm asking you, would you calibrate them first?
They're working perfectly. How do you tell if they're parallel or not?
Yeah, here we go.
Well, Maine surveyor did a nice test that showed they're not parallel, but I guess there's reasons why that's discounted. I don't know. You tell
How
me.
does he tell Zanuck that they're not parallel?
Oh, do you want us to go over that video? That'd be
Well, wait a minute. If you claim that lines aren't parallel, you got to use plumb bobs. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a
manipulations.
bust is P and Q.
Yeah.
How does he tell Zanuck?
We got a meme about that, haven't we, Buster?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't a bubble level going to be giving you the same information that a plumb bob? That'll give you. All agree that would be true, correct?
No, one of them gives you vertical.
That's a horizontal.
Yeah, the horizontal. That's
The
what
bubble
they're doing.
level gives you the same information as a plumb bob.
Great.
Nice
So
one,
we
Zanny.
both-
But
we all agree.
you're not being a protector of the global plums, are you?
The global plum. Yeah, I am
Is
the
that-
curator of the
do
plum.
You want to do that? You want to be the protector of the global plums, and we'll
Well, I think-
we'll just talk about the geometric plumb bobs, right, and their relation
Okay.
to the horizontal.
So Zanuck's got
The
a method
the horizontal
for telling
that's
if they're
established
parallel
by
or
the
not,
plum.
and you haven't so
a
far.
orientation perpendicular to that plum.
Over him, like, don't worry about it. Was that you talking over Dawn, or Dawn talking over you, Zanuck?
I don't know if I've got a quiet mic.
Well, I didn't hear him. He's got a quiet mic.
Oh yeah.
Well, I heard him, and I have hard of hearing. But Don, it's okay. Zanuck will let you speak pretty soon. Just let him finish for a couple hours, and then come back, and you'll get your question.
Jackie, yeah, come on. I didn't hear him.
I'm nearly finished.
He was quiet.
My point is that flat earthers and level earthers don't have a good way of telling if plumb bobs are parallel or not.
The
at a
Earth
distance.
has got nothing to do with the plumb bob. That's it.
And that's my point. I've made it now. Thanks.
Okay.
All right. See you later.
If we can keep like the dirt and the land and the earth out of this, because this is a geometric thing, we're talking about plumb bobs and levels. Neither of them care about the land underneath them in any way.
Can we look at the plumb bobs over water?
The plumb bob and the level, neither of them give a shit about the land underneath them, do they?
Correct, and that's why when you show a plumb bob
so it's
and
got
have
nothing to do with Earth, has it? Just a plumb bob and a level. That's all we're dealing with.
Correct. So if you have a plumb bob and you have a level orientation, which would be a horizontal, as I agreed with
Professionally calibrated plumb bob.
Yeah, professionally calibrated plumb bob.
Yeah.
And it's orients itself perpendicular to a level horizontal, right? At that point.
Because it's been calibrated.
Because it's been calibrated. Yeah. So now you have another plumb bob at some distance away, say 400 yards away, and you sight that level horizontal to the other level horizontal, and it doesn't line up. So that shows
you got
by
mixed up.
simple
We
geometry.
were doing plumb bobs.
You're going to keep on, you know, I'm going to let you cut me off because that's your show, but you notice you're doing it, right?
Yeah, but do you notice that you did a plumb bob at one end, and then when you sighted it, you did a level horizontal?
That's what I said. I did. You have a level horizontal at one plumb bob. Because level is perpendicular to plumb. And that horizontal will be straight as an arrow, straight from that position outward.
Vertical and horizontal.
Yes, horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
The other horizontal.
Which other
is
horizontal?
From another, any other plumb bob will have another horizontal, straight.
No, you've got one horizontal and you're looking through it. And then anything in that line of sight would be vertical. That's how measuring rods work.
Yeah, but you're forgetting the point that we have another horizontal. We have another horizontal established at another plumb bob.
No, it's the same horizontal. Do you not know how
No,
auto
it's not the same.
work?
Well, that's the point we're trying to make, that it's not the same horizontal.
Same horizontal, because you're
not,
looking through.
You can say it all you want, but it's not.
I agree, it's the same horizontal.
Why would you agree to it when it's not?
To understand what you're talking about.
Because horizontal, horizontal is a straight line.
Yeah, horizontal is a straight
line.
line.
It's not a point. It's not a point.
Why is everyone keeping me? Is this? Can you not hear me?
No.
Right, because nobody's bothered about what you're saying.
Bev can do it.
We've lost all respect for you, Zanik.
Yeah.
You're being a lying cunt.
Just honestly, that's the honest answer you asked. It's because most have lost all respect for you. No offense.
Bev, that is offensive, especially from you, Rakia. Come on. I think
when you make claims like "I am the citation," and don't give any kind of actual proof of things, just like claims.
Can I just make a disclaimer here? I've actually never had any respect for Zanik, so I've not lost anything.
And who are you to judge me?
Because of the conversations I've had.
Okay, so let's go back.
Can we, guys? Can we maybe not do this and keep it on topic?
Well,
Zanik wanted to go back.
Point, right?
People, this is the refuse that people take when they don't have an argument.
No, you asked a question.
Did ask,
You asked.
You're making excuses you can't back up.
You asked a question. I answered it truthfully and honestly. I told you I was being honest. And you said, okay, we're done. Let's move on. That's fair. But don't say this is what we do. You asked.
I didn't
ask anything. Let's move on.
Zanik, that's fair. You did ask.
Everywhere. Okay, fine. Essie, I'm ready to move on. I'm a big boy.
So let's do it. Let's move on.
Let me continue then with the horizontal feature that you said.
Right, Bev, are you done with him or not?
Well, I will be once I've got to say this, that the horizontal that's established by the auto level looks out and it's a horizontal line. Now, when you put a measuring rod in that line of sight, that has to be vertical, and vertical in relation to the crosshairs. This is the horizontal. You are not on the same plumb bob. You are on a different, because you are further away, yet it is vertical and perpendicular. It's required to be in the crosshairs. So whatever you're saying, Zanik, your other horizontal, it's a load of bullshit. Your other horizontal isn't there in the line of sight that's a horizontal.
Yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about. It's just rubbish.
I'm trying to find a spot to answer. Can I answer now?
Go on, but make it quick and make it really good.
Sentence.
Because
it'll be one sentence.
You're gonna be muted if it's not
one
good.
Sentence. Yeah, so I understand what you're saying, and what we do see though is another horizontal created by another plumb bob because of the fact that those plumb bobs are not parallel.
Yeah, you just disregard everything we said.
No, I heard everything you said. You're assuming that those two plumb bobs are parallel, and if they were, you'd be correct.
Plumb bobs? There's only one horizontal, and the measuring rod is vertical.
That's what
that's what's under contention. You just keep restating it. Do you have anything?
It's under contention. What
I'm
the
sorry.
fuck are you
I'm sorry.
talking
I
about?
thought this was a conversation. My bad.
It is, but you're saying the same as Zanuck.
No, you're asserting that they're all parallel.
I will get you one picture, right? And this is as much as I think we need to go to.
Okay. I'm just saying we've measured. We have people
help
that have measured. Now, they may be wrong, to your point, but we're measuring plumb bobs that are not parallel, so we're seeing different horizontals. You're asserting that they're all horizontals are the same. We're saying that they're not, so you have to show proof that they're not.
I'm saying that all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel. There is proof for that. So all you have to do is establish a horizontal plane. Can you do that, Zanuck?
All what is parallel? All horizontal?
Sorry, don't know. Can you establish a horizontal plane?
Yes.
Okay. So all perpendiculars to that horizontal plane would be parallel, wouldn't they?
Absolutely. I agree with you.
And anything perpendicular to a horizontal is called vertical. That's right, isn't it, Zanuck?
Yes, correct.
So that would mean all the verticals are parallel, wouldn't it, Zanuck?
Incorrect.
You can't go through with two truthful statements and then come up with a false.
It's a logical fallacy. You're making a logical fallacy.
No, you've just proved how much of a lying piece of shit
I'm not
you are.
lying. I'm saying.
Okay, wait, hold on. Can I ask a question? It's Halloween this weekend. If I dress up my kids, they will get candy. That's a true statement. If they go to the door and they knock on the door and they say trick or treat, they're going to get candy.
Not here, they won't.
If no. Oh, cool. I get muted. Fuck it.
Okay.
You didn't get muted.
Nobody muted you. What are you talking about?
I literally got muted.
I think he was hoping, bro.
Here's
Hello, I was trying to turn you up, and my fat finger hit the mute. It was like 1 second, dude. It was a mistake.
I'm sorry. I'm expecting to get muted. So,
why would you expect to get muted unless you're talking shit?
Because mute equals win on this channel.
Make a good point. And we won't mute.
Both of the Halloween. Kids dress up, they can go get candy. Kids go to the doors and go trick or treating, they get candy. If no one's home, they get candy.
Hang on.
Oh, look, two.
Rob, hold on. Let him finish. You're next. Let him finish.
Why can't you let him finish?
Two truthful statements followed by a non-truthful statement. If no one's home, they're not gonna get candy. I don't care. That's how you do.
No.
That's how you do two truths followed by a non-truthful statement. It's not hard.
We got it, Kool-Aid. Go ahead, Rob.
What was the non-truthful statement? I don't get it.
No, hang on. Kool-Aid, what does that have to do with level being horizontal straight line?
It has to do with the fact you can say three sentences. The first two are true, and the third one is not.
Wait, why was the third one not?
Because if there's no one home, the kids getting candy is not a true statement.
That's not true. People leave buckets out all the time if they're not going to be home.
True, that happens.
Okay.
But regardless.
Good job, Kool-Aid.
Is that really the point? Or do you guys
analogy
understand
there,
what I'm saying?
Why don't you just
Why are we talking about
we're just going to talk all over. Cool. Mute to win. Good job.
All right.
See you
Thank
later.
you, Dan, for bringing that up. It has nothing to do with plumb lines.
Yeah, that was
No, go ahead and just assert that all plumb lines are parallel with absolute.
There you go. Thank you very much.
What if the kid dressed up as a plumb line? Sorry, I'm just making jokes.
Yeah. The point that
hang on,
the horizontal.
Please. Can I just? They have a real hard time with the word perpendicular.
That's where we're going.
It's that simple. Like, look up the definition of perpendicular and horizontal and vertical, and those are geometric proofs. We don't have the burden of proof here.
But we can prove it, right? With geometric principles and how the optics of things work. horizontal, vertical. Stadia hairs in every optical device work on the principle of similar isosceles triangles. If those lines weren't all vertical, then it wouldn't be similar triangles.
A grid, right? A grid. They're arguing against a grid. Oh no, those lines that go up are not the same like the other lines that go up. It's a grid. It's just a grid.
Well, it's funny how they say, well, they're not parallel, right? It's on you to prove that they're not parallel. That's what Sanic said.
It's a grid.
It's
a geometric fact that they are parallel.
I know. Yeah, but he's asking you to prove his claim.
Yeah, they all do. That's
right? He says they are not parallel. You have to prove that they are.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's easy to prove because geometrically, like I proved to him,
yeah,
if you can make a horizontal plane, then all perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel.
Oh, Sanic is muted. I'm sorry, Sanic. I'm talking about you and you being muted. I apologize.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that.
Let's forget Xanix's even here. Let's forget.
Yeah, Beb. Yeah, that was my bad, Beb. I mean, you must understand that I thought he was. I didn't realize he was muted, and I'm talking about him. So, yeah, apologize, Sanic.
Yeah, so all of these perpendiculars to it, they have to be parallel. Otherwise, you can't go with the statement all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel, because that's proved within geometry. So the very fact you can make a horizontal plane, which is what we proved when we did our shared straight line segment water level test, means that you could put a plumb bob anywhere in that and it would be perpendicular to the horizontal plane. Anybody willing to make a claim otherwise? Because it's definitely measurable at right angle to a horizontal. Perpendicular, everyone says that.
Not all verticals are parallel. Then it's not a vertical. Vertical is not a relative thing, right? And this is they make it like the grid follows you around.
Exactly. That's the word. Yeah, it's not relative.
I wonder if is that done on purpose? On purpose. Horizontals are all perpendicular to verticals. Verticals. Wow. Verticals are parallel, right? Is our plane reference system for your datum. Datum plane, I think they call it. I don't know. There's plenty of geometric proofs for this sort of stuff. Now, is it worth listening to somebody make some shit up? Because
that's not about what you're talking about,
else.
right?
Yeah, just completely talk about something unrelated, about how they can be perpendicular to the horizontal, yet the horizontals intersect or something. I mean, it's ridiculous listening to somebody say that. I think of all have heard about it. Right, I'm going to have to start blocking people so we don't hear their messages in the chat. Okay.
Well, can I jump in again, Bev? Like my biggest beef is we know that horizontal is a straight line, not a point, not a part of anything. It's a line, a straight line. And if it's perpendicular, that's 90 degrees. So if we got a 10-mile stretch of water and we have a vertical 10 miles away, it's going to be vertical as well.
If it's yeah, on the same horizontal plane. Yeah, vertical's always vertical. Horizontal's always horizontal. They never change.
People like Zanuck have one value, is if there's an audience of people that are not familiar with this topic, just listening to him talk, they're going to go like, they're going to do a Scooby-Doo, like, what do you mean pendulums aren't parallel to each other?
You don't even realize the full consequences of what they say.
Nope.
Because he made a mistake. The correct answer is if you think you live on a model. I can't make a horizontal plane. There's no such thing. They don't even exist. Rumpus told everybody ages ago at a point, and that point is on the vertical. So the only place horizontal is actually horizontal on the globe model is where the vertical is. That's all you've got for horizontal. So anybody that says you can make a horizontal plane on a globe model, you don't really know your model well enough.
A point cannot be a vertical, a horizontal, Beb.
I know. In reality, yeah, the very fact that there is a horizontal defined as horizontal is enough to prove that the globe model's a load of tosh. But people still argue it because they don't understand the geometrical principles about what they're arguing. You can't have verticals not being parallel because that means the horizontals disappear. There's no such thing as a horizontal at that point. And you can't get rid of horizontals. So you argue about it and just obfuscate, sending people like Zanuck and Kool-Aid.
And start talking about kids trick-or-treating.
Yeah.
Have nothing to do with horizontal.
Yeah, just try and obfuscate the fact. We've heard it all over the last few days. People are willing to just make anything up.
Yeah, they're scared of verticals. They want to call them zeniths, reciprocal zenith angles. Think that proves something.
Well, it's all that time-space bullshit that space moves like with you. You don't move through space, right? So verticals are like relative to where you are.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
They love that word, huh? Relative.
Well, that is the
Bro,
big
it's like the magic spells, man, right? Like, you know, before you say do the magic, like alakazam or, you know, alakazam, it's like before you do the magic, relativity, right?
Well, everything is relative. I mean, that's what's taught in Euclid. In order for you to compare anything to anything, you need something as your standard. And then once you have that as the standard, then everything becomes relative to that. Till you make a new standard, everything goes relative to that. Well,
yeah.
In the philosophy, if you become the relative thing, then everything becomes relative to you. Dangerous times.
All calculations, right? And then when you ask what's your baseline, they won't answer, right? They want to leave it open. It's just a calculation. Well, the calculation based on what? I mean, you need to have something, right, that is a fact that you can make calculations on. Straight line, horizontal or vertical. but it has to be something that is true.
You've got to have something that you can establish. In reality, there's only 2 reference frames that you can actually get: vertical and horizontal. You can't just say one of them bends, then make the other one disappear because of that, because you don't know the actual the idea of what you're doing. The model's dictating something, you're going along with it, but without realizing you're doing away with horizontals. That's why I had all of the stress and the hassle with everyone over something so simple. Perpendicular. One of the most basic geometric principles there is. Relationship of a straight line to another straight line, but you need one straight line to start off with it, and then you can make it perpendicular. Well, that perpendicular can't curve, can it? Wouldn't be a perpendicular if it did. I've got George in the YouTube chat as well. We're still looking for George to do his presentation on how to measure the curvature. I'm guessing it's the curvature of horizontal we're looking for now, since that's what's required, right? Not the curvature of level anymore. Let's face it, level and horizontal are the same thing. If you want to curve level, you're going to have to curve horizontal too. Show us a horizontal at a point. The fact that there's no 2 perpendicular parallel horizontals.
I think Beeble's on that horizontal at a point.
Yeah, there's a lot of them have to. Only the true heavy globe proponents. Most of them believe that perpendicular at a point may be word games or something. It's perpendicular, so which means that horizontal does have a length to it, and any length of a horizontal destroys the globe model. Just the model, right? Just the reality still stands like it is: horizontal, vertical, perpendicular. Water levels, horizontal plane, all perpendiculars to it will be vertical. Reality stays exactly the same. There's just no way it works on the model. But we know what the model dictates. We've been told ages ago. That's where the difference is. We just talk about reality. Try not to talk about people's models. That's good. I think we go forward with that tonight. We just talk about reality, no models. See how well we get on. What we can prove in reality, and using logic and reality, and also pushing the professionally calibrated plumb bobs on the level. New merchandise range, part of the DP range. Should we go over that video? Did somebody say there was a video earlier about plumb bobs? I bet it hasn't got any plumb bobs in it.
I don't think I saw any.
In a video?
No. That's one of Buster's rules. I think I might
You know what? I think this would be a good chance for a whiteboard demonstration of 2 verticals and a horizontal.
I've got.
Then maybe these model defenders would understand.
Yeah, go ahead and add a plane route to it.
A plane route.
Is that?
I mean, how much money you think it would cost to just pay somebody to grab a plane and not stop flying straight in one direction? How much do you think we'd actually have to pay him to do it?
An air ruler.
Did y'all see The Expanse where that dude, like, he was trying to press that girl? So
Are you
through the ring?
suggesting we use an aeroplane as a ruler?
No.
Oh.
I'm suggesting you use an airplane as a navigator.
FAA might have
You're suggesting it doesn't correct for Coriolis, so therefore the Earth would be turning west to east underneath it.
The FAA might
we're
have
on the
something
floor.
to say.
Yeah, how much do we have to pay somebody to say fuck the FAA and just fucking keep going?
$1 million.
How much you got?
Right, to go. You can go on mute as well. So we have. Anyone else wanna?
Give me a couple 100,000. I'll fly whatever the fuck you got. Straight.
We're not flying. We're staying on the ground.
No, you're not flying.
And horizontal.
You give me a couple 100,000, I'll fly anywhere you want me to.
Yep. I don't want you to fly anywhere. Thank you very much. Anybody got anything without going into the aeroplanes and stick with the vertical and horizontal theme that we're trying to deal with?
What's the timestamp on going up into the air? I'd like to know.
That was quick, wasn't it? It didn't last long. Within the hour I think I started at past, so within the half hour for the air ruler meme to come out. And I don't know anybody that geometry with aeroplanes, and why the reason somebody would try and go to the air seems like as one of the best obfuscation tactics that there is, because you don't get straight lines from aeroplanes ever. We try and keep it in reality based sort of things here, talking about reality and trying to stick it to reality all the time. Nobody here can do anything with aeroplanes to test anything with aeroplanes. And where was that before somebody decided to come in with what you need to do?
Looking for that Plumbot video?
Oh yes. Yeah, so do you want to go over plumb bobs? Since people have been claimed it. I mean, anyone know the best evidence that people have for plumb bobs not being parallel? Yeah.
I think we got to add the plumb bobs weighing less into the radius of a square. Like, what does it matter how much the plumb bob weighs? The weight has no effect on the direction, right? Like, if it's a gram or it's a pound, it's hanging down.
Yeah. That was a new one, bro. 0.3%. Yeah. That has to go in.
0.3%.
Yeah, I've put a logic a bit ago. This is quite a bit ago we did. If there's any rotation, then plumb lines cannot be vertical. That still holds true as far as I can see, but Zanuck seemed to be saying they just weigh less. They're still vertical. They just weigh less.
Yeah, but how does that affect their swinging on a freaking moving object?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
So what about down on the moon?
Why
where
even
they
say
weigh
it?
1/7? It's like down on the moon. It's 1/7 of the gravity. What does that work out to?
It's just, oh my god.
About how long it takes the pendulum to swing. They have a formula for it. How fast or the period of the pendulum, and they say it'll be more or less in the moon or on the moon or on Earth or different quote unquote gravity fields, supposedly.
If they make it up, yeah, I could do that. I could make something up and say this is what should happen in my made-up world, and since there's no way of us checking it, you have to prove it wrong. Which I don't know. Sounds a bit silly. I know Fight the Flat Earth did one about with the gentleman physicist or whatever swinging a thing. And Fight the Flat Earth was meant to be doing it, prove that he can tell his position anywhere on Earth using nothing but a swinging plumb bob, swinging pendulum.
I heard they need a Cavendish setup too.
Yeah,
you'd find out the seismic activities compared to the pendulum. Bam, longitude, latitude, baby.
Miles Mathis talks about charge instead of gravity being responsible for some of this stuff. Maybe electrical or charge related, flat or round. May not just be gravity pulling to the center, or exclusively anyway.
To the center
of the ball.
Whose
or
ball?
whatever variation they have.
Whose ball?
Whose indeed.
We're trying to keep off away from the model, like so. Please
The
state
model
what you're saying
acknowledges
if
that
you're
somebody
saying to
else
the
sees
center.
something different than you, and it tries to offer a bridge between the two parties, the way that you're seeing something versus the way we can see it conceptually. Sometimes modeling helps, sometimes it doesn't.
Sorry, sometimes smiling. Did you say?
Sometimes modeling helps bridge
do
the
you
gap
model
between
a
the way that you're
vertical and a
perceiving something versus
together?
the way somebody else is perceiving it.
Yeah. How do you model vertical and horizontal?
You can model it with perspective. Vertical lines that are parallel will appear to converge to a point, or you could get a bird's eye view that gives the overall shape without perspective being taken into account, like looking down a hallway.
Okay, what
Those
shapes are
two ways to model
horizontal
it.
on that model?
In perspective, it would be a parallel line that converges to a point. It would just be straight. But if you're giving a bird's eye view of what it looks like from the side or from another perspective, then you're just going to take into account the overall shape of the object.
Would it ever not be a straight line, a horizontal?
As far as I can tell, no. It would just be horizontal.
So your modeling of it remains vertical and horizontal being straight lines and perpendicular to each other.
Yeah.
So
but it depends on what you're modeling.
To any other model, like
to the eye, looking down a hallway, or the bird's eye view of the overall shape of it, like a schematic or a orthographic representation.
T-Mark, don't be so butthurt, bro.
When you're modeling stuff, you need to be specific about what you're modeling.
But if you're
With
modeling
perspective, you're modeling
vertical
the
and
way it looks to
horizontal
the
being
eyes.
straight lines, like where does the other model come into it?
Straight lines appear to converge at a point.
Where's the
dip up,
center?
dip down, depending on whether the line is above or below the level of the eyes of the observer. So you'd be modeling the way it looks to a person's perspective, as opposed to modeling the way it's actually, shaped with a bird's eye view.
But if it's always vertical and horizontal straight lines, where does your to the center come from that you just stated earlier?
That's the conceptual framework of gravity. That's something else.
Why did you say it then?
Because we were on another subject before the conversation moved on.
No, we were on, always have been on plumb bobs and horizontals being perpendicular. That's what we've been on all the time.
And in their conception, they say that the plumb bob
who's their conception?
Points down toward the center, the
Please,
globe.
Who's their conception?
After 5 years in the flat Earth discussion,
Who are you
it's
talking
about globers. If I have to tell you that I'm talking about globers, I don't know what to tell you, Ben.
Why are you talking about other people in here.
Because I'm willing to take into account their perspective, since we're going to be talking to a majority of, guess who you're talking to, Globers. And you're going to bring them over to your side by jumping in their mind and jumping out.
Glober?
I am not.
Well, why are you talking for them then?
Because you steel man the other side's position, otherwise it will
No,
tend
we
not
don't.
to your
Like
position.
I said at the beginning, please, no models. Just talk about reality.
Models are just ways to conceptually wrap your head around a thing when you can't visualize it. Not everybody is visual. Sometimes they need a model to see the stuff in their head.
But if they're always conceptualizing vertical and horizontal straight lines, then you cannot make a ball out of it. Until somebody starts mentioning to the center or steel manning somebody else's idea of something that, I don't know, where does the curve come from? Other than you just conceptualizing it for everybody else and then saying everybody else does that.
That's a way to explain why we can't see beyond the horizon. They say that it's a curve that's in the way. It's just a fraction limit.
Yeah, if you can't see, you can't see. Why do you need to explain it to somebody? Why? I don't need it conceptualizing for me. I don't know.
Depends on who you're talking to.
Yeah. I'm talking to you at the minute. And you say you're not a Glober, yet you seem to be talking about their model a lot.
That's because I'm an intellectual. I can entertain an idea without necessarily absorbing it or agreeing with it, simply coming from their perspective so I can better understand their brain and how it works and how I can address certain issues with them or not.
So
if you're talking logic, you got to think illogically to like use that. That's kind of crazy, man. Like,
If you're going to point out the flaw in the logic, it may help, especially if you're going to communicate with someone other than yourself or somebody who thinks exactly the way that you do.
Well, what if there's a massive flaw in the logic in using straight lines and conceptions of straight lines and then using the term to the center?
Then you jump in their brain long enough to fix the problem and then jump back out again.
Right, so that's what we're doing. We're sorting it out with you. Why did you steel man a position that you know is a ridiculous one?
Intellectuals can entertain the idea without necessarily agreeing with it or holding it. It's a good exercise. It helps you steel man your position as well, because you get to see your position vis-a-vis another position and help strengthen it.
I'm glad so everyone can see now. If anybody ever says to the center when we're talking about vertical, horizontal, they'll be able to see how ridiculous it is because it's just straight lines.
Vertical lines point to a center.
How can they?
And conceptually,
steel man that. Steel man, keep on it if you want to keep on it. Steel man it. How can verticals be perpendicular to horizontal yet go to the center of something? Keep going with it. Full on geometry.
In their perception, you'd have verticals pointing to a center and local horizontals, whatever the hell that
How
means.
big's the local horizontal?
I guess you'd have to ask them.
No, you're the one steel man in their position.
At this point,
you can't steel man their position if you don't know how to steel
the general
man their
layout.
position.
That's it. They don't have questions answered like how big is a local horizontal. I don't think they can answer it even with that framework. That's just the general layout.
No, because I said it at the beginning. On their model, there's no such thing as a horizontal. They don't exist. Horizontal at a point. And it's a bit hard to steel man that position. Because when you don't have horizontals, there's no such thing as perpendicular.
A point doesn't have any parts, and in reality, things have parts. They have dimension, they have length.
That's why I say horizontals don't exist.
So a point technically doesn't exist beyond mathematical abstraction.
You're meant to be steel man in the position. You're not doing well.
It can't be steelmanned if the position's illogical at that point. If a point doesn't exist or
So
have
if-
extension or parts, you would need
We
to
just
ask
proved
them
it's
how much it would
illogical.
extend.
I don't need to ask them. You're the one steelman in their position.
I don't hold the position though.
But
So
you're
you'd
good at logic, aren't you? You know, you're the to steal. You know, that's why you came
have,
in.
you can ask a Glober and they can tell you. More
They
power
can't
to you.
tell me. We know that.
Got it through
That's why
that
we
far.
said they don't come in and with these arguments because they can't even steelman it. They send in people like you to steelman their position and show everyone that you cannot steelman.
People haven't thought it past the general layout. That's it. You'd reach the end of their answers and they'd be like, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, because they lose horizontal. That's the consequence of the model. So it seems a bit ridiculous you trying to steelman a position, but I mean, it shows everyone how ridiculous it is to try and
If you
come with
respect
the
a
globe
person's position, they're likely to respect yours. You model the behavior that you wish to have in a discussion, and staying on your side of the fence and not even jumping into the other person's mind is a recipe for argument and endless disagreement. We're supposed to come to the table and try to see each other's viewpoint, whether we agree with it or not. At least that's what we're supposed to be doing in an intellectual discussion.
Yep. But this is a geometrical discussion, isn't it? It goes a bit beyond. Vertical and horizontal, perpendicular. That's definitely geometrical. Very simple geometrical thing. It's just on a model, the horizontal disappears. Unfortunate for people. Even for people that try to steelman the positions of the other people or to get inside their brains. What do you see when you go inside a Glober's brain when you're talking about that particular argument?
NASA, CGI, curved lenses.
With the vertical and horizontal argument. So it's pretty simple, isn't it? You know, a pretty simple geometric argument that we've been having for ages. You don't like it, though, I guess. You're bored of it. Or the fact that it can't be steelmanned. Shills is predicting you're the next Ranty, Lemon. You sound like you're halfway there. Steelman.
What are you talking about? Ranty went back to the globe with a 2016 argument about why vision isn't perfectly geometrical with these perfect ratios, where an object that's no more than 4 times further away than the shorter object in the foreground should somehow appear taller than the shorter object in the foreground. That doesn't even follow since vision isn't geometric. Vision is not this geometric mathematical thing where there are units that you can count out like a dozen eggs. Visually, things converge, merge, and disappear, making their visual geometry highly suspect. It has no units to go off of. The units quite literally disappear and merge into the surrounding, making the mathematical treatment that these ratios are derived off unjustified.
Have you done research on that?
Below a shorter object in the foreground, if it's at the right ratio anyway, with or without the math. The math at best is a general predictor, but not prescriptive. And Ranty going back to the globe based off of questionable math and questionable globe geometry does not a globe.
Got any of that math or questionable globe geometry? What is the globe geometry? Be it, yeah.
I was just going to ask that. What's globe geometry?
Yeah, go on.
Dang it.
Globe is basically saying predicated off of us looking out into the visual scene and the visual scene breaking down into some sort of indivisible mathematical unit. Since everything
no, wait a minute, Lemon. You can't say that. So
those
the
visual
geometry
units
of
will
the
eventually
globe is what
disappear
they
as well,
see.
make the math
Keep
unjustified.
talking, yeah.
That's globe geometry.
Globe geometry is what you
Basically.
see with your eyes.
But they're also deriving math ratios off of
No,
it.
wait, no, Lemon, please don't just carry on like that. Globe geometry
Bev,
to
you're not
you
deriving any understanding
is
from what
what
I'm
they
talking
see
about.
with their
So
eyes.
my point beyond your endless questions that lead nowhere and don't even help foster any understanding.
I'm trying to understand what you imagine globe geometry to be.
You look at a visual scene and you break it up into units. These
That's
units
not how
are assumed to
geometry
be
works.
preserved for geometry to have any
That's
sort
not
of
how
basis.
actual geometry works, is it?
That's how geometry is treated with this visual geometry. They break it
That's
up
not
into sections
geometry.
and
You're
derive
making
angles
shit
off
up
of it and
by looking at
distances.
stuff. Like,
So
what have you actually
the visual
researched, Lemon?
geometry is
Please.
not doesn't have a basis because you don't have individual math units to base
Lemon,
that
please.
math off of.
What have you researched in this geometry-wise?
Southern Israelite talks about it. Life is Short talks about it. Basically, unless you have an indivisible mathematical
Talking
unit
about
of some
optics,
sort,
Lemon.
you don't have visual geometry that breaks down
Are
mathematically.
you
Math needs
talking
indivisible
about
units.
optics, Lemon?
Obviously.
Right, so not geometry. Please don't confuse
When you're talking
people.
about angles, you're talking about geometry.
Yes,
When you're talking
Euclidean
about how much
geometry.
distance
Yes.
that angle subtends,
Yes.
that's
That's not
geometry.
geometry. It's not
That's
globe
visual
geometry.
geometry and application
Brenda.
of these problems
Try
that the
not to cut
Globers talk
each other
about.
off, guys.
Yeah,
Try. It's
I
going
know.
good.
Lemon,
Try.
can you
Lemon's
stop
just going to keep
monologuing?
talking. I've like
Bev's
not
questions
answering
are
any
unending
questions.
and they
She's just
don't even
talking
help
about
foster
shit
any
and keep going on about it for I don't know what reason.
And
You
Bev
don't know
just
what
asking
geometry
endless
is. You
questions
think
that go
looking at
nowhere.
things is geometry, right? I'm going to go and make a brew. You guys have a deal with that. I'll be back in a bit.
I just don't think the
Hard
question
to
was
get
answered.
out
What's
both for
globe
Bev, but
geometry?
the questions are just interminable and they don't lead anywhere. They're just
Lemon, can you
unending
stop
questions that lead
monologuing?
nowhere.
Can you stop monologuing and let somebody else
Could
get
you
a word
please
in?
shut up long enough for the person to get out their point without your interminable questions?
I haven't asked any questions. I've said to you,
Just
stop
ask the question and
monologuing.
stop monologuing. For Christ's sakes, what the fuck?
Stop monologuing.
Come on, Lemon. Come on, guys. Lemon, I never heard you get so mad, bro. What's up?
Just likes the sound of his own
It gets
voice.
on my nerves. These questions are leading nowhere.
I mean, you came in here. Goodness gracious.
No. But wait a
Bev was
second.
doing was just
When you make
monologuing
up
about how level is
no,
horizontal. And
no,
then
when
I
you
try
make
to
up,
add some
yeah,
new comments, and I have to be subjected to freaking Bev's freaking interrogation. It's
but when you make
insane.
up
And then he
terms, when you make up
implies that
when
I'm
you
a
make
fucking
up terms
Glober,
like
when
globe
I've been arguing
geometry,
for the flat Earth
it's
for years.
ridiculous.
What the hell?
When you make up terms like globe geometry, it sounds ridiculous.
Visual geometry. Breaking up the visual scene into angles and getting distances based off of those angles, aka visual geometry. What would you call that?
I would call angles Euclidean. I would call angles Euclidean geometry, straight lines, angles. I don't know what you're conflating, but it doesn't make sense.
What do you mean, Lemon, by visual geometry?
Like I said, breaking up the scene into packets, parts that you get angles and distances off of. You use that to get tangents, sines, cosines, and other distances.
You mean from like a photograph?
Yeah.
Yes, or just looking out over the scene, yes.
Don't be ridiculous, Lemon.
What's ridiculous about it?
Behind in times.
Silence. But I'm not going to
anything-
badger you like Bev and the
you
other
can't
people do when you obviously
do
don't have an answer. I'm going to move on in the conversation and let the conversation move, as opposed to subjecting people to an endless, interminable interrogation that goes nowhere.
If you don't like it, you can always leave, Lemon. You came here, remember?
And you guys are taking the conversation nowhere with these fucking interminable questions.
Well, leave then. If you don't like it, go.
Hold on. Lemon.
See you later.
Lemon, you there?
Yes.
You're never like this. You never swear. You never. Can you not accept being challenged on your idea? I don't understand.
I don't mind being challenged, but the questions are unending. They're not leading anywhere. And
You're the
why
one
am I
that was
getting this
still
rigmarole?
manning the globe. You were the one that was fighting the globe corner.
It's not fighting the globe corner to clearly state the opposition's idea. Like I said,
about the idea.
that doesn't mean that I agree with them. It just means that I clearly understand their perspective and can clearly state it. That way we can go forward.
We already came from believing in this stupid globe. So why we got to even talk about it? Let's move
Well,
forward.
I'd rather talk about the diffraction limit. But the theoretical conversation in these conversations is like non-existent. We can't talk about theory. We can't talk about other alternative explanations. We just say that it's basically horizontal and that's it. Well, why does it look like the ground is rising up and merging with the sky? Could we talk about the diffraction limit? Could we talk about optics? Could we talk about
Another
anything
time,
theoretical?
yes, we can. Anytime you want, Lemon. You can sort your own. Get a host yourself.
I mean, this is the flat Earth
Yes,
community, but we can't
please
even
do
talk
it.
about anything theoretical at all. We're just stuck on flat is
Start
flat.
your own Lemon's theoretical night. Let's go. Do it. Please. Not here, though. This is
3 live streams.
Yeah, perpendicular, horizontal, vertical, actual geometry in reality. That's what we're dealing with here.
Of course, we're dealing with reality, Bev, but we're dealing with the proper interpretation of reality.
You were
That's
steel
where logic
modeling
comes in.
a
That's where
model
philosophy
before that
comes
you
in.
couldn't
That's where
defend.
theory comes in.
Yeah.
So you have to see how your opponent
I don't
views
have to see what
reality
you
and the
have to do.
flaws
You're
in that
getting in other
logic.
people's heads. I don't want any of
Talk
that.
about the way people
I'd
view
rather
reality,
talk to
though,
the
Bev.
people. I'd rather talk to people face to face and not talk to people steel manning an argument after they've got in other people's heads to imagine what they imagine. It's ridiculous. Stick to reality, please, when you're here.
Obviously, we're dealing with reality, Bev. It's trivial to say that we're just dealing with reality. We're dealing with the way that they view reality.
What research have you done, Lemon, please?
Have I done?
Yes.
I've looked at the YouTube videos from several people like P-Brain, Life is Short, and others. And the theoretical backing that you get from that sort of research is pretty telling about the diffraction limit and why we have what appears to be a visual obstruction.
Okay, so now we've sussed out that you've watched some videos on YouTube, right? What else have you done personally to research what you see with the verticals and horizontal in
I see the flat
reality?
horizon. I've looked with my own senses and seen the flat horizon. What have you done?
Well, I've done loads of tests.
I've just put a list in the chat, actually, Bev, of what we've done. Funny that, I just posted them in. There you go, Lemon, have a look in the chat.
Just some of the stuff. Just trying to find the first.
Have you done any of that, Lemon?
No.
No. What have you done? Sat and watched some videos?
I've shored up my theory so that I can talk intelligibly to other people about the subject.
So you sat and watched some videos, well done you.
Someone's slagging you off,
Gotten several different perspectives. That helps in communicating to people.
That's really getting out there and doing stuff, Lemon.
You can talk
Sitting
about more
there
things.
watching YouTube videos. If you're doing it with bad theory, you can just run your wheels into the ground. It's both.
I gotta say something
inside. You have to have experiment as well as theory to have a nice basis.
I just want to say something real quick, and I'll mute. We the other night we went through all of the definitions and some of the stuff in propositions in book 1 of Euclid. It walks step through step. It's logical. It's irrefutable. And then when somebody comes in and says globe geometry with nothing to back it, it's ridiculous. You're going to get called out on it.
Well, if we're on a globe, it does make certain geometric claims as well. But
Like
anyway, I was
what?
talking about visual
Like
geometry
what?
more than anything. The 8 inches per mile squared for one.
What's
That
that?
was
Is that a
expected on the
geometry,
globe.
or is that part of a
That's
function of
angles,
Euclidean
that's
geometry?
distances, that's geometry.
That's Euclidean geometry. Yes, it's not globe geometry. It's just
Euclidean geometry applied to a ball?
A sphere, a 3-dimensional object. Yes. Now, does that 3-dimensional object have a vertical? Yes, it does. One vertical plane, straight through the center. And one horizontal plane, also through the center. That's it. As you know. Well, or you should do, anyway. There's no other geometry, is there? Globe geometry doesn't exist. It's not a thing, even. So I don't
You're
even
saying-
know why you're using the words.
You saying Earth is flat and horizontal, Bev?
No, Pete. Did you just hear me? There's no such thing as globe geometry. What does that mean to you, Pete?
Sure, I get that. I understand
Okay.
that. Because the globe is fantasy, right?
Pete, give me 1 second here. Lemon, maybe it's time to watch some more videos on geometry and further your knowledge, since you didn't seem to know that was Euclidean. So that's all I wanted to say.
At this point, we're playing semantical games. You know what I mean, and I know what you mean as well. Euclidean, globe, square, triangle, whatever the F. But if we're going to play semantic games with each other rather than work out theory, well, then I guess I have some more research to do myself.
Yeah.
See you later.
Gentlemen.
I'll catch you later.
I think that was Lemon passing the torch to maybe Pete or whoever's next.
I agree with everything, nearly everything Bev says, and that Lemon Bird for that matter. So.
But the fact that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular doesn't relate to the Earth at all, does it? Or the shape of the ground underneath it at all. There's no relation. Not in my reality, anyway.
But what do you mean? What do you mean? They're applicable to Earth, right? Real Earth, flat Earth. What do you mean?
Vertical and horizontal.
Yeah, they're applicable. Theory, as theory is applied to construction or whatever, you know.
To the vertical and horizontal. Vertical is one reference frame. Horizontal is the other.
Right.
Yep. They don't relate.
Is Lemon Bird disagreeing with that? Is anyone disagreeing with that?
But somebody seemed to say to the center. Well, if you have vertical being perpendicular to horizontal, then you can't have a to the center. Just doesn't exist. So there's a, I don't know, cog-dis relationship there somewhere.
Well, what's Lemon Bird reference in the center of what? What's he saying?
Lemon, I don't know. Lemon was steel man in the globe position, but then didn't want to steel man it once it realised that there's no chance that you can actually steel man it. But still wanted to talk about it. Conflate the idea that there might be a geometry involved around the optics to still try and steel man it, and then steel manned it all the way to globe geometry. And then when asked about globe geometry, said it was just a matter of semantics and we knew what was meant anyway. Seemed to be a baseless claim after baseless claim to end up with semantics. That honestly, that's the way I saw it. Did you not see it like that?
I just came in at the end there, so I know Lemon Bird, for the most part, the very most part, is right on par. He's right on key. So I didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, let's leave it be. Let's move on.
Right, so
But of course, we know that the ball has no existence as given. So, but when you talk about these concepts in vertical, horizontal, they're applicable to reality. I mean, are you denying that they're applicable to reality?
They're not concepts, are they? Vertical and horizontal are definitely existing in reality. That's what they are. They're not geometrical concepts, vertical and horizontal. They're in reality. That's where they are.
Well, not really, man. Not really. I mean, vertical. Can you get something that's absolutely vertical in relation to a horizontal, absolutely 90 degrees? I should say you can't get that in reality.
Yeah. Plumb bob's perpendicular.
I got a good one.
Yeah, but you're always going to be off. You're not going to be 90.0000 exactly, right? So it'll never be precisely vertical or horizontal.
How do you know?
It's a theoretical relationship.
What do you mean? Please explain.
Just like you can't get a straight line in reality, you can't get something that's absolutely vertical to
Are you saying
horizontal.
A professionally calibrated plumb bob is not vertical?
Absolutely, it's not absolutely vertical. You can never get anything absolutely at 90.000 degrees. You can never do that. You can never achieve that in practicality. Close enough, close as be damned, but never exact. The theory.
What do you mean you can never? How do you know that?
Come on, man. Come on.
No, I want you to tell me. How do you know you can't achieve that? Please.
It's impossible to achieve. That's perfect precision. Perfect precision is impossible.
How? Do you know that?
I know that. Do you deny that?
I deny that you don't know how you measured that.
We measured it.
Yeah.
Well, show me something that's perfectly vertical to something.
No, Pete, you were the one that said you can't do it. Now, don't flip this round and do the general baller thing and tell me that I have to prove that I can
control your attitude a little, Bev. Control your bloody attitude a little here.
Go on.
Take it easy, man.
Yeah.
Anyone else here want to jump in and say that there's no such thing as a perfect?
You made the claim, Pete,
reality?
that you cannot have a true plumb, I'm guessing, with a plumb. Yeah, there's no such thing.
You cannot have exactly 90 degrees meeting exactly horizontal 0 degrees. In reality, it's a theoretical thing. You might get to 89.99, but you'll never get it perfect. Come on. Your problem with that?
It's called a right angle, Pete.
I know it is. Right angle on paper.
Angles are
That's theory.
Wrong.
That's theoretical.
Okay, but they are tools that we use
It's
in
not
reality.
theoretical. You can hang a plumb bob, a nice weighty plumb bob, and that line will be, of course, it will be vertical. It can't be anything other than vertical. It is vertical.
Yeah, Pete, let me ask you a question real quick. What would keep it from being vertical?
Just precision, just practicality. You can never get. You tell me you can get spot on 90 degrees with that, or you can measure it. If you say drop a plumb bob, hang on. If you say drop a plumb bob, how are you going to measure the angle between that and the horizontal?
It is vertical, Pete.
Yeah, this is an on-off thing. It's not a measuring, right? That's why we brought it up before that there are no numbers in this, right? So the plumb bob, when you're talking about precision, you're talking about your ability to quantify your imagination, right? Because the plumb bob's just hanging. It's vertical, up and down. Now, if you want to try and put a number to that, of course you're never going to put an exact number because there is no exact number. It's up and down. That's why you can't put an exact number to it.
Right. Or measure an exact angle at 90 degrees. How are you going to measure 90.00?
You don't measure 90. 90 is you're putting the number, which is the measurement. This is vertical and horizontal. They're just, you don't, it's like true, it's yes or no, right? There's no measuring of.
I get what you're saying. On paper, yes, you can have perfect 90-degree angles, like you can have perfectly straight lines, but you cannot do that in reality. You cannot achieve that in reality.
Yes, you can.
You can.
Yes, you can.
What
in
stops
reality,
the plumb
when
bob
we're
from
talking
hanging perfectly straight,
the perfectly straight would be the highest level that we can achieve. Now, if we hang a plumb and that's vertical, right? Now, the best we can measure, right, is that. Now, because we can't get any finer measurement, doesn't make that not down anymore, right? It's still what it is. Like, it doesn't not become. Our perfect is what we can establish. That's how it comes down to.
Yeah, but he should answer the question. What stops it from? How does it not hang perfectly, Pete? It has no choice but to hang perfectly until you tell me how it
The
doesn't.
thickness of the wire, the thickness of the
The
bob
thickness of
itself.
the wire
When
has
you're,
nothing to
hey,
do
ask
with
me a
it.
question. If something is
It has
suspending,
nothing to
the
do with
bob
it.
is suspended from something. When you transfer the ideal mathematics to reality, sure you're going to get, sure the representation transfers, but in terms of practical measurement, you will never be able to measure an exactly 90-degree angle. What's wrong with you?
Practically
I'm sure
speaking,
I'm
that's
sure you
not the
never use
question.
these tools. That's why.
Hold on a second. That's not the
What are your
question I
tolerances
asked.
then?
Pete, I never said anything about measuring a 90-degree angle. I said, what stops the plumb bob from hanging perfectly straight up and down? The best you came up with was the size of string, which I politely interrupted and said that has nothing to do with how something hangs straight up and down.
Right.
Okay, so...
Plumb bob. Yeah, okay, a plumb bob. So can you get a perfectly horizontal floor?
Never mind that. I said, what stops the plumb bob from hanging perfectly straight up and down?
Okay, well, I'm hanging straight up and down. We have the thickness of the string, first of all, right?
Okay, how
When you
does the
compare-
thickness... Okay, hold on. Let's
When you
slow down.
compare, when you compare
let's not
theoretical
lose
math,
control here.
How does the thickness of the string affect the ability to hang
how are
straight
you
up
going to
and down?
measure the angle? What are you going to measure the angle between?
Never mind measuring angles. I
Who's
asked
this?
what
Who's speaking
stops
here?
it
Which
from
fucker is
hanging
speaking here?
perfectly straight up and down.
Who demands answers? Who's this guy? Who's speaking?
My name's God Scalpel. You said the
God
thickness of the
Scalpel,
string,
okay.
so I'm asking, how
Are you
does the
part of Bev's
thickness...
crew?
I'm not a part of
Oh,
anybody's
why does that
fucking
matter?
crew.
Just checking.
Clearly, you don't
Okay.
fucking know me. I don't fucking care about any crews, okay? I have a fucking question. It has nothing to do with the crew. Is that your way of getting out of answering a simple fucking question?
No, you're
Bro,
being
is that right
fucking
the
like
hand?
a dickhead
That's
here.
right the hand, bro. Don't talk to him, Pete. That's
You're being
right
like
the
a
hand. He's a
dickhead here with your
troublemaker.
attitude.
I'm not being a
man.
dickhead. You're the one that's
Yes, you are.
accusing me of being a part of some fucking crew.
Come on,
I
guys.
simply asked you,
Come
were
on,
you part
guys.
of Bev's crew? Because there's a big number here, and there's a lot of
Okay,
people
back
on
to the
Bev's
question.
crew.
Okay, back to the question. How does the thickness of the string affect the plumb bob's ability to hang perfectly straight up and down?
It doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't, in a sense that.
Perfect,
But when
I
you're
agree.
when you're measuring right angles or 90-degree angles, right, it's the vertical in relation to the horizontal.
Okay, listen, I don't
Understand
care
that, in
about...
reality.
Right now, I don't care about that shit. My question
I don't
is
care what you
simple.
care about.
So you don't want to answer the simple question then?
Yeah, but just calm it down a bit. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at?
Okay, well, stop obfuscating my question then. My simple question is what stops the plumb bob from hanging perfectly straight up and down? You initially said the thickness of the string, and then you recanted and said it doesn't. So the question
Right.
still stands.
So the original point was in relation to vertical, in relation to horizontal, right?
No, I don't care about relationships.
Well,
I'm
that's
asking,
what I was talking about originally.
That's fine. My
That when you
question is
transfer the
simple.
theory to reality, you'll never get an exact
The
measurement.
plumb bob
right?
is reality, dude. What
Yes,
stops
but
the
you'll never
plumb
get
bob?
an absolutely horizontal floor.
I don't care about floors. I'm asking you what stops the plumb bob from practically hanging perfectly straight up and down?
Nothing.
There you go. So you have a perfect straight up and down vertical
Hey, Pete,
line.
can I make a
No, you
point
have
on
to
your
have that
behalf?
relation to something, though.
Wait a minute. I've been waiting here, right?
No, it's not in relation to anything.
Oh,
That's
wait.
your starting
Whoa,
point, Paul.
please.
That's your 0 point. It's not in relation to anything. You make everything in relation to that.
Can you anyone hear me?
Dodo, what do you mean you won't get a horizontal
Can anyone
floor,
hear me?
Yes.
Hold on. The person that has this show is trying to talk, guys. Please let Bev in.
I'll go on mute.
Right. So if a plumb bob's hanging down, and one of the basic principles, as we know, within Euclidean geometry is all right angles are equal, then around that plumb bob, there are 360 degrees of right angles to the horizontal plane that's underneath it. Now, you're saying it's going to be not 90 degrees in one, which means it's not more than 90 degrees in the other, on the opposite side of it. So the reason a plumb bob hangs 90 degrees perpendicular to the horizontal is because It's a point that's hanging down a line to a plane. That plane has a full 360 degrees of right angles to that one vertical.
Yeah, but that's theory. That's in theory. I know
That's
it
not
transfers
theory.
to practice.
No.
Hang on, Bev. I know it transfers to
That's
practice,
actual
but
reality.
you'll never get a perfect right angle. Are you saying you can achieve a perfect right angle in reality?
Absolutely, yes.
To absolute precision, 90.0 recurring.
Yes, there are precision tools
Yes, you
that
can.
do
Yes,
that.
you can. Yes. Yes, you can. Bloody hell.
Well-
How do you think you make floors? What an idiot.
I'm saying it's as close. You can get it as close as.
Have
we
you
can,
ever
but
seen
you can
an
get it
A4
exact.
paper?
Sake. Can't believe you said that, though.
Have you,
Can't
have you
believe
ever
said
seen
that.
a page of A4 paper or A5? Have you ever seen a square?
Can't believe
the
you said
numbers.
that.
What about the
container?
The numbers just
What?
represent reality, right? Like if the floor is flat, the floor is flat. Like the numbers that you're put to them are not going to change. You know, like I said, just because you can't pick a particular number doesn't make like we don't have absolutes.
That's in mathematics. Mathematics deals in idealism, right? But when you transfer it to reality, you will never get a perfect. Like you can never draw a perfect circle in reality. You agree with that, right? But it's easy to.
No, I don't.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that either. I don't agree with that either.
What the hell is wrong with you?
What is a compass for?
Yeah, exactly.
come
That's what
on.
it's the compass. Ball bearings. Come on, man. Engineering.
I
Precision
agree
is
with
what
what
it's
you're
all
saying.
about.
I
A
actually
In
compass
agree
is a
with what you're
reality, we
saying.
have perfect spheres in reality. Come on. What are you talking about?
Where? Give us an example of a perfect
In
sphere.
Engineering, for example, in your
Oh,
pipe.
come on,
you
guys.
do not, man.
Wait.
You do not have perfect
We've
spheres.
just gone from plumb bobs and horizontal to now perfect spheres. Have you not seen this? This is a classic ball of tactics. I'm ashamed of you, Pete.
Listen, Bev, he mentioned
I
spheres.
don't know how you managed to get to spheres. I mean, where did you
He
get
got
rid of
to
that
spheres.
from?
He's mentioning spheres.
I thought it was you, wasn't it?
Well, you're wrong,
You
Bev,
said
so
the
you might
circle.
apologize,
You said
realizing
the
you're
circle,
wrong.
didn't you? You went straight to the circle.
Yes, and do you agree with me?
What?
Man.
Can you get a perfect sphere in reality, in engineering? Can you engineer a perfect
sphere?
sphere, yes or no?
A sphere now. I thought you were at a circle. I thought you
Right.
did.
How many horizontal
Yes, I asked
lines
you, did you
to make
agree
a
when you
sphere?
mentioned the circle and you didn't answer?
They make ball bearings, don't they? Ball bearings.
Yes, ball bearings, exactly.
Yes, but they're not perfectly spherical.
They have to be, don't they, to keep it running? That's
Yeah.
the whole principle of them.
A circle would
That's the whole point of engineering.
Perfect. You understand that?
There's
You
not
can
a single
specify-
ball bearing out there that's perfect.
You can
make a
specify-
circle.
We are still on spheres again, right? And we're
I
on
didn't bring it to spheres. I asked for a perfect circle.
I don't
Can
know
you draw a
why you
perfect
went to
circle
spheres
the
again.
ball?
You went.
Speaking of perfect circles, the ball has no perfect circles for perfectly motionless seeming Earth. So it kind of
Ball
proves our
deals in
point.
ideal math. That's exactly what gives the ball life. Ideal math.
What?
Yeah, he hasn't got a clue. What
He's
he's
control
talking
of this shit.
Yeah.
Hang on. So hang on, please.
No.
There's a lot of cheek
What do you
here
mean,
for some
hang on,
reason.
Pete? Hang on from what?
What's
hang
wrong
on
with
from
you?
continuing on with the show and not listening to you.
Oh
Like
well,
what?
I didn't. First of all, I didn't know it was a show, but your attitude fucking
Well,
sucks,
it is.
man.
It is, and I'm hosting it, Pete.
Okay, fair enough.
So thanks for coming in. We've got people on the
Yeah.
YouTube.
Well,
Let's
let's
see
see how
what
many
they
of
think
them
of
agree
it.
with
Like,
me
what
that
do
you
you
can't
think
get a
of Pete?
perfect sphere or a perfect circle. You cannot draw a perfect circle
gonna
in
go.
reality, or you can never
Pete's
get a perfect
talking
sphere.
about circles. Is that all right? No, they're
What's
saying
the-
no, Pete.
But what is the deal with this argument for perfect? I'm honest to God, don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
What is why?
If a circle is just a distance from a point, we can measure a distance and then just keep it going around the point.
Well, again, you're measuring a distance to a tolerance. So, Pete is right in the fact that you can't have a perfect circle the same way as you can't have a perfectly straight line. And
Pete.
according to Bev, if it deviates at all, then it's not a line.
Straight line.
It's not a straight line.
Yep. Because I know what straight is, right? Straight doesn't deviate from straight. Otherwise, it
Yeah,
becomes
and the
curved.
line is a one-dimensional thing because it has no breadth; it only has length, and you apply it
Wow,
to a
you've been
surface, which is
listening
two
to us do the
dimensions.
definitions.
No, I haven't.
Oh well, we did it the other day. We were all up to
Yeah.
speed on that. Yeah,
I haven't heard anything that you said in about 3 weeks back.
Oh.
Because I'm still trying to work out whether you deny non-Euclidean geometry.
You've not been stopped thinking about me though, have you? You might not have listened to me, but I've been
Not
in
at
there
all,
in your head.
Bev.
What's up, Dross?
One of the problems with this is when you're like, oh, the error. And it's like, well, error from what? And it's like the actual. Well, what is the actual? Well, our closest measurement. Well, there you go.
Yeah, the ideal.
Well, no, the actual is the ideal. And
Yeah.
because we always have tolerances and measurements, you
Yes,
never hit
that's
the
all
ideal.
I'm saying. That's all I was
So
saying. What the hell's wrong
therefore,
with that?
you can say that, the way we view Euclidean geometry is the same as way as we view Platonic objects.
What?
Yes, that's true. That is true.
Just objects, things, right? Things we see, and we can describe them using Euclidean geometry, right? In Euclidean 3 space.
Well, the trouble is when you want to try and actually do that in reality, you can't because you're always going to
Of
have
course there is.
deviation.
There's a square, there's a circle, there's a triangle.
Yeah,
How many angles has that
show me a
triangle got?
perfect,
Ooh,
show me a
180.
perfect square with 4 90-degree angles.
So
go on.
So the measure of error because the straight line has a measure of error, like at the 0.0001, it can't be perfectly straight. That means it forms a ball.
If you never seen
No,
a
it means
square,
it deviates, which means it's not a straight line.
Yes,
according
have
to
you
what
never
Bev
seen a
says.
square?
What a stupid question. Do you want to
Well,
ask
you
something
said to
sensible?
show you a square.
No, perfect square.
Well,
Yeah,
if
you
I
ever heard
show
about-
you a square, will you say it's perfect or not perfect?
Well,
And
you'd have to
my
tell
tolerance
there
can
is.
measure it too.
But would you know it's a square?
I would say we would colloquially classify it as a square, but again, a perfect square is like a perfect, is like a Platonic object.
It's like the
an
perfect
ideal.
woman. You're never going to find it. Right?
Exactly.
Right. So why are you asking for it? Like, what is the point? I think Buster said
Because
that
you're the one who
earlier.
always goes for perfect.
What's the
You're the one that
accuracy
says it
thing
exists,
for?
Bev.
What's the accuracy thing for? What is the purpose of saying you can't ever have a perfect square? What's the point
Well,
of it?
let's simplify it down for you and
It's
say,
just a
okay, a
philosophy,
line.
right?
If a line deviates at all from straightness, it is not a straight line. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Cool. So, can you draw a line with 0 deviation?
You know what you need to draw
Yeah,
a straight
I think
line?
you can using a precision instrument. Yes, you can.
No.
Yes.
No. No.
What with that? A precision instrument.
All you need for a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points.
That's not what he asked, Bev. He asked if you can draw a straight line with 0 deviation. Yes or
And
no?
then he's going to say a line is 1D.
Just
so you
answer the
can't
question
actually
first,
draw
Bev.
it.
I will even grant you that the lines that we draw on a piece of paper have width and a little bit of depth. I'll grant that. Come on.
I don't know who's talking. Who
So
we
you can
talking
draw a
to?
straight
Because there's
line.
somebody else seemed to jump in there a bit. I mean,
No, I waited
Jim's
for him
having
to
a
finish.
go.
CBR one is sorry.
I waited for him to finish and then I made my point. So I'm granting you that yes, when we lay graphite or some material down on a piece of paper, it has a bit of width and it has a bit of depth, but we're going to class it as a line. So can you draw that line with 0 deviation from straightness?
Yeah, it's postulate 1, isn't it?
No, I
Straight
want you to
line
draw.
may be drawn from one point to another.
Yeah, that's the postulate. That's the ideal.
Yep.
So what I'm asking, in reality, can you do that?
It says let it be granted that you can. Yes, that's the first postulate.
Yeah, because it's an axiom. An axiom is an assumption.
It's not. It's a postulate.
Which is based on the 10 axioms of Euclid.
No, it's not. It's
Really?
a postulate.
So the axioms have nothing to do with the postulates?
I've got 12 axioms and they are nothing to do with the 3 postulates. Yes, true.
What's a postulate, Bev, please?
Oh, no. We did go over this the other day. Do you want us to do the whole Euclid thing
just
again?
a brief
I mean,
definition for anyone who's not sure. What's a
a
postulate?
postulate is what can be done for you to work through the diagrams or the propositions within Euclid to find the proofs. It's
So
what can be done.
let's actually do the proper definition of postulate. A postulate suggests or assumes the existence, the fact or truth of something as a basis for reasoning. It is an abstract. Do you want to carry on, Bev?
It's conceptual.
Yeah, exactly, and I agree with you, Pete. And it's very rare that you and I agree, and this is one of the points where I do.
It be granted that I can read them out for you if you want.
Yes. And you're saying let it be granted that, and I'm saying it's a postulate, which means it assumes the existence.
It says let it be granted that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why, because you know what happens when you try and justify something that's axiomatic or a postulation? It is no longer axiomatic and it is no longer a postulation.
Don't be
silly.
silly.
You understand that?
Don't be silly. I know where you're going to be trying to go here, but that's not where we're taking it. This is the definitions. We're still at the definition.
Yeah, I'm on the definition of the word postulate.
The definition.
A thing suggested or assumed as true.
Perpendicular. Yeah, the definition of the word perpendicular comes before the postulates and the axioms.
So
can we just sort that first, seeing as we're going to go
I want
through
to
the
keep down this
logical
path. I
statement of all that?
I don't want to deviate from the point we're on.
Well, that's what we are on. We're on perpendicular. That's what the show's about tonight. Perpendicular. Now, if you want to go into the axioms and the postulates of geometry,
I want to talk about lines.
You want to talk about lines? Well, that is a relationship of two lines, two straight lines to one another.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that if we have a line, which is a one-dimensional thing, we can only apply that to a surface, which is two-dimensional. So when we're talking about the shortest point between 2 points, it's the shortest point between 2 points on a surface. So I can draw that approximation of the shortest
in
distance between 2
geometry,
points.
Yeah? 2D geometry, plane geometry.
And then I can wrap it around a cylinder. I haven't altered that line
would be
at all.
three-dimensional
geometry. It's still the surface is still two-dimensional. I've just wrapped that plane around an object. Yes, it's a developable surface.
All right, you're going hyper here, Druss. I mean, you need to calm down a bit.
I'm absolutely calm, Bev. I don't know why you keep trying to get an emotional
I don't know where you're going with this, right?
I know, that's because you're not listening.
You're just sort of blurting it all out. Like, I know you might be jealous that we did a Euclid thing the other day. Now, you can do one of your own. There's no need to speed do your geometry here with us tonight.
So I've got a bit of a problem with this because you keep making personal attacks on me. And I'm
it's
not
not
really
a personal. You'd be better out of here then, Druss. So I mean, don't listen, Druss.
So once again, I will withdraw.
Listen, Druss, please.
I think I made my point.
This is Druss. This is the show that I've got on, and I am live hosting this right now. This is very rude of you, Druss, to come in here and do this. Very rude indeed.
Don't pretend things are wrong because you're stuck.
Who the hell's that? Another one.
That's Ed.
Ed, yeah, definitely. Mute Ed. Mute Ed. That's definitely. Where is he?
But hang on, Bev. Druss was not being dramatic, and he was talking about very cogent issues here. I don't understand where you're coming from, but if you have a different...
we were talking about perpendicular, Pete, and I know it's a bit of a takeover, and you've all been told to come in and disrupt, but we're talking about perpendicular. Now, wait a minute. Now, Druss seemed to go on about making a piece of paper and then turning it round and making a tube, a cylinder. Now, I don't know how that relates to perpendicular at all, but Druss seemed very keen on telling us that. Like, you decided you wanted to tell us about a circle, which again, not an awful lot to do with perpendicular and vertical and horizontal.
Okay,
they're very basic concepts, I know, but we went through these the other day.
So let me just clarify. No one gives me any instructions or orders. I came in probably when I did come in, I just arrived, so I wasn't aware of the greater dialogue or discussion that's going on. And let me just clarify for everyone here. I just said it already, Bev. I agree with absolutely everything you say. Everything you say. We're getting to the finer points here, is all. And Dross is
Just
talking
time
about the fine
wasted.
points. Math is well, let me just say this, right? Math is an ideal situation. That's what I said about the globe. The globe doesn't exist. It's ideal applied mathematics. That's what it is. That's all it is. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
There's no such thing in reality as a line. If a line is a point is an instance of zero dimensionality, we can't show that in reality. It's all about the translation between the ideal and the real. And I think that's what Dross is aiming at. But I have no one sent me in, nor do I have any affiliations with Dross or anyone else for that matter. So I'm done there.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your input.
I'm sorry, I cannot let it pass. I'm sorry, I need to object to that. A line you are brushing over, yeah? It's a straight line we're talking about, because either horizontal and vertical, we're talking about straight lines. So, a question for you: when does a horizontal line starts to curve?
Asking me, George?
Yes,
Please.
Pete.
Okay. Well, when does a horizontal line? Well, the minute you start drawing it. The minute you start drawing a line, first of all, how are you going to achieve a line in reality when a line is 2 points? The straightest distance. Well, a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, which is one-dimensional. You can't give an example of one-dimensional line in reality, and the same thing with the points. So when does it start becoming curved? The minute you start to draw a line. The minute you try to replicate a line in reality. Give me an example where you can give me a line in reality and say to me,
Pete, have you ever drawn a straight line in your life? Can I ask you, please?
I give you a physical line. I give you the other lines. There's so many different instruments in order to achieve straight lines.
1 second, please. Let me clarify one thing, because Dross said it. It shows the perfect square. The more you zoom in on the angle, right, at each corner, 90-degree angle, the greater the ability you have to zoom in, the more you will see a deviation ever so slightly.
Why do you want to do that for?
Absolute. Because then it's not an absolute. It's not a perfect square, and Dross asked for a perfect square.
Yeah, but you can
You come with absolutes again.
Talking about vertical.
When does a horizontal line, all of a sudden turns into a ball or a sphere or a curve?
Bro,
It
they'll say
doesn't at all. That's stupid.
They'll say the same exact thing with a curve, right? They're like, oh, well, and I hate to use the they, but it's this argument, right? Like, oh, well, if you zoom in on a curve, you can't make a curve because you're just connecting a whole bunch of points, which is straight lines. So a curve is actually a whole bunch of straight lines, but you can't make a straight line because there's always deviation. It's just round and round it goes.
Hang on, right the hand. I'm a flat earther here, bud.
I don't care what you are. I'm just here. This is the idea.
Okay,
if you're
so
saying we have you're making no absolutes, right? And I'm saying there are absolutes. And just because you're saying we can't put an absolute number, you can, right? You can put an absolute number. Look, 4 inches. Oh, we measure 4 inches. Well, is that exactly 4 inches? Yeah, it's 4 inches. Well, I can, and then you get into this thing of this just cycle of, if just like I said, it's you connect 2 points, which is a straight line, but it's not straight, it's curved, but you can't have a curve because it's actually connecting points which are straight lines, and it's just this cycle of logic you can't get out of. You got to have absolutes, you got to have standards.
Let me respond to that just briefly. You agree with me, you know it. No matter what square you present, there will always be a deviation from 90 exactly. That's all I'm saying.
Come on.
Ideally, it doesn't transfer to reality. Even if it's 0.000000129.
There's the only way you could know there's a deviation. The only way you can know there's a deviation is if you had the exact one there to compare it to. So what we have to compare it to, that's the perfect. That's it. You can't say,
That's it, isn't it? And everything must have a thickness in reality. So no matter how thin you make the line designating the 4-inch mark, as you zoom in on it, there's always going to be that slight deviation. Come on.
You're trying to split the atom here.
Let's get
wasting
real.
Time.
Yeah,
wasting.
basically what he's saying is, how do you know a 1 meter
You can't know
object
anything.
has
That's
a
what
meter?
Pete's saying is you can never know anything for sure. So
that's why there's a meter
Pete.
standard.
We don't want that round here, Pete. That's not what we're after. I'm sorry, but we're definitely not after that bullshit of arguing over everything to the finest fucking detail. You know who else does that, Pete?
Who does that?
Do you know who else? What other type of people that I know do have those sort of arguments?
I don't know. People that won't commit to anything?
People that have a model, Pete.
Have you a model, Bev?
No.
So when you say a horizontal is horizontal, have you no greater context to place that horizontal within when you take it to reality?
Yeah, I know what it is in reality. That's the
How
point,
do you?
Pete. Yes.
What's it in relation to?
The horizontal is the horizontal. It's your reference frame that you base everything from.
Right.
That and
But
vertical, they're the two.
You haven't said what Earth is.
I don't need to say what Earth is, Pete.
Think about it. You do.
It's the
You need to
stuff
have a
underneath my
context.
feet as I'm standing and I'm measuring horizontal and vertical. Is that
I
good
agree
enough
with
for
you,
you?
man, in that sense. But the thing I don't agree with you in is that you have to place everything. You're thinking you're being within a greater context. It's only when
Who
you have the
does?
context right that maybe horizontal is possible, a straight line
What
is
do you mean?
possible.
You have to do what, Pete? What are you telling me I
Right.
have to
For
do?
instance, let me tell you
Great.
then. Let me
Put
give you an
what
instance.
in a greater context? What,
Yeah,
Pete?
but take it easy. Let me give you an instance, right? For instance,
No,
if there was a barrier
Pete, you've
above,
just said, like, words are
I'm giving you
important
the
to me,
example.
Pete. You've just said you have to place yourself in a greater context. Well, what
Necessarily.
greater context? Explain
Right.
that first.
So I will. And I was just about to do that when you came in, all energized and whatever. But anyway, for instance, if there is a barrier above and you draw a straight line on the barrier, it will be curvilinear. Would you agree with that?
Pete, what greater context?
Hey guys, I'm gonna go in down in the
Context is
room
our
below.
reality, Bev.
So if anybody wants to join me in the next room, get into some other conversations, you can follow me.
See you later, Dicelo.
Yeah.
Greater context is our reality. You, the being, your brain, the math in your brain and your being, your
So
being.
I
in the
have
greater
to
reality.
place myself in a greater context. But I'm already there, am I?
Yeah, of course you are.
Right, so why do I have to place myself in a greater context then? Pete?
Because now
what are you
you're
talking
stuck
about?
in math. You're stuck in math.
I'm not stuck anywhere, Pete. I'm talking to you. You're telling me I have to place myself in a greater context to understand horizontal.
About this?
But I do understand horizontal, Pete.
Why are you so excitable about this? Why won't you
Because
call
you're
yourself a flat
telling me
earther?
I have to do something for some reason, Pete. Why do I have to do it?
Okay, I'll give you an answer.
What do you know about horizontal, Pete?
Notice how calm I am.
Yeah. What do you know about horizontal? Start off with that first, and then
Okay.
how you can teach me. Go on.
Horizontal, Horus and Zion. Both of those are incorporated within the word. Horizontal is referenced via something else. It cannot be on its own horizontal. Therefore, any line is horizontal. It has to be in reference to something else. Understand?
What's it in reference to then?
Well, you can pick any angle you like, but a vertical generally. A vertical, so an opposing
Parallel
aspect
to the
it.
plane of the horizon, right?
Yeah, but the plane, you see, when it comes to a plane, are you talking about a plane in reality?
Talking about what a plane is in geometry, right?
Right.
That's a way to
So
describe
you agree
something.
that's
The
ideal, an
semantics
ideal
of the
plane.
words. You know, understand what a plane is semantically.
No, I just wanted you to
Do you
clarify
understand?
whether you were
I'll
talking...
tell you if you don't know what a plane is semantically.
You were more humble when you came on the scene first of all, Bev. I think I preferred that, Bev.
Two-dimensional.
I wouldn't say you're
Isn't it?
two-dimensional, Bev, but you were certainly more humble.
A plane is definitely 2D.
Is that an ideal two-dimensional
It's
plane?
a way to describe something, isn't it?
Right.
Yes.
I agree with you. In math,
Right.
which is an idealization.
Yep. So a horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
You know something? You
Always.
should be a flatter earther than every other flat earther. You should be the first to say I'm a flat earther. Would you agree?
It's not flat, Pete. So no, I wouldn't agree with you
What
at
do you mean
all.
Earth is not flat?
I mean, Earth is not flat. What do you mean? I mean.
Okay, so you
the
mean
Earth
okay
is not flat.
Sure. I agree with you.
Pete.
But when we take it by
flat
scale,
is not an orientation, is it,
Hang on.
Pete?
No, it isn't.
So you don't think flat's an orientation, do you?
No, it's not.
Okay. So you think
It's a
what's flat?
relationship.
2D.
But
It's like
okay.
2D.
Oh, Jesus,
Visual.
man.
It's a visual surface condition. Flat.
You remember I mentioned? Okay, you're actually look, Bev. You're actually going to make me right what I said about the square and the 90 degrees or whatever. Because
I'm going
when it
to
comes
make
to
you
scale,
right.
Hey, wait, listen to me. So when it comes to scale, oh, sure we have mountains 30,000 feet high, and sure we have valleys, clefts, etc. When it comes to scale of the Earth, known scale of the Earth, can you say that Earth is flatter than a snooker ball is smooth or spherical?
What scale you're talking about? You have to know the whole
Scale of the Earth, yeah,
You
the
have
Earth's
to-
surface.
Yeah, you have to
We
know
know.
the whole to get the scale, right?
The stuff we know. The stuff we know.
The scale. The 1 to 50,000, the scale map that I've got here.
What would you say? What would you say?
Ordnance
Let me just
survey.
roughly. What would you say the maximum?
Ordnance survey.
Bro, this
whatever
is
Earth
sounding
is?
like Big E worship right now. The
Yeah,
Big
yeah.
E.
No. Hang on, please. Hang on,
Yeah,
please.
you're
Hang on.
putting
Let me
you're
clarify.
making
He
the
hasn't
Earth
got a
a
model.
thing.
He hasn't got a
No,
model.
let me
the Earth
clarify, man. Right the hand. Let me clarify briefly to Bev. Okay, the way I take it, right, the Earth is at least, let's say, 15,000 miles across. If it's a circle, that'd be the diameter. If it's a square, let that be the diagonal. 15,000
Not
miles. Would you
radius.
agree in and around that?
Not having a radius of a square. Could have used a radius.
Why
for
are
both,
we
couldn't he?
imagining a size of a thing?
Because Bev said
Because he
Earth is
wants
not
to
flat.
prove he doesn't know what scale
No,
is.
why are you against me here, Bev? You said the Earth is not flat, but I
We're,
said
Pete,
in
we're not
relation to
against
scale.
you. We're against the argument. Why are look? If you're coming to us and you're like, here, you need to imagine that the Earth is this certain size. Like, why? Like, what are you trying to establish?
What I'm trying
here?
to say then is, okay, forget about the Earth being a certain size. If you don't want to talk about Earth for some reason, but if you have a scale, let's say a center point and a
1
circle
to
of a radius.
50,000
Let's
on the
just say
map that I've
we
got
know,
here.
hang on, please. We know certain things, Bev. Let's say a circle with a radius of fucking 5,000 miles. Would you agree that you could do that on Earth?
What? Could you
could
do
that,
a
and you
circle?
could encompass all of
Could
the
you
land?
do a circle? Yes, you could definitely do a circle. Yes. Yeah. Do you think you could
Mark
do a
5,000 miles from a point? Yeah, that'd be easy. You would just go
North
like, you know,
center.
yeah, you would just make a point and you would walk, you would measure
big
5,000 miles.
Right.
Take a long time, bro.
Thank you. No, that's grand. That's fine. That's fine. And me and you, right the hand, are flat earthers. So I say we live in a flat and stationary surface. But let me clarify. Let me clarify. I agree with Bev. Of course, Earth is not flat. It has all of these different ridges, contours, and stuff. But by scale, it could be said to be
bother
flat.
saying it's flat. Then, if
By
it's not
scale,
flat.
it could be said to be flat.
If we've agreed that it's not flat, it would be ridiculous to say it is, wouldn't it?
Well, it would. Well, that's why flat Earth is a psyop, actually, Bev.
Yeah, so it's not flat. Brilliant.
No, it's not.
Now let's get that over with. Brilliant.
It's a
also,
misnomer, yes. It's
we
a
can
misnomer.
have
yes,
2D circles, right? Yeah, we can draw circles, big ones.
But all I'm trying to get you to, okay, I'm not. What's
fact,
going on
that's,
here? All I'm trying to say to you,
postulate
when you
3.
say Earth is not flat, you mean all of the mountains and the topography of the land.
Yeah,
Sure,
I mean,
we all
yeah,
get
it's
that.
not flat because we can measure elevation changes with a tool
Right.
called
What do you think?
level.
Okay. When
So
someone says they're a flat
what are we
earther to you,
making?
Yeah.
What are we
What do you
attributing
think they mean?
flatness to then?
Yeah, what do you think
What are
someone
we
means when they say they're a
putting
flat earther? Bev?
to our argument? That's
understand
reinforcing of the ball. You reinforce the ball when you say flat earther.
Listen to me, right the hand, and you should know better at this stage. The ball is metaphor. They took the truth and they co-opted it. They turned it into a lie, the heliocentric system, right? You should know that.
Yeah, I agree, man. I agree that, like, bro, but that's like, you know, you don't.
Not for here, not for this conversation. I get it, man.
Hey, Red, I remember, sorry, man, a while ago, like half an hour ago, you wanted to make a point, and I wanted to remember to get you in, but I forgot. Do you still remember what you wanted to say, bro?
Nah, no, you good, man. It was just, I'll send you something in a minute. Don't post it.
Whenever you get it, bro.
Bro, this.
Yeah.
George is cheering you on in the YouTube chat, saying you're frustrating me, Pete, and he's like cheering you on. Go, yeah.
Is that George Hadnock?
George Nutsack, yeah.
Well, what
So this is the.
Are you people still struggling with third grade math?
Pete,
Hold on, before Brendan,
I
before you
think
turn it
so.
into a shit show, can I?
Could I
Bye.
point out one
Let me
thing
say something before it goes
For
to a shit
deeper
show. real quick.
consideration,
Yeah, go ahead.
Bev. That's all I'm talking about.
I just wanted to say one thing after right hand. Go ahead.
What reality is being measured, right? When you're saying precision, we're measuring reality. Like we're just attributing a value to reality. Now, to say that it isn't perfect is almost denying reality's absoluteness. That was it.
No, well. Okay, let me just briefly respond. I know someone's trying to get in. Well, look, of course, I make the distinction between talking to flat earthers and ball earthers. That's all. That's all. Yeah. Someone's waiting to get in there.
You get the yep. You get the pictures, Essie.
Yep. Nice. Yeah. That says it all, bro.
I showed the Bev in the morning.
The only thing I was wanting to say before it goes to something else was that, and not to diss you, Pete, but it was just the problem that I had with what you were saying was the first part of your argument about the idealism of straight lines and angles, but then you turn right around and want to idealize seeing Earth as a whole object. That just seems contradictory to me.
No, well, no, you got me wrong there. I was trying to get Bev to say in relation to the scale of the known Earth expands, where vertical always meets horizontal to 90 degrees. Oh, actually, they do that. They say the same thing in the ball, but a plumb line. Actually, my best way of putting this right is if everyone was to point vertically from their standing position on Earth, we would all be pointing in the same direction. That's what I say. The best way of putting it. But no, I was trying to get Bev just briefly to in relation to scale, the scale of the known Earth, then it could, as good as be damned, be described as flat, surface.
Yeah, it's not
just the
flat,
variation
right?
from horizontal is so minimal in comparison to the greater span. That's what I'm talking about. Like a snooker ball. You know the way they tell you if you zoom in on a snooker ball, it's far from flat because the scale, scale is
Snooker
different.
ball. You know who else uses snooker balls, Pete?
Dennis Taylor.
Are you using the surface of a snooker ball to prove flat?
No, I'm not. What's wrong with you, man?
Why did you bring up the snooker ball? Then?
So
go on,
what
run us
I'll do
past
then,
that
okay,
again.
let me give you another
Show us
picture.
how
Let me
you were
give you,
doing that. Go on.
Okay, I'll get you. So you asked the question, then I started to answer, but let me answer you perfectly. IPS, Tim Osman talks about an infinite plane. Now imagine we had an infinite plane for a second, and the highest mountains, the highest broaches were Mount Everest size. Over that greater scale, it would be said, to any degree of meaning, right, it had to be flat. Do you understand that?
Two-dimensional surface. It's not flat because there's mountains and ridges.
Yes, but we know that, Bev. Do you think I don't know that?
Yeah. So we know it's not flat.
But here's what you will do. You will assume it's a perfect plane, right?
No. Why would
You'll
I
translate.
do that?
You will translate between the two.
I would say level is horizontal, like I always. And we use that.
Yeah, but say
to measure
something else,
elevation
Bev.
changes.
Tell us something we don't know as flat earthers.
Tell you something that you don't know.
I can tell you something that maybe you don't know, unless maybe you've been listening to me. That Earth is everything.
Around.
The stars,
You're
the
telling
sky,
me now,
the atmosphere. Yes, I'm telling you.
You told me. You said you tell me the flat earthers what to do. Now were you telling? Because I'm not a flat earther. You know that,
right?
So who's telling?
So what is Earth? What is Earth, Bev? What's your best guess?
Except you kind of are.
It's dirt.
What? This is what I was saying a minute ago.
No,
this
it's
is
not
what I was
dirt,
saying.
Bev. That's
Why?
the trick, you see.
Why do you want to be categorized with something that's a misnomer and intentionally used to confuse and mislead?
Right.
I think Bev is trying to avoid that.
Right.
I think Bev's trying to avoid that
No,
because
I'm just sticking in reality and saying it's not
hang
flat.
on, Fed.
It's
Hang on a
obviously
second,
not
Fed,
flat.
please. All right, Bev, give me a second.
It's Bev.
This is a ridiculous argument.
All water.
That's what I was going to say.
All water is horizontal and parallel to the plane.
Please. Yeah.
So
right.
on that sense,
yes, data.
it's flat.
Yes.
All water is horizontal to the plane. Parallel to the
yes.
All water is horizontal and parallel to the plane. Everywhere we go.
Fucking hell.
Will you stop it a second, Dada? Let me respond to Bev. Bev, you say Earth is dirt. I say Earth is the stars, it's the barrier, it's the atmosphere, it's the waters, the oceans, it's the dirt, and it's whatever the fuck is beneath us as well. That's a lot more than what you say it is.
Then go say
Brilliant.
it somewhere else.
Yeah, go to another channel, please. Like, we're not bothered about what's underneath. We are talking about horizontal and vertical in geometric principles in reality. Right, Pete?
In reality, Earth is dirt. Okay, you want ballers to bounce your shit against.
No.
I'll go to another room. Fuck off.
Okay, see you later, Pete.
Bye.
Thanks for coming. Wow. Now, who else did we have?
Sorry.
Brenda, I think
See you later,
it might
Pete.
have overtalked you. Oh, Brenda, somebody muted Brenda. I didn't.
Grade three math there, Bev. That's what she's into. Grade 3 math.
Oh, yeah, that's what I know. She said he wants to come and give us a grade 3 math lesson. Who was it that muted Brenda? I don't want to unmute Brenda if Brenda was muted for other reasons. Anyone?
It's your show.
Yeah.
If she keeps calm and not condescending.
Oh, like you.
Or was that Moyak?
Kind of like, who was that?
Moyak.
Right, well, since we are hosting again, I think I might point that out. So
He's gone.
The mod team, yeah.
Why don't you guys use the stage function?
Because you can't share videos and things on the stage. It doesn't work yet.
But you're not sharing. But you're not.
Why don't you change the format of the show a little more?
But you're not sharing a video though, Bev.
I was going to. I mean, I was going to, but then it turned into, I don't know. Call it a shit show. People getting all
is sharing a well. Is that why you're here? Is that why you're here,
Oh my God!
You need to turn your mic down. Or your
TV
is down or something in the background. Yeah, you've got me.
Do you have a point to make? Do you have a point to make? Concerning the subject we're talking about?
I'd like to hear from the alley.
Well, SC, did you?
I switched.
Did you see the 2 videos I posted to you, SC?
Yeah.
We'll discuss that in the morning. I think that's pretty plumb.
Definitely.
What's the topic?
Perpendicular.
Yeah, perpendicularity.
That's just the 90 degrees to another straight line. That's perpendicular.
Yep.
Done and dusted.
Yep. So horizontal plane can be made, and all perpendiculars to the plane, as we know in geometry, are parallel, and also, as we know in reality, perpendicular to horizontal, as you've just agreed, vertical.
No, that's false.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. So, all perpendiculars to a plane, right, are parallel and are 90-degree angles. Absolutely.
Right.
But on the Earth, not all plumb vertical lines are parallel. They're not.
Is a horizontal plane available?
So plumb lines on the Earth are not parallel.
What about the horizontal plane?
So plumb lines, just stop trying to change the. You're trying to change the goalposts. Plumb lines on Earth are not parallel. This is an observation. It's an observation.
Times I've asked you about the horizontal.
When you
The
make
horizontal
a bold
to
claim,
what?
you have to back it up.
The horizontal to what?
The horizontal plane, can it be established in
to what?
reality? Can
Horizontal
you
is-
establish a horizontal plane in reality? Like in the place
Horizontal-
where we live, is there possible that we can establish a horizontal plane?
Horizontal to what? Horizontal is only in reference to another line.
A horizontal
Right?
plane is a horizontal plane.
How is
You can
horizontal
establish-
defined? Horizontal is defined as 90 degrees to another line. So which line are you? That's how it's defined.
You seem confused, Brenda. I don't think you've ever actually done any of this. I can't imagine you ever have held level. Have you ever done a job? Maybe a bit of concreting? Bit of surveying? Not so sure. Have you done any?
Horizontal has to be in reference to something else.
Have you done any?
You said that 5
pretended to have
times,
done
Brenda.
any? Have you ever pretended to do any surveying anywhere?
None of this is relevant.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You've not even done a little bit of pretend surveying. No?
It's not relevant.
Have you ever done any real surveying?
So my claim was that
Have you ever
plums.
pretended to have done any real surveying?
So plumb lines are not parallel. I didn't say
So
anything
how
about.
many times have we said that? It's
Yes,
like we're on
because
the
you're
internet.
trying to.
That's the seventh time.
Yes, you're trying to shift the goalposts.
No, you just keep
You're
repeating
desperate
yourself.
to change.
It's like you've got a bit of a narrative that you have to put.
Well, I want you to either agree or disagree.
What the all perpendiculars to a plane would be parallel.
Is that what I said? Why are you lying about what I said?
He didn't lie. He just made a statement like
No,
you made a statement.
he misrepresented what I said. I didn't say
No,
all perpendiculars.
No, you
didn't
definitely
say all
said that all
perpendiculars.
perpendiculars to
No,
a
I
plane
did
will
not.
be parallel. You did because you
That-
stated out. That's how you.
No, I
started off.
said that
She
plumb
said
lines.
That's true.
I said that plumb lines on Earth are none of them are parallel.
How do you know that? At least that's just a.
It's observable and measurable. It's observable and measurable.
How? Wow, that's good.
Yes.
Measurable.
Fantastic.
You know, I was just queuing that video up. That's just where we were thinking of going to watch where the beginning of it's like a half-hour video though. Do you sit through that? Do you want to? That's why we're in this bit so we can watch videos together.
Do you have a response?
You can watch the video, right, to see where you get your measurements from. 'Cause
Well,
I don't think
just-
you've done it yourself, have you? Because you've never even pretended to be a
Do
surveyor.
you agree or do you disagree?
You answer the question, Ellen.
I would like Bev to tell me whether he agrees or not that all plumb lines on Earth, none of them are parallel with each other.
Can you prove that?
It's
That's
an
a
observation,
ridiculous-
yes.
it's a ridiculous statement, Where's Brenda. the observation?
It's
Where's
a
the
ridiculous
observation?
statement.
Sounds like there's a model afoot.
Zanuck posted images up above. If you scroll up, Zanuck
Why are you
posted the
referring
images.
to
He can post them
Zanuck?
again.
We're asking you, Brenda.
Go. Right, so I've got this video here. I don't know which bits do you want us to look at, Brenda, for your angles. Oh, jeez, look at this.
I just want you to respond.
So
I want you to
respond
respond.
to Zanuck's numbers. You want us to respond to Zanuck's numbers? That's not a demonstration of
I just want Bev to say either yay or nay, and then give me the reasons for why he agrees or disagrees.
The plumb lines are what? Parallel.
Is that what I said, Bev?
What's
I
the
would
question,
agree. I would agree
Brenda?
with you.
Go
yes.
ahead.
I would agree.
Ellen says that plumb bobs are not parallel,
Oh,
but in
wow.
reality they.
That's a pretty big claim, that.
It actually isn't.
Wow, it is. It's a massive claim.
I would ask
No, it
one,
really isn't.
I would ask one
I would like your
question.
response. I would like Bev to respond instead of quit trying to
respond by
dodge
saying
the question.
state plane coordinate system that you have would have all horizontals parallel and also all verticals parallel. I mean,
I'm not talking about horizontals. I'm talking about plumb lines.
Yeah, and all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane.
I'm not talking about perpendiculars to a horizontal plane. I'm talking about plumb lines. See, this is how you know somebody is deceptive, is when they refuse to answer simple, direct questions like this. This is a non-flat earther who is in here to disrupt.
No, I'm
You made a
hosting.
statement, not a question.
Yeah, I'm hosting, and I'm telling you, all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel. Now, any perpendicular to a horizontal plane would also be vertical. Now, that's provable.
I'm not talking. Yes, you're right.
And
I'm
all
not
you
talking
need to
about.
do is to prove a horizontal plane. And
I'm
that's
not
easy
talking about that.
because they exist in reality. That's
I'm
all
not
you need
talking
to do.
about any of that. I'm
Well,
talking
you
about
don't know
plumb.
what you're talking about.
I'm talking about plumb. You do
would
know
be
what I'm talking about. You're
perpendicular to the
pretending.
horizontal plane.
You're a liar. You're pretending
Brenda,
not to know
calm
what I'm
down,
talking
or
about.
I'm gonna have to mute you. Calm down.
You're gonna have to calm down, Alan.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
who's
we'll unleash the right hand on you. You don't.
does anybody here? He's nothing. He's a gnat. So does anybody here? Does anybody here think that I'm talking about
That sounds like a
pair? Yeah, you just don't listen, and you just talk over people.
This is me hosting it. If you don't know.
Yeah, and it's you lying about what I said.
What does he lie
You
about?
he says,
and
Right.
just prove your parallel plumb lines.
Just scroll
Prove that they're
up.
not parallel, because we know they. So you need
don't
to
know
show
that.
they're not. And
You
just
don't know
a
that.
bunch of letters and numbers on a screen is not proof.
You can just scroll up. Zanuck has posted data. Data
Not about
from
Zanuck. We're asking
observations.
you.
No, data from observations that show that two plumb lines were not parallel, thus refuting
That's
flat
not
Earth.
a demonstration.
Yeah, it is. It's data.
That
Can we
is
move on
not
from this?
a demonstration.
It's data.
Bye, Brenda.
It's data.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant.
Well, since Bev doesn't know whether or not the Earth is flat or round, I would think he would be happy to know.
Flat. Fuck's sake, Brenda.
There's the model. There's the model. There's the model.
So Bev doesn't know whether it's flat or round. I would think he would be happy to
Bev
find
says
out.
It's definitely not flat. And I'm one of the people that's actually measured it, mapped it, right? With the tools that do that.
I don't think I really doubt that. I don't think you have. Where's your data? Where's your
You don't
data?
have anything, man. Get up out of here.
Yeah.
Where's your data?
I've got a certificate if you want to see it.
No, I don't care about your certificate. You said you measured
Land
the
surveying certificate.
Bev. You said you measured the flatness of the Earth. Where's your
No,
data?
I said I've actually measured the Earth. Right?
Yeah, where's your
With
data?
Level.
And what was your
pointed
conclusion?
It's measurable, definitely.
What did you measure? The curvature?
There's no curvature, is there? Level
Did you
is
measure
horizontal. I know that, right? This is the point.
Oh, so it's flat.
What's the curvature of?
So the Earth is flat then?
What's the curvature of, Brenda?
Is the Earth flat or
What
is
is
it
the
curved?
curvature of, Brenda?
What is your data? What is it?
Is the curvature of Brenda?
That's just a non sequitur.
Well, a
You
mountain curves. It goes up and down on the other side. Is that the curvature you're talking about? That's
Is this where you
definitely measurable.
pretend? Is this where you pretend that you don't know the difference between the overall flatness or curvature of the Earth and terrain?
What Well, the Earth is what
Are
you
you
measure
pretending?
with
Are you
geometry.
pretending not to know that difference?
The
You're just
Earth is
pre-
what you measure in geometry.
Are you pretending not to know the difference between terrain
You sound
and
like
the
you're
curvature?
turned into a full sophistry, yeah?
How is that sophistry?
Because I'm saying level is horizontal. Are
So the
you
Earth is
saying
flat. You're saying the
that
Earth is flat.
curves, Brenda?
Oh, are
Is
you
that
saying the Earth is
curvature
flat?
you're looking for? The curvature of a horizontal?
I'm asking you to back up your claim that you measured the Earth. Where's your data?
It's oh,
Brenda. Where's your data?
This is getting old, Brenda.
Well,
Is
you
this the best you've
refuse.
got?
You
Okay, hold on,
refuse
Brenda,
to
hold
answer.
on. He'll show
video.
you. He has a 400. He has a 400-meter water level, right? He took it out many times, and he did his thing. So what does that mean to you? What's your issue with that? What's your issue with Bev?
I want to see his data from his observation that measures either the Earth being curved or flat. How is that unreasonable?
Hold on. Fair enough.
told.
When did he ever say that he went to measure the?
He did. He said he
Can I say
measured the
something?
Earth.
Hey, just real quick. You came in with the statement, said it, what was it, SE, like 7 or 8 times. You made the statement boldly, showed no proof of it, but now you're asking for measurements. How does that work?
I referenced the post by Zanuck, who posted the data that I'm talking about.
Explain it? Can you explain it?
Yeah, there were two stations were set up a distance apart. Both were established zenith and established perpendicular, right? And then when he added up the interior angles, they exceeded 180 degrees, thus showing that the plumb line was not parallel. It was, he showed it interior angles of greater than 180 degrees. If they were parallel, it would equal exactly 180 degrees. It did not.
What did he measure to and over what distance?
It between two stations, between two survey stations. You can get all those particulars from Zanuck's post. They were 1,200 feet apart.
What was the measurement?
Feet.
Now that's a bold claim.
We have
You
the
can't
data.
just say 12. You can't just
you
say
the-
12. You hang on. You can't just say 1,200 feet and give some arc second that's not even showing the measurement of what the arc second was or two, and still make that claim.
All of the data is published. All of the data is published and available.
That's not enough data.
It shows that the two plumb lines are not parallel, thus refuting the claim that the Earth is flat. You're done.
No, you're done because it's only showing an arc second. To what? How did he get the arc second?
It doesn't matter. If it's within the tolerances of the instrument, it shows that the two plumbs are not
It is not
parallel.
showing anything. Ellen.
Why is that?
Showing anything.
Why is that?
Because it's not a demonstration. It's not showing anything.
It's
You're
an
just telling us
observation.
that
It's an
these numbers
observation
mean
with data.
something. No, it's not an observation. It's numbers.
It's an observation made by a real person on the real Earth with real instruments.
Okay, I'm going to ask this question. Let me pull up the thing where Zanuck posted it. I have to go back. All right. First one, 17.1 what? Number one, 17.1 what to what? How do you get 17.1?
Crickets.
That's your cue, Brenda.
For what?
What's going on? Like, were you talking to me?
Hi, Brenda.
It's a waste of time.
Yeah.
It says at the bottom there, like he's measured 18 seconds of curvature. He puts that to the center of the Earth and goes, the angle formed between 402. 404 with the radius of like, what's that? 68% correct. So that's, he's took a measurement of 18 seconds. And he's come
Yes,
out with
what?
something that's 68% correct. He's not a real surveyor. The guy can't even set his fucking tools up.
Just respond to the actual data.
Horizontal is. It's a joke.
Yeah, I know you're trying to character assassinate, but
No,
the fact
you don't
is,
even know his method. And you don't know what he's talking about. And he's not a real surveyor.
Yeah, that's fair. Describe his method, Brenda. Describe the
doesn't
method
matter.
he
I
was
told
using.
you already what it was. He set up 2 stations and established zenith on both of them, established perpendicular to the zenith on both of them, and measured the interior angles.
Can't be trusted to know what zenith is. He doesn't know what
Oh,
horizontal
you don't.
is.
Yeah. So you're just going to character
I can
assassinate.
show you. No, it's not character assassination.
Yeah,
there's a
it
video
totally
out
is.
there where he tells you he doesn't know what horizontal is. Now, if he doesn't know what horizontal is, it's directly proportional to vertical. It's perpendicular. So he can't find zenith. This guy, he's not a real surveyor. And you guys think he is. He's fooled you, Brenda, not us. You.
It doesn't matter whether or not he has a certificate or not. We got the data from the observation that shows. Yeah, you can say that
what
if
he
you
said
want.
about the data.
That's
Brenda?
just denial. That's just denialism. That's all you've got is denial.
I've got 2 videos that show.
All you've got is denialism.
No, I will say this. I will say this boldly. If you're going to claim that plumb lines are not parallel, you better show a plumb bob or 2 plumb bobs in your video, because surveyors do use plumb bobs to set their equipment up. Fact.
Yeah. So what?
He never does that.
Why?
I don't know. You tell me. It's your video that y'all tout all the
It's
time.
not my video. It's his. He doesn't have to show him. He doesn't have to show every
You're
single.
doing it third party through Zanuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, shut this down.
Generation information.
That doesn't make any difference.
It does make a difference. He doesn't know how to set his tools up, so you cannot trust any data he gives you.
That's not true.
It is definitely true. Yes.
It's just your
Not a
words.
real
It's just
surveyor.
your say so. It's just your say so.
He's got a video out there.
It's just your say so.
It's not my say so. He's
Yeah,
got
it
a
is.
video out there.
This is just turning into he said, she said.
But that's all.
Just move it on.
It's
Okay, calm down,
ever
Brenda.
has.
This is time
I'm
for you to
giving
calm
you
down.
objective data, and you're denying it. You're just denying it.
Brenda.
Yeah. Bye.
You can't even. She can't even explain the objective data. So how can I take somebody's word posting something when they can't explain the data or how it was derived?
Can we get to the video?
Yeah, I've got the.
You're probably one of the most dishonest people I've ever met, Bob.
man.
Yeah,
You made your point, Brenda. Be quiet or I'm going to mute you. One more statement like that.
No, she's gone.
Okay.
She left.
Well,
Good riddance.
I'm going to show this video now since brought it up.
Come back another time when you're more calm and more
guys see
respectful.
Right.
Yeah, we can see it.
Better still don't come back.
This is. Do you need it big screen or is that all right? Little screen?
Yeah.
Big screen. Right. So this is the guy that we're talking about that everybody's trusting for plumb bobs not being parallel. And he set up this one here, theodolite, and this one here is an auto level. And he's put them next to each other, and this is looking through the auto level, Stadia hairs, crosshairs, and this is the lighthouse that's across the other side. I don't know why people look over water at lighthouses. Surveyors don't normally do this sort of stuff. This is completely made up surveying techniques. And then this is the other one. It's the other light. It's upside down. I mean, let's take it that it is upside down. But you see the distance between the crosshairs. I mean, you've got to ignore the Stadia hairs because they are both two different magnifications. But the crosshair, the horizontal, is a long different, right? And if you listen to him, can you guys hear this? It's not very loud.
No, it's good enough. That's good enough.
Now listen to what he says. Not the same. Different. And he noted that they would be. Right, so he admits that they should be different. Like, they shouldn't be different. Any real surveyor would go, wait a minute. Something's not right here.
Beb, is this when they had the two instruments and one of them was the level, the horizontals were different when they were at the same height?
Yeah, look, I mean, can you
No,
see that there?
I brought that to them and they told me the main surveyor said it should be off because one of the instruments wasn't calibrated.
So it wasn't horizontal.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. That was just their excuse. They said he said it should be off because one of the instruments wasn't calibrated. I don't know why he's walking around with an uncalibrated thing, but
yeah. And why would he make a video with it that's
Yeah.
uncalibrated? I mean, like, what's the point of making a video saying, yeah, I set it up, I made the video, and they were uncalibrated? Yeah. Like, which one's uncalibrated? Could they both be uncalibrated? I mean, what sort of a useless surveyor like puts two tools next to each other and doesn't like go, yeah, I best hadn't do that. That'd look bad, wouldn't it? I mean, what's he doing with two uncalibrated tools? Which one's uncalibrated? How does he know? And he does say that what you do is, he says it in this. I don't know where it's 7 minutes or whatever, but if you guys listen to the video, go and listen to it. He says he would calibrate it after the fact by doing a 2-peg test until you get it right. Well, no, you do the 2-peg test before you start. That's when you make sure it's working. That's the first thing you do when you get it out. Like, that's the first thing any real surveyor would do. I mean, DP's even done it.
Even.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It's like, it's that basic that's the first thing you should do.
The monkey can do it.
Yeah.
Somebody as simple as DP could do it.
Yeah, nice one, SE.
But I mean, if this guy is doing this and not noticing, or like even noticing it and then just sort of brushing it off, I mean, what's he meant to be doing?
Well, I couldn't do it, so that means I'm more simpler than DP.
You would. You'd be able to do it dead easy. It's one of the easiest things, but I mean, it's experience. You just have to be able to do it. Anyone can
clearly
come
trying
along
to
and have
hide
a go at
something,
doing it.
or trying to lead you down the garden path or something. He was hiding something, leading you down the garden path with that statement that one of them was off. Clearly, something there.
They are off.
That's not
And,
right.
like, they're obviously off. I mean, the fact is that he didn't notice until somebody, maybe named Bev, started noticing in his comments, because nobody else noticed it. Why would anybody else notice?
I mean, what are you doing walking around with an uncalibrated auto level or theodolite or what? You got to get your plumb levels. You know, if he's walking around with an uncalibrated plumb line.
I ask uncomfortable questions that seem to be get really bad responses. So this guy made an extra video to say, you know, like why some people were saying that, and all he did, he just doubled down on it. Yeah, listen to this.
Totally unprofessional.
Listen. Is it okay for measuring curvature? Absolutely. We could have just took a scope without crosshairs, like a camera, and achieved the same thing, he says. Absolutely nothing, right? The guy isn't a real surveyor. You definitely can't trust him for measuring plumb lines being parallel, especially when you look into the geometry and the purpose of what he's doing behind it. It'd be fucking hilarious when he comes out. Get him to come back and come and play. Everybody shout for Jeff. Come on. Come on.
Come out of the rock.
Here's one that I think Jesse helped him with when they first come over. They must have met. Jesse went down there. Look how close the crosshairs is to the lighthouse on that one. Different, isn't it? He's they're playing games, and they have been for quite a while. And this game that this man's playing is
Bev.
silly. Yeah.
It didn't see a measuring rod in that.
No.
So we just guesstimation? Oh, somebody else did that too.
When you're walking around with an uncalibrated auto level, you don't really need a measuring stick.
No. Wait, Jeremy. Wait. You out there with an uncalibrated, no measuring rod. What are you doing?
But what's bad is in the video he says ridiculous things. It's to be expected. The horizontals aren't the same. Calibrated after the fact, may not be calibrated. But yet the same guy, people tout his videos saying he's able to get accuracies that are, I would say, impossible. Yeah, he's okay. He's a good guy. Yeah. Y'all.
Yeah. He's got one. One of the ones that I do. One of the sketches is Euclid and plumb lines. I'm quite proud of this. This is obviously when 420. I don't know whether to add another view to it. I go on. Right. This is genius. Right. It depends how into geometry everybody is, and the difference between Euclidean geometry and non-Euclidean geometry. Now,
make it big.
Yeah, make it big. Okay. Right.
So sorry.
Anyone know the big difference between Euclidean geometry and non-Euclidean geometry? Because that's a pretty important factor to start off with here.
I do. I'll wait to see if somebody else does.
Yeah. Sort of on the it's on the screen. Might be a bit of a giveaway. It's like we call it the triangle axiom. these people have got all confused, like really confused, and they call it the parallel postulate. And this is how confused you can get with the parallel postulate and a really bad lack of geometry knowledge.
Would you say that this is a prime example of stolen concept fallacy?
Oh, this is like a comedy routine for the intelligentsia, right? So basically, set it up. QE did his logic thing, and I like the logic, so I decided to start playing with them on Twitter. Obviously, with the surveyors, the fake surveyors, as I already knew back then. So there's a school teacher, or a pretend, maybe a fake school teacher, said she was a geometry teacher for schools, that decided to take Jeff's picture and add it to a modus tollens, and then add in the parallel postulate just for the icing on the cake. Okay. Now, here's the script. The picture he uses with the angles in the thing is 94 degrees either side. So it's quite obviously with the line of sight and the occupy station B. This is how Jeff does his pictures. So the modus tollens is if plumb lines are parallel, P, then the sum of the interior angles, zenith angle, degree, Q. Well, that's like a really badly worded statement and doesn't actually ring true. So we're struggling already. And then it says the sum of the interior angle zenith is greater than 180, not Q, which is zenith angles will be 180. Therefore, plumb lines are not parallel. So that's a really bad logic proof. I should bring it up on logic now. Let everybody work through that. So it's bad logic. But then the really funny icing on the cake bit is the parallel postulate, Euclid's fifth, which it says, if a line segment intersect two straight lines forming two interior angles on the same side that sum to less than two right angles, then the two lines, if extended indefinitely, meet on the side on which the angles sum to less than two right angles. Genius. So it's about a triangle formed, which they've nicely picked out. And they're saying that straight line between the two would form a triangle, and that triangle would, if indefinitely extended, would meet. Genius, right? I don't know if anybody else has seen that before as a globe proof. Can you see the beauty in that? Forgetting
Can
this
you
is
post that, Bev? It's hard to see it on the live. Do you have like a thing that you can?
I'll snip it. I think I've got it anyway.
The degrees are what's what I think in the degrees as opposed to where it says line of sight would be a big problem, I would say.
There you go. Right, it's more though, you want to be looking at the greater picture of it. Right, this is Euclidean.
Well, if you want to talk about stolen concept, I mean,
well,
that
it is what would be true if verticals were to the center. But the very fact that they're using Euclidean and they're using what they call the parallel postulate, and that's the one, Buster, what's the difference between Euclidean geometry and non-Euclidean geometry?
Extra dimension.
That parallel postulate. That's the one they have to get rid of. Can't have the parallel postulate. You have to confuse the parallel postulate as to being parallels and then get rid of it. But on the misunderstanding that it is actually a triangle axiom that makes a triangle. So if you actually do make a triangle with your model, then there's no need for you to make a non-Euclidean geometry that doesn't have that postulate. Is there?
It can't have that postulate because it doesn't have that extra dimension.
Yeah, that's the point. If that were true and that actually did happen, they wouldn't need to make a non-Euclidean geometry and get rid of that actual thing in the first place. I mean, I don't know. Like you'd have to have a word with him. I mean, he's a surveyor, and he's definitely got together with a teacher. Wait a minute, maybe he's not a surveyor. I don't know. The logic's definitely faulty. Really bad logic. The measurements on his thing are undoable because it's 94 degrees on either side. Impossible.
Which motor tolerance is that again?
That's Casey's, based around Jeff, the guy from Maine, has surveyor in his YouTube name.
Wow.
Probably not even from Maine.
Yeah.
Probably not even licensed in. Probably not even licensed in Maine if he was licensed at all.
I don't know what's worse, the fact that or the fact that people use his information in his videos as proof for something without knowing how the tools are set up or where they're set up or how the guy did his thing or anything, because it doesn't really explain much.
No, I mean,
How does he get the sum of the angles?
94 degrees he's got on all of these. Like they're massive. This is back when he was first started.
I mean, one of his videos, he says that with his measurements, his calculation of what was it, Earth radius or something like that, it was 2,700 miles or something, like really off from the, I don't know, I guess Wikipedia.
Don't enable the afflicted.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
It's like putting an open bottle in front of somebody recovering.
I don't know how you can get reliable numbers if the numbers are inconsistent. Like how do you choose what the right numbers are if the numbers are always inconsistent? I mean, you have to rely on a model.
Just add up a few of them and take an average.
I was gonna say you get a mean from a mean. It's easy.
Yeah, a mean from a mean, and then you get a mean from those means because you do it more times. It's
the 1, 2, 3. You get your first mean, then you get a mean from the mean, and then the third one's where it's at. No, I'm just kidding.
You triangulate the mean. Yeah. Mean triangulation.
Got a comment from a year ago on that. Can you tell us which geometry you're using when you're measurements and calculations, please? And that's Cosmo in there as well. Time, no see. Oh, wait a minute. Isn't he black? So I don't know. I mean, we don't really need to go over line video because if you can't trust him on his geometry or his knowledge of surveying and how to set up tools, I mean, what else do you need?
Yeah, that's true.
Missing tools too.
Yeah, I think you would need him to come back to explain himself, really, before I'm willing.
But why would you want to?
Yeah, but why would you want them to? But why? Why would you want them to?
Like I said, missing tools.
Missing plumb bobs is what he's missing.
I think Bev took him.
Copy pasta. Wow, that's bad. I'm sure I've read that loads of times. Like they're trying to say that the fifth postulate, which is the 12th axiom, triangle axiom, is even hard to read and understand. Yeah. I don't think it's that hard to understand, is it? I'll put it in here. Everyone can have a look. Tell us if you think it's difficult.
Is that the one where it's a line laying on another line and the angles are congruent?
Two straight lines.
Two straight lines. I mean, it says straight lines, right? It doesn't say like straight, like curved.
Yeah, that's why we call it the triangle axiom. There you go. If a straight line meet two straight lines so as to make the two interior angles taken together less than two right angles, these two straight lines being continuously produced shall at length meet on that side which the angles are less than two right angles. Triangle would be formed with 182 right angles on the side which it's less than 180, right? That, to me, that's not difficult or hard or anything. A triangle, given three straight lines, triangle would be formed on the side with less than 180. That's not a problem at all, that. No problem.
Or less than two right angles, right?
Yeah.
Like if we weren't talking about degrees.
Yeah, because what you'd have otherwise would be two perpendiculars, right?
Yeah.
If those two right angles were there at each line, then where would the triangle be formed? Yeah, where would the triangle be formed? It wouldn't. The triangle would be formed on the side with less than 180 or two right angles. I mean, that's perfect logic. It's hard to express it. But it's basically saying triangle's got 180 degrees.
I don't know. Maybe it's just a personal preference of mine, but I like using the right angles.
Yeah.
The sum of two right angles. Don't even have to say sum. It would just be equal to two right angles.
But there's 3 angles equal to 2 right angles.
Yeah. Any 3 angles. But I mean, it does state 2 straight lines.
Yeah.
I think that's something that gets ignored or overlooked, maybe purposely. I don't know.
That's why certain people have a problem with it, right? They think there's something wrong with it, but perfect. You've already described perpendicular. So there doesn't seem to be a problem for me. There's one instance where no triangle would be formed on either side, and anything else depends on that postulate as to tell you which side the triangle would be formed. There's no problem, especially seeing as 2 parallel straight lines has been defined also. I can't see. Might be too much for some people.
Yeah, I still have yet to hear how it can be measured, how any curve can be measured without using a straight line to differentiate a curve from a straight line. Like, it just seems like a logical conundrum.
Have you seen what B-Ball's just posted?
I'm in the car
I think
right
it's
now.
one of the classic type things.
Normally a load of crap that people post.
Old. It's geodetic surveying. This class of surveying is distinguished from plain surveying by the fact that it takes into account the curvature of the Earth, usually necessitated by the large distances or areas covered. Work of this character requires the utmost refinement of methods and instruments. Vague. Ultra vague. Okay, first.
I think that means... Oh, go ahead.
Go on. I'd say first, because allowing for the curvature of the Earth is in itself a refinement. Yeah, that's why we have to work of this character requires the utmost refinement of methods and instruments, because it is in itself a refinement. So refinement
I might be
squared.
wrong.
Oh,
Yeah, I might be wrong, but it sounds like you're taking actual measurements and tweaking them to fit a model.
Yep, that's the next one, number 2, because small measurements have to be greatly expanded. And thirdly, because the magnitude of the work involves an accumulation of errors.
Huh.
So that sounds brilliant, doesn't it? I mean, like, hey, you trust those guys over the plane surveyors that measure the land with accuracy. I don't know.
Trust them to accumulate errors by the sounds of it.
Why is everybody so quiet on the baller side? Kosho's here. Who else is here? Tony V. I never heard Tony V quiet.
It's because we're asking for demonstrations, not just rhetoric.
Oh, right. Isn't there a mountain that they say they have this mountain? If you hang a plumb bob next to it, it deviates from plumb.
Oh, well. Not too sure. Have you looked into that?
Actually, I have, and I couldn't find anything. Then there's this bridge that Brenda keeps bringing up, that the pillars on either side deviate. They're not plumb.
Yeah, that's the Verrazano Bridge connecting New Jersey and New York.
What's their proof on that? I just heard words.
Did you hear? I said that's the Verrazano Bridge connecting New Jersey to New York. I've asked for evidence. All I can ever find is what we find everywhere, and that's just an article saying that the towers are deviating. Yeah. There's no data for it. It's all just assumptions. Everybody just assumes that the Earth is curved, and if it is curved, then you are going to have these deviations. No one denies that if you have a shape, you're going to have certain effects because that shape exists. But that's only true if you assume that what you're on is a sphere.
Yeah, they're just calculations.
It is calculable. Exactly. It's calculable, but not measurable. Right.
Yeah, you got a bit of a
anyway, I'm
robot there, Mobius. For me, anyway. Do you like that for everyone?
He was roboting.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we all know that the calculations are made. We tried to make that point yesterday, I think, about the measurements. The difference between a calculation and a measurement, and also a confusion on that. The way that some people think that, there isn't much difference between the two.
You mean like singular and plural?
I don't know. Measurement and calculation, they're two completely different things, aren't they? Calculation's a mathematical procedure. Measurement is like a physical.
Yeah, but the clue is in the word measurement, singular.
The meant, not the mind. I'd have the.
I wonder what's the margin of error for a horizontal line to turn into a ball.
Well, that's what we've been saying all along. They need the horizontal curve, and even their math says the horizontal must curve. But they also have a drop from the horizontal, which is very strange. They seem to have both.
They have to have that drop, and that's where that's what's killing them now inside. That's what's making them do like backflips, mental gymnastics. Because there's no way you can get around that. You can't have it both ways.
And the straight line that we observe in order to do a radius from is 10 miles long. So
These, yeah. And George drop from horizontal. It's a pity nobody told them that they didn't actually have a horizontal when they decided to get a drop from it.
it's so ridiculous to listen to that, you know, a horizontal line dropping. It's nonsensical. A horizontal line has a specific vector. Like the level line is the same vector. There is no drop.
Silly, isn't it? Like how you can go this long with such a simple geometric argument. It's not even an argument, geometric statement that everyone has
Yeah,
to
that's
agree with.
correct.
That's the funny thing, is that it's geometric statements. Only they want to make arguments out of it. But there is no argument to be had. It's really weird.
Oh, it's foolish. He's upset with posting that meme for Kozlowski's failure. Thinks it's derogatory.
Oh, foolish. Why? Because we've said Kozlowski's a failure.
Yeah, because he's never going to find his drop from horizontal. Must upset him.
That must be SE's meme. Oh no.
No, it's yours.
Thanks.
That's what it is. It might be another one of your memes. They're offensive.
Wow, I must be moving up the meme scale.
No, it wasn't you, it was me.
Damn, I thought I had that one.
You'll be getting yourself banned because of your memes soon, I see.
Yeah, that's my strive. That's my goal.
He's obsessed with QE as well, Phyllis. Just leave it alone. QE's not here. Don't worry about it. Oh, we're over at Astrolux. We're over at EA. I'll drop you the link. Should be in the thing, I hope. Here you go. didn't put a poll on or anything tonight. Yeah, we said it a long time ago. This perpendicular is a bit too much for people to take. 2 straight lines. Called right angles. Because it's 2 right lines. They're the only lines you needed to be able to build things. Level base. Vertical walls. Makes sense. Brad thinks it's boring. Come in, Brad. Show us your logic. He said you can disprove the horizontal parallel logic. Come on in. So anybody else wanted to go anywhere else with this? I think we seem to have silenced most people.
I was thinking the same thing. First time I hear silence. Not a word.
Just plumb bobs. I did mute loads of people though.
Well, Zanuck, I could understand, yes.
Don't know whether Brenda. Foolish, maybe.
Brenda rage quit. Well, maybe not. Well, sort of. Swear quit.
Well, I did send these couple pictures and a couple little videos. We can go over tomorrow to Beth. I think it's pretty cool. While everybody else is talking about Plum is not going to be 90 degrees itself. So
Joseph Stanley's in here. He's the surveyor.
Don't waste your time, man. Let them do it. Let them do it for themselves.
oh no, I'm not giving them that. I'm not giving them a squat.
Maybe tomorrow everyone is checking with a plumb, see if the walls are actually plumbed.
Or if it's 90.
We're going to start a plumb bob calibrating business. And water level.
I wonder if my door frames are 90-degree angles.
Do you reckon you could measure it? See whether they are. Because I think, was it Druss that said you can't? You can't have square. There's no such thing as a perfect square.
That sounds like there's no such thing as a straight line. Last time he came in.
What's that tool called? What's that tool called again? A square? Is it a square?
Yeah. Square. And actually a 3-4-5 triangle.
Gummy Bear's just landed in the chat, so
Oh god.
he might be in to defend a position soon.
No. Gummy Bear won't be able to do it. There's no defense for the model geometrically.
You're on crack if you think that.
Really?
Well, what happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
The very fact that things go down.
Okay, what geometry are we using then for starters?
Oh, what geometry?
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look here at all the different types of geometry to explain why things might be lower on a curve.
Yeah. Which geometry are we using to start off with?
Let's take a
I'll
look.
claim Euclidean.
Euclidean geometry.
Yeah. I'll Bugsy that. It's been claimed that's the flat Earth geometry now. Do you want some? Or do you want to get a different one?
Here, let's hear this one out.
Are you Googling quick? What geometry can I use?
Yep,
in
pretty much. Because Euclidean's just the most common one that I'm aware of.
Yeah, it's just most common.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
what geometry are you using for the globe? We're just curious.
Probably Euclidean.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, just to explain why things go down over a curve.
So we're both going to use Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, we'll see whose math is more accurate.
Brilliant. Okay.
It sounded like a statement to me. Things go down over the curve. Which
That's
curve?
true. Yeah. Obviously, the one we see.
They do. Yeah.
Obviously, the one we
Which curve
see.
are we talking about?
Yeah, the curve I see out on the water, my guy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You see curve on the water.
That's right.
Ain't no curve out there, bro. What are you
Oh,
talking about?
damn sure there is.
Well, let's.
How come I don't see it?
Because you got shitty eyes and shitty cameras.
Let's not get into this one. Let's do this step by step. Right?
Mhm.
We're trying to get into finding out the curve, and we're going to use Euclidean geometry, right? So, I'm guessing we're going to use a straight line. I
Sure.
would. Right. Now,
Mhm.
where are we going to start? We're going to start at the beach with the water
Mm-hmm.
at our toes.
Sure.
Right. Okay. At the shore. Yeah. Well done. The
Yep.
seashore.
Sure.
Yep. Now, we're looking out towards the water, and
Mhm.
it's quite a way, obviously. So we're going to call that the true horizon.
With the true horizon? Why would we call that the true horizon?
Because that's what the true horizon is. Horizon over water.
Horizon over water. So true usually indicates like a fixed position, right?
No, true means the horizontal. Definitely the true horizon, not a topographic horizon.
So I have to look down to see that, though. So it's kind of odd.
You have to look down. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, it's from your feet to that position.
Okay.
We say that's a straight line.
Say that's a straight line.
Yep.
So why is it that I can look down at something that's supposed to be higher than me?
What's
I don't really see how that works out. I don't really understand how that works out. Like
meant to be higher than you?
So when you look out at things out at the beach, right? You actually have to angle like your point of view like a little bit down in order to see something that would otherwise be higher up than you.
So
Which is what I'm kind of. It's like I'm really hard.
Than you.
Say the tip of a sailboat.
Right, but we just
a fucking mountain.
Water.
I don't know, a dog.
About the bulge.
We're talking about the water, right? That
Yeah,
is
sure.
out there, the true horizon, from your feet. Could you draw a straight line from your feet to that position?
Okay. Cool.
Could you?
Not really.
He's saying that the water from his feet to the horizon is going up.
No, I'm saying it's going down.
From your eyes to your feet is going down. Yeah.
No, so like the water from my feet out towards the horizon is going down.
Okay, so
that's why things at the horizon are lower.
Where's the straight line that you're going to draw then?
Straight line? You just imagine a straight line out, like if you were to look straight ahead.
Yep.
That is the straight line.
What, straight out?
Yep, straight out. Because we know that the horizon
And
is
how
slightly.
far would it be?
Hold on. So we know that the horizon is like below your eye level. So why would I look out at the horizon? That wouldn't be a very easy thing to or a good thing to use if I'm trying to set up like a 0 degree point of view.
If you were measuring with a sextant, you would use the horizon.
Okay. Am I using a sextant in this case?
Well, I don't know. What are you doing in this case?
I'm looking straight out at the water, dude, or straight out just above the water, 6 feet above the water.
Can I just real quick, Beth?
Yeah.
So when you're saying when we look out, that's where, and then when we look out straight, that's where things are. That's it.
When I look out straight, right?
Yeah,
That's my line of sight.
Straight line. That makes a straight line to the thing we're seeing. If we see something, when we looking at it, it's a straight line, right?
Sure.
Yeah, you sure?
I mean, you could take like a fucking ruler or something, a really long ruler, and you map out from your fucking eyes to whatever you're looking at. You have a straight line there.
So things aren't moving around, or just they're there, always there. Like, say I was to go out and see something that was way too far, then it wouldn't be a straight line, would it?
Probably not. I mean, you have refraction you have to
Well,
deal with.
when do we make straight lines? Whenever you say it's okay, it's a straight line, and when it's not.
I say if you can get a ruler or something very straight,
Go ahead,
it's
Beth.
not going to warp. You just fucking from eye, like you just fucking put up to your eye and to the other end to whatever you're trying to look at, and then boom, you have your straight line you could use. We understand that refraction exists.
I don't want to derail the whole thing. Go ahead, Bev.
Okay, well, we've got our eye angle, right?
Yep.
And where are you going to go with this?
Where am I going to go with this? Well, anything that, so if you have your 0 point, right? So you level out your eyes, right? Or you level out, you can even use like your,
you've
even got your special
we're
tools,
all
right?
agreed that we've got an imaginary eye angle.
Yep.
That
So
you've just generated. Yeah?
Okay, cool. Yeah. So you set it 0, nice and horizontal and level and whatever the fuck you want to call it. All right. Anything that's below that, that's supposed to be taller than you, goes against any kind of fucking math I'm familiar with.
Math? What do you mean?
Yeah.
What math? Just measured an angle. So
Yeah, you're right. We
anything
measure
within that angle. It
No,
goes
so-
against anything math-wise that you know.
Yeah. So anything that's supposed to be higher than my eye level, that is now below my eye level, meaning
Just
I have to
looking at-
actually like angle my eyes down to
What
see.
is there that's meant to be?
Can you
higher
shut up
than
and listen?
Your eye level?
Wait. I got a picture for you.
Okay.
Just post it. Explain how you gonna do it.
Where's you posting for pictures?
What are you talking about? What's meant to be higher than your eye level?
So say for
Feet
instance,
looking out
say
towards
for
the
instance,
horizon.
you're like 10 feet above the water, right? And you look out at the
beach with the toes.
Okay,
lapping
cool.
at the
Even more
water.
so. Even more so. You say that there's like a dock at the very other end of like the lake you're standing at, right? And
No,
that dock is
It's the water. It's the
holy
sea.
shit. You're a fucking ape. Can you listen?
Sorry, what was that?
Take it easy there. That's not going to be tolerated. That's your
we
only
are
warning you're
at
going to get.
Yeah.
The beach at the shore, if you
Cool.
remember.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we're at the
Right.
beach. All right,
Yeah.
so
You keep talking about what's going to be taller than you. Please tell us.
I'm telling you what's going to
is
be
going
taller
to
than
be-
you. Anything
Okay.
out that I'm fucking looking out at.
At the true horizon. That's what the deal is.
Yeah, sure, it could be at the true horizon. It could be a boat at the like at the true horizon.
Mm-hmm.
So again, if I'm able to look down at that boat in any modicum of any slight angle, that kind of disproves the flat Earth in my mind.
Measuring an angle and
Yeah.
you looking down.
Yep, and me looking
When
down.
does this occur?
Me
When
looking.
does this occur?
Whatchamacallit? Yeah, actually,
have you
I have.
ever, have you ever looked through a pair of binoculars?
Calm down.
Yeah.
When
yeah, I have.
when do you look down?
So when I was ever at Cabo San Lucas, I distinctly remember being able to look down at the sunset when I was up on like the half mile or like the big old mountain ridge that they have overlooking the beach. And my understanding, the sun's never supposed to be below me, but somehow I can look down at the sun.
Could look
It's a
down
big claim
when you
there.
were up a mountain.
Yep. Cabo San Lucas, they have a mountain ridge that is like just over the beach.
And you think nothing is meant to be below you if you go up a mountain?
Definitely not something that should be above me, should be looking below me.
So if an airplane is flying above you over distance, it's going lower now.
Yeah, so an airplane that's supposed to be at 7 miles high, I should never be able to look down at an airplane that's cruising at 5 or 7 miles, right? If I'm only like a quarter of a mile above the water. Would you agree with that?
So when does the airplane lose its altitude then?
No, we're just saying there's a plane. For example, just as this is actually a good example you brought up. If there's a plane that's
He's going to
cruising,
fly over the mountain, isn't he?
sure, he can fly over the mountain. In that case, I'd be looking up above at him, right? If he were to fly out, maintaining his 5, 6, 7 mile high fucking altitude, either way, if he's above me,
But hold on a second. You
Holy
just
shit.
said it. If you're looking at the mountain, you're looking down. But if you're looking at the airplane flying over the mountain, you're looking up.
cool. Can you? I don't know, what's so hard to understand about this, right?
Got in a way to don't take him to aeroplanes, please.
Yeah. So I distinctly remember, and this could be something easily replicated if you live in a tall building. Being able to look down at a sunset, which in my mind shouldn't be possible, because how can you possibly look down at something that's supposed to be higher than you? I mean, unless you can show me with like some Euclidean like math or some Euclidean geometry to explain how like something getting far like away but still being above like the z-axis, right, can somehow form a negative angle in the sense that you're looking down. I'll wait on that, Mr. Construction Worker.
Horizontal. Have you ever established a horizontal?
Yeah, sure. If you establish your horizontal, if you could find, if you you have like your
Where?
fucking what do you mean where?
I mean, where have you established a horizontal?
I mean, you could bust out your fucking water level to establish your horizontal if you so choose.
You did pictures last night with them at an angle.
Yes.
Right? Well, water levels don't do that, so.
Yeah, the water like finds its level. I agree, but you can still have the ends of the hoses at different heights. But
And
we can
that
get
forms
into
a horizontal.
No, the water itself will form a horizontal. You can use that.
Yeah, so you're saying if we have the water level, both
Yeah,
the
sure.
ends will line up on a horizontal.
Sure.
Oh, Bev, there you go.
Yeah, the water will line up at a horizontal, right? The tubes could be different heights, right? But that water's still going to be at the same level to each other.
Yeah.
Yes, if we have a water level, I know exactly. So if we have a water level, both ends of the water are going to be horizontal with each other.
Yes.
Yeah, we know.
Okay,
We know
cool.
that's our argument.
Yeah. So
Listen,
boom.
major cogdiss at play here.
So hold on. So boom, you have your horizontal there. So anything that is below that. Hold on.
Ignorant
Can you
of the
shut up?
argument and his sophistry. He thinks he's still winning because you're
No.
agreeing with him.
Hold on. You're right. No, hold on. The thing
You're
is,
right, yeah.
hold on. The thing is, I'm still trying to, in my mind, come up with an explanation as to how I could personally look down at something that's supposed to be higher up than me.
Listen, if you think both the ends of the water level are on the same horizontal, you're on our side, bud. I don't know what you're arguing.
Okay, so I guess you're just I guess you're just glossing over the entire fucking point. But far be it from me.
Okay, can I jump in for a
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Clarification question?
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone agreed with you that we look down on something that's off in the distance? Because you seem to be saying, how can I look down upon something that's at the horizon? But I don't know that anyone has agreed with you. So are you just arguing against a straw man right now?
No, I can actually go back in here. I have a buddy that does like a lot of the construction work, and he got like that special device that you use. You kind of like look down and it judges angles over distance.
He's not even hearing you, Travis, is he?
No, he's not.
He's
No,
not.
he's not.
He's in his own world somewhere.
Okay, so let me ask you again. I'll ask you again. Has anyone here agreed with you?
Dude, I don't give a shit if anybody in here agrees with me or not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're just arguing against a straw man then. Go ahead, carry on.
Yeah, okay, cool. So if I could find you any evidence of me being able, or anybody really being able to look down at something that's supposed to be higher up in elevation than them, I would like to hear from you as to why that is possible.
Nobody's
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, why don't you go away? Why don't you go away and try to accumulate whatever evidence you think you might have, and then come back and give us a presentation? And if we agree and concede with your argument, then you might have a case. So until then, squatting dog, pooping dog.
Yeah, I think he's
can you not think of it as a hypothetical then?
Squatting dog is ducked out. He's run away.
Surely, I don't know what he's even
He's
arguing
running
for.
away.
Our argument is the water's on the same horizontal on both ends of the water level. That's what he said. He agreed to that, and
over a relative
Yeah.
like small distance.
So, hold on.
No,
Stop,
I've
stop
been on that mountain
obfuscating
in
his
Cabo St.
point.
Lucas. Did you take photographs? Because I have some. You
Who?
want to post one of your photographs? I've been there.
Who, me?
Yeah. You
Yeah, no.
claim to go up
Yeah.
on a mountain, right?
Yeah, up
And-
in Cabo.
Yeah,
And yeah,
up
sure, I
in
could.
Cabo. Yeah,
Yeah,
where
yeah,
where
Cabo
you
San
vacation,
Lucas.
where
Yeah,
you vacation
vacationing.
all the time. Yeah,
Yeah,
you probably saw
every
me there.
every couple
So-
of years I go to Cabo, deep sea
Yeah,
fish.
awesome. Yeah, great fishing there.
Yep.
Did you take any photographs of the sun being below you?
Yeah, somewhere it's on a flash drive.
Post it.
Yeah, I'll have to find it somewhere. It's on a flash drive somewhere. Probably at my
We
parents'
gotta go
place.
find it.
But
Typical.
The fact that you guys don't even want to concede this, which is obviously true, just shows how
obvious.
intellectually
Gummy Bear,
dishonest you are.
you agree that he saw a sun below him?
I can't say anything about his own experience that day since I wasn't there, but I can
That's what I thought.
100% say I can
Nothing-
100% say that there are a huge number of theodolite measurements of the horizon where you look down to see the horizon.
You don't measure the
Theodolite,
horizon
that's right.
to measure the horizon. Maybe he's seeing an optical effect, right? Maybe he's doing an observation from a higher altitude, looking over a great distance, usually over water if he's in Cabo because he's on a freaking island, basically. And maybe that's it.
Well, yeah, I can't speak about the observation he's speaking about, but I know for sure that there are theodolite measurements out there that show looking down at the horizon. So I'm not sure why you guys are being so incredulous about this argument. Yes.
Under something that was never claimed.
Gummy Bear.
Yes.
So you're taking pictures with a theodolite?
Personally, no.
Okay,
Well,
so why even
post
talk about
what
it?
you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, somebody, DP just posted a presentation right there.
Just showing how a surveyor can't, or a claimed surveyor can't set his tools up properly. If you want to highlight that, go ahead.
I think maybe he is posted. Maybe it is setting it up
Nicely
correctly.
done. Yeah. No, we've just been over that video.
These two tools are set up next to each other, same height.
Keep reading.
Come on, bro. Don't
No,
stop.
I'm reading. The guy from he's not a surveyor. As if these things are actually that hard to set up. Like any fucking ape can actually use these things.
Obviously not this guy.
Well, obviously,
This
even
guy-
in the
he-
second,
he must
even
be
in
that-
this, even in the second
Wow.
image, the fucking tall, like, was it the Statue of Liberty? That might be. No, either way, some sort of tower is still lower than his fucking horizontal.
Which horizontal are you referring to? The one in the left image or the one in the right image?
Both.
Which is the correct one? Which one's the one that's not correct?
Either way, I mean, if they're both, if one of them is correct,
either way,
if one of them is
one
correct,
of them isn't horizontal.
Yeah.
That's, we can
No,
say
so
that at least.
the
can't we?
truth
if you
about
know that
it-
if you know
if
that
it
one
is-
of them isn't horizontal, how can you trust that either of them are horizontal?
On a globe, they're
You
both
can't.
horizontals. They're both horizontals. They just have a different point of tangency, a different
They're
point at
next
which it's
to each
horizontal to the
other.
surface.
They're at the
They're
same
next
height.
to each other.
Yes.
So why are you saying there's a different tangent? Are they different horizontals?
Yes.
What, at the same place?
From the same height.
So
the same damn
the horizontal plane is.
Why are you ignoring the question?
Because I'm
Let's
clarifying.
go with sophistry here. Go on. keep
Yeah,
going.
full on sophistry.
So
I
Go
does
on,
not
Gary.
matter.
Give it your
Does
best
not
shot.
matter from where you define the horizontal line from. You can stand wherever you want. It doesn't have to be a tangent at the
Whoa.
position you're at.
What?
However,
wait.
Wow.
Gummy. So you can set the tool up, and if the crosshairs are pointing in the sky, is it okay?
if you want to define your horizontal that way, then sure.
Oh.
The question is, what usage do you get from that?
Wow.
One thing, for
Gummy.
example,
Gummy, why are
if
you
you
still talking, mate?
let
Who
me
knows?
give you an
He likes
example.
the
I think,
sound of his
I
own
give
think
you
voice.
an
I might
example.
mute you just for your own good.
Let me
because
give you an
you're
example.
not helping yourself at the minute.
Are you not going to let me give you an example?
Of
No.
your
No,
sophistry.
I'm good.
You're going to make it a good one.
You can call it sophistry all you want. I'm asking, can I give an example?
Go on then.
No,
make
you
it a
just
good one.
Yeah, go on. I want to hear your
Okay.
sophistry.
So let's say we have a river, and we want a horizontal to be defined from the middle of this river.
A river
But
flowing.
of course, yes.
A flowing river.
Yes. Now,
you want to
of
define
course,
a horizontal where in the middle of it.
In the middle, we want it to be perfectly horizontal in the middle.
From side to side, or in the middle from source to river mouth. Which middle are we talking about?
As in side to side. So you want to build a bridge, and you want it to be perfectly horizontal in respect to the middle of the river. Now, of course, you can't set up your auto level.
Water.
You cannot set up your auto level in the middle of a river. So instead, what you have to do is something called reciprocal leveling. So you'll measure from one side to the other, and then from the other side and back, and then you do a little math, and you figure out what is the horizontal in respect to the middle of that river.
No, you don't.
So without ever placing the auto level, let me finish my statement. Without ever placing the auto level in the middle of the river, you have defined the horizontal that is horizontal to the middle of the river.
Completely confused what the job is and how it would work and what's the purpose of it.
In other words, you can define horizontal without it being the horizontal of the location you're at.
You just
wait.
So whenever I was flying to Ghana,
Wait. Hold up. So you're talking about making a calculation. You're going to calculate where the instrument will be in the river. For how would you get the height if you're on the land?
So by doing it using the technique called reciprocal leveling, this is a technique within surveying. By doing the measurements from one side to the other,
trying to teach us about this?
From
Are you
one
trying to teach
side,
us here, Gummy Bear?
I'm trying to explain a concept.
Are you trying to teach?
Whether you're being taught or not is up to you. I'm teaching
No,
you
I'm
about, or I'm telling you about a concept.
Definitely not being taught by you.
I can give you a concept of a comic book and say I am the superhero, but Bev is another superhero, and he's the top dog superhero. Would you go for that?
No, this is an actual thing within surveying.
No.
If you find a surveyor, who's saying that this is bullshit, then I'll pay you $1 million. But this is an actual thing within surveying.
I just want a Bugatti. Give me that
for his own good. He's not.
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
not helping anybody at the.
Yeah. So another interesting little thing that I've noticed. Of course, I don't have any pictures of it. You could take this just as a fucking story if you so choose.
I don't want no stories.
But you ducked out.
Bedtime.
Yeah.
I don't need no bedtime stories. I do that for my little girl.
Okay, cool. I'll say it anyways.
Really?
There's really no need.
No, yeah, please.
No, we don't do bedtime stories here. So keep it to yourself.
Let him tell his bedtime story. Come on, guys.
No.
Oh, hell no.
No, this isn't story hour, Jeremy.
It's story time.
Story hour.
No.
It's reading Rainbow.
Story hour.
Yeah, whenever I was on a flight to Europe.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I thought it was Ghana. Ghana's not in Europe.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
No more. We don't take flight. We're trying to keep our feet firmly on the ground, doing basic geometry. We're not taking flight at all.
You're still hosting, right, Beth?
One of the rules. Yes, I am still.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm not. Don't worry, guys. I'll not be hosting for much longer. In case you're all getting stressed.
But I did put some pictures up there.
No, I love it.
Oh, sorry. I put some pictures up. I put some pictures up there for vacation. For my vacation, it was pretty awesome. Watching the big boat go across the sea, holding all those containers, and just wondering, how much weight, of the ship itself that the guy who drives the boat, the captain, that he can't navigate the boat all the way over to the dock. They had to get somebody else to come out there and drive the boat for him. They come through the little waterway to get it all the way over. It was pretty awesome. I'm gonna be going back pretty soon.
Nice. Hey, can I say something before I head off for supper?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
For all the people that, if you have like something to show, or if you don't like the way something has been done, you want to host a show for yourself, you want to try it out, you can get what's called a temporary host. Just contact Geo and have a go at it. Make a presentation. See how it's like. See what it's like trying to control 20, 30 people, and have a go for yourself. Seriously. Anyone, Dress, Kosho, any one of you guys.
I've been telling Zanuck for years to put some kind of coherent thought together in some kind of PowerPoint presentation or video or something instead of,
Yeah, anyone. Seriously.
You got the platform, 1080p. Beautiful sound. We got 3 streams, not 1, not 2, but 3. Take advantage, guys. This is it. This is your time.
Oh yeah, Livestream 1, Bev. You wasn't the only one able to get up under the horizon. There you go. Got you. I just noticed it today when I went back and looked. Mm-hmm.
That's concave Earth.
I just noticed it. I was like, God dang it, I got up under the horizon.
You're giving these concave Earthers ammunition.
That's fine.
The horizon rises to Redman's head level.
Proves it is optical effect.
The things that you see, well, when you're just enjoying life and the things that you run into, freaking awesome.
I mean, when you're looking out, everything underneath you on the ground is under the horizon. Right?
Oh yeah.
Like if you're at the beach, all the little sand particles, all the seashells, all the little kids playing, they're all under the horizon.
That was a sunrise.
Concave Earth.
Well, if we assume that the horizon rises toward the level of the eyes, then anything below your eyes would be below that, including the sand below your feet. But perhaps the horizon doesn't rise perfectly to the level of the eye.
You got background.
No, it's Lemon
You got
back
bad
again.
background.
Sort your white noise out, Lemon.
Bad.
Perhaps we need to deal with this notion that the horizon rises perfectly to the level of the eye. Perhaps it's slightly below that.
It doesn't rise to the eye level. That's why I came in here in the first place. It doesn't. Provably so. I've never heard anyone say that it does, other than George. George says it goes above.
Yeah, what would be rising? The water would be rising?
Yeah.
The ground would appear to rise up toward the level of the eyes, like looking down a hallway.
Can't. It's just an optical effect, obviously.
Oh, I caught that on the beach just as well. I get.
Yep, the horizon is not Earth curvature. Definitely not.
Yeah, if you're going to go by what you see, I mean, you can go take out your auto level or whatever. I mean, I've never looked through one, but I'm imagining it's like another lens where you're going to look through it, you're just looking at the horizon, and then you're going to see all the ground rising up to that spot. We know that's not actually happening. It's,
There you go. There's your picture. It's about to come in. There you go.
Gummy bears.
Took that up under the bridge.
Mute him.
I think he's dropped down to live stream 2.
He has, but he's still posting that there's no free speech in this server.
How far away is the sun on that picture they just posted there? I think it's beyond the geometry allowed for a sphere Earth with a radius of 3959 miles.
That's some woofy stuff. So, number one, if somebody just posting somebody else's stuff, in a live stream, as proof, but they wasn't the one that did it, I'm not taking nothing from that person and talk about there. Nothing to talk about.
Have you ever talked with Zanuck, Bev?
Why? Why would you even say that?
Zanuck, listen, Zanuck is a genius. He's a globe genius.
No, he's not. No, he's not. I need an ice pick right now so I can gouge my own eyes. How about that?
I can remember a conversation that I had that I'm
All of my ears.
absolutely certain it was about LIGO, but he sort of tells me he's never been there, and he said that, but I could have sworn it was a massive conversation that we had.
LIGO or Slack, one of them.
Both.
Claim.
Yeah, then he tried to retract, and then first he said he'd never said it. Then when they played it back for him, then he retracted. That's not what he meant. It's what he said, but not what he meant to say.
Yeah, I don't want to carry on.
Nah, leave it alone. But I took a picture up under the bridge. I thought it was pretty cool. As far as like seeing perspective itself.
That was a cool.
Everything
That
was
is a
dark.
cool.
Yeah, that's a nice.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
Everything. Well, as far as the bridge is converging into one, but yet you can still see the horizon across. From left to right and in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, these people just need to go out there and go do it themselves.
Yeah, you can't tell anything from a picture.
No, not at all. You can't put a ruler on a picture and say, "Ha ha, got an angle." Can't do that.
The problem is, after they observe something like this, they'll draw it on the paper, a line going down, and that's where the problem starts.
No, you can't put a ruler to the picture.
Well, the globe contention is that if the horizon doesn't rise perfectly to the level of the eyes, therefore globe. That doesn't quite follow. If it doesn't quite rise to the level of the eyes, well, then that claim doesn't work anyway.
Talking for again. Your mic's bad, I think. Or is that just me?
No, it's bad for me as well.
Well, satellites must be.
But I don't want to know about somebody else's contentions. Let them come in with their own. Unless you want to come in with some contentions of your own.
Hey, Redman, that
My
photo.
contention is I agree that the horizon doesn't rise perfectly to the level of the eyes. I agree with that, even over a flat surface.
Okay, somebody called out Redman. What'd you say?
I said that pier that you've got there, man, the water is above the ground. How come it's not rushing in towards you?
I don't know. It's staying at bay.
It's weird.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Hold up. I got one for y'all. Hold up. Let me show you this one. The trucker.
That's proof of the globe right there.
Nah. Not at all. Something I didn't notice about this one. And notice it's not a high picture, this is a low picture. Come on.
Yeah.
Posting it now.
But again, if there was curvature of a sphere, you would have to notice on the left to right, which is the horizon we're talking about. You don't observe that.
No, not at all. Because
The
if you
horizon
look
is
at this
not that
picture,
curvature.
no. If you look at this picture, it looks like I could be flying a drone. But yeah, I'm standing in the water taking this picture. So you can't trust what you see as far as pictures. I mean, they're nice to look at, but it looks like I'm in a drone taking pictures. My $400 camera, I'm out there in the water. I don't give a shit. Take pictures. Enjoy vacation. Time off. I think I might be able to top that, Rakia. You'll make me go into my bag. Still good, Beth?
Yeah.
Rakia gonna make me go in my bag. Pull out my perspective pictures. What are you talking about? No, I'm just talking about perspective. Where you at? Yeah, you know what? I can't even go into the bag. I'm just go and take the picture right now. Make it a whole lot easier.
Picture take.
Yeah, it is right there. Come on. But I mean, like I said, people go out and enjoy life, what it is. That's the backside of my house. Everything looked like it's converging into one, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. So we can rule out that the main surveyor is not a real surveyor because he's a tool abusing and didn't admit it.
Well, I'd say you can't trust the guy for his plumb bobs not being parallel. For one, not showing any plumb bobs ever.
Experiments.
And two, if you can't trust him to set up a horizontal, then you surely can't trust him to work out what a vertical is.
No.
Run away from the facts if you like.
Yeah, I never trusted that plumb bobs isn't parallel video because I mean, there's no plumb bobs.
Yeah.
You gotta have plumb bobs if you're gonna.
We're talking about the dangly things. The dangly things establish the vertical.
Yeah, you establish zenith.
Say what?
You establish zenith.
Sounds like your mic's gone. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm on my.
That's muffled as anything, that.
Stand, I'm on my phone now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that Brenda?
Somebody's up under the closet in the box.
Yeah, I think she was saying something about Zenith. I'm not sure though.
You established Zenith.
Maria, princess.
It's the same thing as.
I'm dressed as Xena at the minute.
Oh, you know, Lucy Lawless.
I thought there was like a hard rule there about personal attacks.
It's not a
Sorry,
personal attack.
I can't hear what you're saying. Sorry. Maybe it's coming through any better, and I can't imagine it being. Is anybody else? Is it just me? Or
nope.
Yeah, I
That
could
sounds
barely
awful.
recognize her voice. That's how bad the audio was.
See, it's not me.
So let's go back to what it was. Can't trust Mang.
Yeah, you can. Me personally, wouldn't be able to trust anything that he did after knowing that he can't set up a horizontal. But I know more about it anyway, and I have a look and see if you can work out what the hell he's doing or what he claims to do, and the wizardry that he is like, because he's not a very high level wizard. It's not hard to spot his tricks if you look. Most people don't even watch the videos, like, just because he's made the video, it seems to be enough. Because it's just a claimed video that people post. It's about as far as you get. Nobody's actually looked into it, knows the procedure, what he's meant to have been doing, the accuracy over that distance, the claimed accuracy that he's meant to have made in the first place.
Uncalibrated tools. I could do it afterwards. It's not good. But let's see. Hold on. Die. Globe is dying here. It's been dead. I don't like doing make believe. Where's that one picture?
Right, well, I'm gonna have to get going for a bit, so I'll close this YouTube down. It's been good. Maybe come back
Always.
tomorrow and have a go at this again tomorrow. Because
Been real.
down. Take this live host off here, and I've just got to go and see it for a second. Is it? I'll be back.
DP. Uh-uh. Looking for the portal. Where is it at? So you know you gotta get organized with your daggone pictures. Where is it at? I'm looking. Shit, close to these. And Gio, you there? Probably busy.
You talking to me, Redmond?
Yeah.
Yeah, also.
Calling out. Everybody all right?
It's gone a bit quiet in here, isn't it?
Ain't gone quiet. What meme you working on now?
No, I've just done that one that I just posted.
Oh shoot. Go look. I like that. I like that right there. So, DP, can you do something with that one meme? Well, I can't call it a meme. What I did early this morning, I did it like on a quick fly. I'm like blinging up the other light.
Don't think I saw it. DM it to me.
I got you. Do it like. Go back. Now, it's the one I did this morning. Can you make that one move and bling it up some more?
No, I can't make it move.
Oh, okay.
He looks like he's on a bike.
Well, I can think of anything
he's
else.
getting involved in Sean Hawkins' Polaris Challenge there, isn't he?
Yeah. I thought it was pretty. Yeah. Well, I did it on the fly while. Well, I did it on the fly while I was at work. I'm like, dang, I should throw like a Run DMC gold chain around his neck, something like that. I shouldn't think anything else. I was like, shoot, I got to get the job done. Nobody does the meme game like you do. Maybe I could turn into a bike. Oh, maybe like a dating bike or something. Cause those are supposed to be 26s. Maybe I should have just made them way bigger, like on some stupid, just some overly sized type stuff. Let me see what I can find. Put it. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. Nah, not blue. Make it red.
What have I gone back to? What you doing?
I'm trying to fix my meme. DP's taking shots at me about my meme.
I was not. Don't be so fragile, Redden.
Not at all. Not at all. I'm working on my meme game. I know how I can fix this. He can be riding a bike. But just throw the rims on top of it. Yeah. Swear to Got everything sorted, Beth?
Yeah.
All right. Auto. See, that's how it means. Like that, it's done deal. Precise as it goes.
I'm gonna shoot back over there and get DOG. It's been good. Maybe
All right, Beth.
tomorrow.
10-4. Done deal. Add a picture. Say.
What are you guys doing? Just listening? Waiting? Come on, kitties. Come on. Come on, Marcus. Come on. Let's go. I'm shutting the door. Come on. Little kitty, come on. This way. Hey. Wrong way, Mocus. Mocus. Yo. Yo. What up? What up? Listen to this. Hoj is on fire right now. They want $63 though. Bro, they want listen, they want $63 just to import it. You know, just to be able to access it in Uniswap.
Hey,
You know how
oh,
you know
sorry.
how when you let Pancake Swap access one of your coins, you got to pay a little 50-cent gas fee or whatever it is. This shit's $63. I went to sell some shit, bro. I went to sell some Shiba last night. They wanted 130 for the. Bro, I'm not. I was gonna say I'm not paying $40 either to approve a coin. Like, yo, that's fucking brutal. I don't remember this. Yeah, I'll just wait. I mean, I'm up on Hoj right now, bro. Only because I bought the same amount I bought for at 1,000,000 when it was $100. So, but yeah, my Shiba's way up too. I went to sell it last night when it was at fucking. It like peaked last night, and I was like, "Yo, I'm gonna just sell almost all this shit." And I didn't have the Ethereum for it, or I would have done it. It was like $130. I'm like, "Yo, what the fuck?" They're bumping. Hell yeah, they're bumping. Let's go. I can't fuck with Banker Doge. I don't know. I don't know why. They won't let me connect my wallet and shit, dude. I had their coin, and I was like, oh, you know, the interest rate's banging. I'm gonna go connect to their site, stake my Banker Doge coin. Couldn't fucking do it. I ended up selling the shit. Yeah, what you using, SafePal? Yeah, but bro, is it 400% right now, or like that shit drops like a rock sometimes? Yeah, but that shit drops like a rock sometimes. Dollars or Metabot? I'm guessing that's dollars, right? Oh, damn, bro. You gotta say it like this. You gotta say billion. That's some Dr. Evil shit. Billion. You got to emphasize, like, change the I to a E, and then put mad emphasis on it. Billion. Like, I can't even sell it. I'm not even selling this hold your ship until it's like worth like 5Gs because it's not even worth it. Like, for real, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth fucking around on Ethereum unless you're making like 5-figure moves and shit. They're probably trying to keep us peasants out.
Ted Kaczynski PDF. Industrial Society and its Consequences. Industrial Society and its Future. I'm looking for the first part. Part 1. Have to download. There it is. Just do it again. Okay. Industrial Society and its Future by Theodore Kaczynski. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries. But they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering. It may lead to increased physical suffering even in advanced countries. The industrial psychological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after passing through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that, but we do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of the industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean that we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements. We have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism. So a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who's associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish, but there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which our discussion would be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism, but this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about them, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally has no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on the replacement by animal companion. Leftist anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that any primitive culture is inferior to our own. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many of whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from the privileged strata of society. Political correctness has its stronghold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identification with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, such as women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do not see these groups as inferior that they identify with these problems. We do not. Blah, blah. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by the fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America. They hate Western civilization. They hate white males. They hate rationality. The reason that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where the same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out, or often greatly exaggerates, these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus, it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of self-confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because deep inside he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundations of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally in their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility. To the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true and other beliefs as false. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection by many leftists of the concept of mental illness and the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. Thus, if a person is inferior, it is not his fault, but society's, because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egoist, a bully, a self-promoter, or a ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive himself as having the capacity to be strong. And his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is too far gone for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable. Hence the collectivism of the leftist. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or a mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of the leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as a means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or by moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be the benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to defame affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftists do not take such an approach because it would not classify their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activists' hostile attitude towards the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, the leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of the general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some point or other, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and the behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectations than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience, without guilt, thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on rails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argued that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly over-socialized segment of our society, and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling, but usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve in society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of